After Bauer sucked up all the black and purple smoke, she grabbed Little Flower and hit the wall behind them. However, when they broke through the wall, there was another invisible wall blocking them, and Bauer and Little Flower bounced back again. Bauer's eyes spun, and she stomped on the ground, kicking a large hole in the floor. Suddenly, the supermarket on the first floor was visible. However, they didn't fall through the hole in the floor, as there seemed to be an invisible screen holding Bauer and Little Flower back. There were people walking down there in the supermarket, and nobody noticed the large hole above them. They were still walking and buying stuff as nobody noticed what was happening. As I've told you, it's useless. You can't get out of my Sin Luo illusion. The woman looked at Bauer with interest. You're indeed a fascinating pet, but sadly, I don't have time now. If Han-san comes back, things will get more complicated. So back off. Otherwise, I'll kill you now. You're really cute and it'll be a shame to kill you now. Even if I'm gonna kill you, it should be on the dining table. Sister, why do you want Little Flower? He doesn't even have as much flesh as I do. If you want to eat flesh, you can just take me, said Bauer, blinking her eyes. The woman sneered without saying anything more. Black and purple smoke began to waft from her again. And this time, it didn't attack Bauer and Little Flower. Instead, it rolled down her own body. The smoke quickly covered the lady's body, then twisted and condensed. Gradually, it formed a heavy purple and black crystal armor, making the woman look like a robot. Hong! After donning that black and purple crystal armor, the woman stepped out again. Her body tore apart the space around her, and she ran toward Bauer and Little Flower. Bauer was dazed. She dragged Little Flower backwards, but they couldn't dodge the woman's palm. Bauer saw that the woman's hand was about to grab Little Flower's shoulder. Bauer grabbed Little Flower abruptly, clenched her fist, and punched the woman's palm. Pong! Bauer bounced away immediately, and she hit the invisible boundary. There was blood coming out of her mouth. The woman didn't give a damn about Bauer. Instead, she reached toward Little Flower again. Bauer clenched her teeth and climbed up from the ground. She rushed toward Little Flower again and defended against the woman's palm with the gourd. I'll kill you if you want to die. The woman was kind of infuriated. Her hand that was covered by her purple and black crystal armor clenched into a fist, and she hit the gourd. Pong! Bauer bounced away and hit the boundary again. There was still blood coming out of her mouth, but with the gourd as a buffer, she wasn't injured like last time. Bauer climbed up quickly again, and she stood in front of Little Flower, glaring at the woman. The woman didn't hesitate at all. She kept punching, and Bauer kept using her gourd to ward off the attacks. Her small body kept bouncing away, yet every time, she rushed back. Gotcha! After being hit several times, cracks appeared on Bauer's gourd. Bauer clenched her teeth and went back to Little Flower, and facing the woman's fist, she grabbed her gourd and rushed toward. Then the gourd was smashed. Bauer spewed blood out everywhere, and her face turned pale immediately. The smashing of the gourd seemed to be a huge blow to her. She climbed up from the ground again, and there was blood everywhere on her body, and she couldn't even walk straight anymore. However, she still went back to Little Flower and opened her arms, standing in front of her little brother. Impressive. A demigod pet can take so many of my punches. However, this is your last chance, because I'll kill you this time. The woman raised her fist, and there was still smoke all around the black and purple armor. It looked like the hand of a devil, emanating terrifying force. Bauer stared at the woman's fist and said coldly, "He's my father's son, and he's my brother. Nobody can harm him in front of me." Really? The woman sneered, and the terrifying fist tore the space apart. It hit Bauer, and the force seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Bauer was waving her fist, and she rushed toward the woman's attack again. Pong! Bauer flew out like a star again, and her body hit the invisible boundary. There was the sound of bone cracking, and the blood in her mouth opened like a flower, and her body fell on the ground. Bauer tried to stand up again, and after struggling several times, She wasn't able to do so. One of her arms had been broken and twisted into a weird shape. She couldn't use her power. The woman looked at Bauer, who was half dead already. She didn't want to waste any time. She reached toward Little Flower beside her. "I've told you, don't touch Little Flower." A sound came from beside her, and it was Bauer. The woman turned around and saw Bauer kneeling on the ground, struggling to hold herself there. She was trying to stand up, but she just couldn't do it. "Then come and stop me," said the woman disdainfully. She didn't give a damn about Bauer, and she tried to grab Little Flower. Little Flower looked at the shadow of the hand that was reaching toward his head, cloaked with that black and purple armor that looked like a devil. He then cried, and there were tears dropping from his eyes. "Hong!" The woman had almost grabbed Little Flower when a terrifying force rose beside her. She suddenly felt that she was in extreme danger. She reacted quickly and backed off a little bit. She looked around, and she saw Bauer standing up from the ground. However, the space around her was already twisted, so the woman couldn't see her body straight. "Inexcusable! Inexcusable! You made Little Flower cry. Inexcusable!" Bauer raised her head and glared at the woman. Her eyes were gleaming with terrifying light as if she were a ghost from hell. The woman was intimidated. She couldn't help taking some steps back. And then she realized what she was doing. She said to herself with contempt, "It's just a demigod-level pet. I was actually intimidated by that. I've been comfortable for too long." She turned to Bauer. "I thought you were interesting, so I wanted to spare your life so that you could tell Han-san what happened. Since you really want to die, I'll satisfy your wish." The woman then condensed the power in her fist, and she threw it toward Bauer. "Only I can bully him, yet you made him cry. You deserve to die." Bauer glared at that woman as if she didn't see the fist with the terrifying force. She became more and more belligerent, and anyone who saw those ghostly eyes would have been scared. The woman's fist hit Bauer. Bauer didn't even try to dodge or block it. She just glared at the woman. Dang! The woman's pupils suddenly shrank as her fist was about to touch Bauer's body. A strange light emanated from Bauer, and a soft leaf extended out of her ragged shirt. It grabbed the woman's fist. The terrifying force of the woman's punch hit the soft golden leaf, but the leaf wasn't knocked away or damaged. Instead, the leaf only trembled a bit. How is that possible? The woman stared at Bauer in horror. Even a top-tier demigod couldn't resist the power she had after she put on a Geno armor. She didn't know where that leaf came from that it could resist her fist. She took a few steps back and stared at Bauer in horror. The gold leaves extended from Bauer's body and covered her like scales. They formed a unique leaf armor and cloaked Bauer as if she was a child wearing golden dragon scales. However, they weren't dragon scales. They were just golden leaves that looked like they belonged on a maple tree. Geno armor. How is it possible? Why can a pet have a Geno armor? Impossible. The woman finally saw what it really was, but she couldn't believe her eyes. What are you? Bauer didn't hear what the woman said. She stared at the woman with her terrifying eyes and walked toward the woman step by step. I'll use your blood to pay for the tears of Little Flower, she hissed. Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible that they can use their self-Geno armors here. Impossible. The woman screamed, and the black and purple light surged again like a volcano exploding. She dashed toward Bauer, as if she had gone completely mad. Previously, the woman had still been controlling her power, but now, she didn't have any concerns anymore. She just wanted to kill Bauer, and as her power exploded out from her, even the residual waves of her strength could crush the entire children's entertainment zone. Even if Little Flower could survive, the other children wouldn't. However, just when the woman threw her punch, Bauer's body appeared right in front of the woman, and the small hand covered by golden leaves pressed against the woman's fist. The raging power of the devil flames withered away under the Bauer's palm. Suddenly, the entire world became peaceful again. The woman felt her eyes popping as if she had seen a ghost. She tried to pull her fist back, but she found that her hand was being held as firmly as if it was in a vice. Seeing Bauer's eyes, which were filled with bloodlust. The woman was terrified. "You deserve to die." Bauer squeezed the words out of her mouth as if each word was tainted by blood. After finishing the last word, Bauer clenched the woman's fist harder and threw the woman up into the air. Pong! 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 Bauer teleported in front of the woman instantly, and she punched the woman with fists that were like hammers. Each punch left a giant hole in the woman's armor, and they cracked the flesh and blood and bones inside the woman's body. The Geno armor is being crushed. Ah! The woman couldn't help screaming as she couldn't think of anything else now. Bauer's fists kept crushing the armor and hitting her body directly, rolling her in the sky and forcing her to scream. Blood dropped like rain, and the fragments of her Geno armor also flew everywhere. Her entire body was twisted, and finally, she couldn't even make a sound anymore. Hong! With the last punch, Bauer completely smashed the woman's rugged Geno armor and her body, and blood fell like rain. Right after the woman died, the Sen Luo illusion disappeared, and the golden leaf armor on Bauer's body also disappeared. She was still holding a gourd, and she sucked all the blood and fragments into her gourd. Aside from some broken grounds and facilities, no evidence of the fight was visible anymore. "Don't be scared, little flower. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you." Bauer walked to Little Flower and touched his head, giving him a smile. However, in the next second, Bauer fell down beside Little Flower. "Sister Bauer." Little Flower held Bauer, and he looked very worried. Children who had gotten free suddenly started to cry, and the owl of the supermarket found that the children's section was damaged. The owl gave a warning, and all the security people rushed to the children's entertainment zone immediately. Everyone nearby rushed toward the entertainment zone regardless of whether they had left their children there or not. They wanted to see what was happening and whether they could help. It was a chaotic scene, and when Hansen arrived, he found Bauer lying beside Little Flower. He was terrified. He immediately checked Bauer's body. Fortunately, Bauer was still alive, although she was very fragile and weak. Hansen took Bauer and Little Flower and rushed home as fast as he could. He took Bauer into the sanctuary and asked Little Silver to help her. Only Little Silver could save Bauer now. Little Silver used the power of silver lightning to cure Bauer. Though it took a very long time, Bauer began to recover, and Hansen was relieved. Bauer was safe now. However, she had been gravely injured, so she needed a long time to recover. Hansen asked Little Silver to keep curing Bauer. As for him, he went back to the Alliance to ask Little Flower what had happened and why Bauer was so injured. Little Flower was only about a year old, but he was already able to talk a lot. Although he couldn't describe much, Hansen still understood what had happened. "That woman, is that woman from the Gods organization?" She dared to attack Little Flower. Fortunately, Bauer was there. Otherwise, she might have actually gotten what she wanted. Damn it. Hansen couldn't be more furious. After more than 10 hours of healing from Little Silver, Bauer finally woke up. However, her body was still very weak, so she wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. After waking up, Bauer grabbed Hansen and asked, "Is Little Flower okay?" "Little Flower is very safe and he didn't get injured. You protected him and he's safe because of you. You're an excellent sister. No, you're the best sister." Hansen suddenly felt terrible. "Humph. Little Flower is one of my toys. Only I can bully him. Nobody else can bully him," said Bauer, pouting. Hansen learned everything that had happened from Bauer, and he became more and more sure that the woman was a member of God. Hansen was silently enraged the whole time. After listening to what she said, he asked a few more questions and did not lose his temper. He did not say anything further. He let Bauer continue to rest, and he went to the Martial Hall. The God organization was very strong, and its core members had already risen to the 5th God Sanctuary. Obviously, they possessed even more Geno armors. Hansen knew that if he wanted to really eradicate the threat, he had to stand at the same height. "Strength, I need more strength." Hansen stepped toward the Martial Hall, and there was pure rage burning in his heart. He hadn't had this feeling of powerlessness for a long time. He hadn't even noticed when the God organization attacked Little Flower and Bauer. If it wasn't for Bauer, he couldn't imagine what the consequences would have been. Strong. I have to be stronger. Han Sen's body gradually turned into the Super King spirit when he entered the martial hall. He was completely transformed into a Super King spirit. Today was the time of his battle with the armored man. He had been hesitant about this fight. He wasn't sure he could win the battle, and he didn't want the two of them to injure each other. But now Han Sen realized that he could never back down or return to what he had been. He must get stronger and stronger to be able to cope with unknown and powerful enemies. Divinity's bout had already been packed with various creatures. Even the martial halls of the major shelters had already been packed to max capacity. All creatures wanted to know if Dollar would fight the armored man. He's really coming. It seems that Dollar isn't willing to quit. It doesn't matter. He is too much weaker than the armored man. Watching such a battle will still be worthwhile. Fighting Dollar will let the armored man show more strength. Seeing the image of the blazing white light appearing on the battlefield, all the creatures watching the battle were excited. Most of the spectators didn't care whether Dollar won or lost. They would get to see an exciting battle either way. Will Dollar be okay? Even Tang Jinliu couldn't help but worry that the armored man was too strong. People couldn't see any hope of Dollar defeating him. Gu Qingqing's injury was almost recovered. She also came to the martial hall to watch this matchup. But she had not spoken. She just looked at Dollar in the light and shadow, and the armored man who had just entered the battlefield. Luo Haitang was also watching this game, looking very dignified. Almost all the strongest beings of the Fourth Sanctuary were watching this battle, and among them, there was a very special existence. It was a dragon-like creature, but it had 4 pairs of eyes on its head. The 8 eyes were divided into 2 rows, and they almost reached the top of its head. The 8 eyes were different from normal eyes. Each eye seemed to be a Tai Chi. They were black and white, with white pupils in the black eyes and black pupils in the white eyes. It looked very strange. The eye of the gods. The god commanded that you see clearly what kind of creatures they are. You have to look carefully and be sure not to miss anything. Next to the 8-eyed dragon, a strange squirrel-like creature called. You can rest assured that with my god's eye, I will see who they are. The eye of the gods said with full confidence. Its 8 yin and yang eyes looked at the light and shadows in the martial hall. The continual rotation of the yin and yang eyes seemed to pull the light and shadow into its eyes. Gradually, a figure emerged in its eyes. However, it was a bit strange that the figure reflected in the eyes was neither Han Sen nor the armored man, but a white jade. The jade took the form of a dragonfly skeleton with fire burning beneath its eyelids, and the gaps between its bones also burned the ice flames. It looked strange and gorgeous. After watching for a while, the eye of the gods smiled and said, "The armored man is a creature of the shackles, not a human being. Let the gods be relieved. This is too simple for my eyes." The other one, what kind of creature is the one who calls himself Dollar? The squirrel was not happy because of this and pointed to Han Sen's figure. "Wait, I will see." The light and shadow of the 8 yin and yang eyes disappeared, and then started running again. Slowly, a figure appeared in his 8 eyes. This time, the figure that emerged was the Super King spirit body that Han Sen had turned into, with its long white hair of the body. Light surrounded the body like a flame. The squirrel kept looking at the eye of the gods. After seeing Han Sen's figure being reflected, he immediately shouted, "Is there a problem with your god's eye?" The eye of the gods frowned and said, "My gods, I will never go wrong. If the reflection remains the same, that means this is his original body." "Does that mean he isn't human?" asked the squirrel. "Should not be." The eye of the gods said hesitantly, looking at Han Sen on the field. On the battlefield, after the armored man entered, his body ignited with horror. He walked toward Han Sen step by step like some god of ice and fire. With every step, the flames on his body grew stronger. But they did not go to Han's senator in front of him. The flames shrouded most of the battlefield. The flames followed the armored man, and the whole heaven and the earth were turned into flames around Han Sen. Everyone held their breath. The momentum was too repressive, so they stopped breathing unconsciously, and their eyes were staring at Han Sen. Han Sen summoned the little angel to merge with himself. The spectators couldn't see the little angel. They could only see Han Sen's holy light, rising like a volcano, and a pair of white wings spread out behind his back. A halo appeared over his head and a transparent sword in his hand, exuding a sense of purity and brilliance in the light. After combining with the little angel, Han Sen began to run the blood legion technique, causing his body to change again. The blood slipped out of his blood vessels, suffusing his organs, flesh, and bones. It made his body completely different from an ordinary human's, or even from a creature. Feeling the incredible power generated by his body, Han Sen did not hesitate to summon his Destiny's Tower immediately. He wanted to win this fight. The moment that Destiny's Tower appeared, the armored man's eyes got colder. They stared at the Geno core in Han Sen's hands, and the flames on the armored man's body became even more terrifying. To the spectating creatures, it was strange to see Dollar summon a tower-shaped Geno core instead of his coin or blow-blood Geno cores. Destiny's Tower had been gone for too long, and most of the creatures had only heard of it. No one had ever seen what it actually looked like. It was also impossible to think that Han Sen was holding the legendary Destiny's Tower. The armored man stared at Destiny Tower, and the flame of the body erupted like a volcano, and the aura he exuded became unimaginable. The armored man is trying to kill Dollar directly. His power is so horrible when he gathers it like this. It seems that he's gathering more power than he used to defeat Gu Qingqing. The fact that the armored man has gathered such terrifying power only shows that Dollar is stronger than Gu Qingqing. So the armored man has to be serious. Dollar! Cheers! Beat him! That kind of power can kill with a single strike. If Dollar insists on fighting, then there will be no chance to concede. Boom! The armored man slammed into Han Sen, and the flames were as bright as the sun. The entire battlefield was covered by intense ice, and the spectators could not see anything at all. Han Sen felt the incredible power of the approaching attack, but he didn't panic. He moved his hand and lifted Destiny's Tower. The blaze that was so strong, yet frighteningly, it disappeared completely in a flash. The sudden transition left the spectators temporarily blind. After they recovered their vision and saw the situation on the battlefield, they were all stunned and their mouths gaped open. The flames on the battlefield had disappeared completely. Both the flames and the armored man had disappeared. Only a huge octagonal metal tower was standing on the battlefield. No way! The armored man was suppressed by a metal tower. It's not that simple. With the power of the armor, even if the tower is a super Geno core that uses ceiling power, I think it will be broken by a punch. I can't even imagine what kind of Geno core could suppress such a strong force. Let's wait to see if the metal tower will be broken. Everyone felt that a tower could not trap the armored man, so they were waiting for the metal tower to be broken. No one believed that the armored man would be so easily suppressed. In fact, Han Sen did feel the pressure in the Destiny's Tower, and a horrible force was confronting the power of the Geno core, as if the tower would be broken at any time. Destiny's Tower was not Han Sen's self-Geno core. According to the theory, Han Sen's power should not affect Destiny's Tower. However, after running the Blood Legion technique, Han Sen felt that the tower was reacting strangely. The strength of the Geno core was affected by Han Sen's blood and flesh and the Blood Legion techniques. Han Sen's own power surged and rushed into Destiny's Tower, increasing the tower's strength more and more. However, the armored man's power was still slowly expanding inside the tower, and Han Sen still couldn't suppress it with all his force. Now Han Sen had a tough choice. He had to suppress the armored man in the tower. If he let go now, Destiny's Tower would be destroyed, and Han Sen would also be injured. Han Sen was still running the Blood Legion techniques, transforming his own power into the same fatal power as Destiny's Tower. The strength of the armored man continued to grow, and it was definitely stronger than Han Sen's own power. Han Sen couldn't help but frown. When Han Sen hesitated to deal with it, the real blood Geno core automatically flew out of Han Sen's Sea of Soul. This time it was not flying toward another Geno core or anything else, but it integrated into Han Sen's body instead. Real blood gradually merged into Han Sen's blood. Suddenly, the power of Han Sen's blood and nerves increased sharply. Destiny's tower filled with light, suppressing the power inside the tower. Han Sen was ecstatic. He hadn't even known that real blood had such an ability, but it made perfect sense. The real blood genocore had been condensed by the blood vessels, and its compatibility with the blood legion techniques was undoubtedly the highest. It was also reasonable that it could enhance the blood legion techniques. As Han Sen's blood flowed, it was assimilated into real blood. At the same time, Han Sen's blood, nerves, and blood legion techniques became stronger and stronger. The infinite power passed through Destiny's tower to suppress the power inside the tower. The two forces collided fiercely in the tower, and Han Sen finally gained an advantage. The real blood genocore also began to evolve in Han Sen's blood. After it merged with Han Sen, the blood flow in his body helped the genocore break through its bottleneck and achieve super level. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the metal tower got broken, but time passed by, and nothing happened to the tower. No cracks appeared on its surface. What? Can the armored man not break the tower? I don't know, it looks like the tower is very solid. What is that genocore? How can it suppress the armored man? Even if it is a super genocore, isn't it impossible to suppress the armored man? The creatures watching the battle gradually began to discuss, and no one believed that a mighty existence like the armored man could be suppressed by a tower. That tower, it seems. The master of sacred shelter looked at the tower, but his eyes were filled with confusion. Could that be Destiny's tower? Many ancient beings, like Sacred's master, began to speculate. Dollar is too good. He just suppressed the armored like. That was fucking amazing. Tang Jinliu could not help but scream excitedly. Gu Qingqing was slightly amazed. Although she didn't think that Dollar would lose easily, she hadn't expected anything like this to happen. He didn't even do a thing, and the tower just suppressed the armored man. The armored man roared angrily in Destiny's tower, and the ice flames exploded like a volcano, trying to break the tower. However, the blood light emitted from the metal tower formed a bloody ring. It slowly began to contract outside the armored man, pressing the ice flame down a little. No matter how the armored man roared, the blood ring kept shrinking. Pong! The flames were shattered under the blood ring, and the blood ring made physical contact with the armored man, still shrinking. Surprisingly, the body of the armored man became smaller as the blood ring shrank, and finally disappeared with the blood ring. At the same time, on the 7th floor of Destiny's tower, a stone platform appeared. The figure of the armored man appeared on the stone platform, but now he couldn't move, just like a prisoner locked on a stone platform. Han Sen finally felt that the resistance in the tower was completely gone. When he reached out, Destiny's tower gradually shrank and flew back into his palm. The battlefield and all the martial halls were dead silent. Before this battle, they had debated many possibilities, but no one had thought that this would happen. The powerful armored man had been suppressed so easily, and everyone was staring at Han Sen, who stood on the battlefield and did not say a word for a long time. When Han Sen left the arena, much of the audience had yet to react. Everything had occurred so quickly, their minds were having trouble processing it. They had expected a shocking battle, but not like that. And it ended very abruptly. People did not know about the changes that had taken place in Han Sen's body and Destiny's tower. They had only seen Han Sen summon a metal tower to crush the armored man, then absorb him. That was scary. Dollar is the scariest. An elite like armored man was completely suppressed. Who said genocores couldn't beat strength? It does not matter how strong you are, you can get absorbed. Dollar is too strong. He is invincible. What was that tower genocore? It was so strong. The battle had ended a while ago by this point, but everyone was still discussing the fight between Dollar and the armored man. The tower genocore was the center of many discussions as well. Many super elites thought the tower was Destiny's tower, but according to the legend, it should have gone along with its master in ascension to the 5th sanctuary. Humans didn't care about where the tower came from, though. Everyone simply concerned themselves with the fight between Dollar and Armored Man. It had led to Dollar being titled the strongest human to ever exist. Han Sen did not have time to dwell on these matters, though. He was currently standing inside Destiny's tower and looking at Armored Man, who was now trapped on one of the pedestals. Armored Man yelled at him, but no matter how much he tried, he could not escape the space shield. Hissing and cursing were all he could accomplish. "I'm going to kill you." Armored Man repeated that more than a few times. "Answer my questions and I might let you go." Han Sen looked at him, and then asked, "Who are you? What is your relation to the master of Destiny's tower?" Armored Man simply ignored Han Senator. He kept repeating the same few words over and over, as if he was a loon. Han Sen asked a few more questions, but there was no change in response. So Han Sen decided to let him be until he calmed down. He could return to ask him questions another time. Han Sen was very curious about the Armored Man and the Headless Rockman in the tower. Since Armored Man disappeared after his fight with Han Sen and did not finish any other matches, people believed he had been killed. It made them all fear Dollar even more. So, no one dared fight Han Sen in the next few matches. They were afraid of his tower. Even spirits that were able to respawn did not want to take a risk. It was okay being killed, but finding themselves trapped inside the tower would be the most terrifying situation they could think of. After advancing through the top 10 Son of Gods, Dollar ended up at the lofty #1 position. Furthermore, it was Han Sen's very first #1 Son of God position achieved in a Divinities bout. He had joined a couple Divinities bouts before, but for various reasons, he was always unable to reach first place. Everyone was in agreement that Dollar was the most powerful being to exist in the fourth God's sanctuary. When Han Sen finished the Divinities bout, he entered the Martial Hall to receive his reward. The 10th Son of God had one randomized chance of a random item. It might have been a beast soul, a geno weapon, or a geno core. What they received was all down to pure luck. Han Sen was interested in what other rewards he might now be fortunate enough to receive. He was interested in the God's baptism. Han Sen placed his hand on the Martial Hall's tablet. It began to glow, and then an item was revealed. It then began to flash through different items, making Han Sen's eyes go all funny. What reward should I accept? Han Sen wanted to borrow some luck off God, but there was nothing there he truly wanted. In the fourth God's sanctuary, he was practically invincible. There was no point in getting a super beast soul, as all he could do with that was sell it off or give it to a friend. The same applied to geno cores and geno armors. What Han Sen wanted to do was ascend to the fifth sanctuary and see if he could go back to the Alliance. Received one pet beast soul geno core. When the light stopped, Han Sen froze. Pet beast soul geno core? What is that? Han Sen was surprised, seeing what his reward had been. Beast souls were beast souls, and geno cores were geno cores. A pet beast soul was a pet beast soul by this logic. On the tablet, Han Sen could now see a glowing orb. It became a shining light that entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Little Angel saw it and flew right over to it. She grabbed the orb and swallowed it. Little Angel's holy light began to show unsteadiness, but it calmed down after a while. And when it did, Little Angel looked different. Han Sen reviewed her information, though, and he couldn't see any changes. She seemed the same. But now was not the time to investigate Little Angel. He needed to receive his second reward, something Han Sen believed to be rather important. Han Sen put his hand on the Martial Hall's tablet again. The tablet then revealed a slit, which Han Sen's hand fell into. Han Sen was familiar with this, as it was what led him to the arena. He wasn't afraid of this process, and so he immediately went inside. After he traveled through the tablet this time, though, he was not taken to the arena. He was taken to a tunnel. The path was tubular, as if he was traversing a pipe. It was 3 meters long, and it appeared to have been made of flawless, seamless crystal. Han Sen, seeing the way ahead, was shocked. The crystal looked like that of the crystallizer's main control room. Is the sanctuary related to the crystallizers? Han Sen frowned and walked forward. There were glowing lights residing within the crystal walls. The lights were like tangible feathers, bathing Han Sen, and melting into him like snowflakes. Han-sen felt a surge of electricity course through him and get discharged. He did not feel stronger, and he didn't feel as if he had been purified. He wasn't quite sure what the purpose of those lights was. The passage was long, at least 10,000 meters from one end to the other. At the very end of it, Han-sen found a large door. Before he could open it, though, it opened itself automatically. There was a room beyond it. Han-sen looked into the room, and when he did, his eyes opened wide. The room looked just like the crystallizer's main control room. There were many active crystallizer machines. He had already expected such sights, so Han-sen wasn't surprised by their presence. But this crystallizer-like room was inhabited. Han-sen saw a person inside. Han-sen did not know if the person was dead or alive, as he was standing inside a tank made of crystal. The tank was full of liquid, which surrounded and supported the man. The man had short black hair, and he was clad in a set of crystal armor. It looked similar to the one Han-sen had taken from Tina. Aside from that, there was nothing outstanding about the man. By all accounts, he looked like an ordinary human. There were no extra physical abnormalities that would have suggested him to be a creature or spirit. Is that a human? Han-sen was not sure. He used his Dongshin aura to scan the tank. Strangely, his senses could not penetrate the surface. He was unable to get a reading of the man's energy and determine if he was alive. But when Han-sen approached the tank, he heard a voice. It said, "The machine has an error. God's baptism cannot be completed. Please wait or turn back." Han-sen looked around, unsure of where the voice had come from, but Han-sen could definitely tell it was an owl of sorts. It wasn't the voice of something living. Han-sen chose not to leave just yet, though. This place surprised him, and the wait could give him a chance to understand the place some more. Something must have happened there, which had resulted in the crystallizer equipment breaking. If I am correct, this crystal tank is the equipment used for God's baptism. Han-sen walked around the room, thinking. After a brief examination, he turned his attention back to the tank. Han-sen was confused. He wasn't sure if the man in the tank was a person supposedly undergoing the baptism, or if he was the operator of the room. What happened here? Why is this place broken? Is it living or dead? Han-sen had a lot of questions. The room did not look damaged, and there was nothing special there aside from the man in the tank. Connection to control room has been successfully established. Would you like to open the door? The beetle symbol on Han-sen's hand began to glow, and then the voice of the owl sounded again. Open. Han-sen was happy about this. He was now sure that place belonged to the crystallizers. It looks like the sanctuary has a connection to the crystallizers. I just don't know if they discovered the sanctuary like humans did, or if they actually created it. Han-sen looked at the light from the beetle, lost in thought. A crystal wall parted silently. Han-sen looked towards it and was surprised. There were many crystallizer buildings beyond the wall, but many had been brought to ruin. The place was crumbled and broken. Han-sen commanded the beetle to walk him around, as there were no perfect machines or buildings there. All the structures there were large, and they were similar to what could be found in the Forbidden City. The further Han-sen ventured through that place, the more ruins and destruction there was to witness. Han-sen eventually came to a ruin that was in better condition than the others. After Han-sen came to the edge of the building, he looked out and saw something very strange. There was a sky out there. It wasn't strange to see the sky, as the sanctuary had a sky. But the sanctuary's sky was different from the sky of a normal planet. There were many planets in space, but no one knew what was above the sky in the sanctuary. Han-sen stood where he was, looking out into space. It looked just like the space he could see from any planet in the Alliance, but the stars he could see from there seemed closer than usual. It made him feel suppressed, somewhat. Han-sen flew up into the sky and took a look at the crystallizer buildings from above. He noticed the place had been built atop a meteor, and it was actually floating through space. Han-sen did not know if he was in the Alliance, though, as there were no constellations he could see that were familiar to him. Han-sen summoned his beetle. After entering, he brought out his map of the galaxy. He only wanted to give it a go and see if it worked, And it did. The map displayed his location without issue. Han Sen was in a system called the Yichuan system. There were 7 or 8 areas there that had been taken by the Alliance. Han Sen determined the specific place he was in, a barren stretch of space that the Alliance hadn't yet claimed. But at least he knew now that he was back in the Alliance. It would take a long time to get to familiar territory from where he was. It would be annoying to go back, so Han Sen remained on the meteor. The beetle scanned the meteor, and Han Sen learned that the meteor was once part of a planet that had shattered. The crystallizer buildings were part of a big control room, and this was all that was now left of it. Han Sen couldn't learn anything more amidst those ruins, so he returned to the room. He checked out the man in the tank. The armor the man wore was a Geno armor, and that meant he was not in the top 10 son of gods. He hadn't come there for a baptism. Then who is he? Was he one of the people that once controlled this place? Or was he perhaps an invader? Han Sen looked at the man. Han Sen did not know if he was living or not, so he didn't dare open the tank. To be able to own Geno armor, you had to be very powerful. Han Sen wasn't confident. He wasn't in the 5th sanctuary, and he could not make use of his own Geno armor. Han Sen had a set of crystal armor, but his body could not harness a sufficient amount of power to make use of it efficiently. As Han Sen mulled what to do, he heard the sound of Kacha. Something broke, and then he witnessed the crystal tank open. The crystal tank, that was as tall as a tree, started to open up from the upper regions. When the tank opened, the liquid didn't splash out as Han Sen had expected. Instead, it hovered in the air, remaining inside the now open tank. Han Sen looked at the man with caution. As he was thinking about whether or not to leave, the man opened his eyes. A pair of black eyes stared at Han Sen, and it made his heart jump. Splash! The man collapsed in front of Han Senator before Han Sen could react. The man was picking himself back up off the floor. The liquid inside the tank had been an almost jelly-like substance. It remained in the open tank, just wobbling in place. None of it actually came spilling out. Who are you? You have walked into the main control room. You know you will die for this, don't you? The man spoke to Han Sen with the human language. Before Han Sen could respond, the man saw the open door. Outside, he saw that the exterior had become a total ruin. When he noticed that, the expression on his face changed. Betrayer! You must die! The man was enraged. His armor emanated with a scary power, and he tried throwing a punch at Han Sen. Betrayer! Han Sen wanted to explain, but he could feel that the power headed for him was far too strong. If he stood and spoke, he'd most likely end up dead. Han Sen summoned his white crystal armor and threw a punch to intercept the man's fist. He felt as if he had hit a train, and the sheer force sent him flying away. His body hit a crystal wall, and he ricocheted off into an open plane of space. He flew so far away, and when he finally came to a stop, he heaved blood. The blood floated in the empty air around him. There was no gravity, so it didn't fall. It looked rather strange. The man came right before Han Sen and threw another punch. Han Sen thought the man was too damn strong. He was far stronger than Han Sen, and he had Geno armor. It looked as if he was the one who could utilize the full strength of such a set of armor. Han Sen had yet to learn how to do this. Han Sen transformed into Super King Spirit mode and combined with Little Angel. Then he used the Blood Pulse Sutra. Even with all that, he was still at a disadvantage. He was punched another 2 times, and more blood came out with each hit. Stop it! I'm not a betrayer of any kind. I came here for a baptism. Han Sen exclaimed. It was okay to have an enemy, but it wasn't okay for him to be framed for something he hadn't done. He wasn't who the man thought he was. Pa! You are trying to find an excuse now? How can a creature from the sanctuary possess a Geno armor? You are not a creature from the sanctuary. The man did not believe Han Sen, and he continued throwing punches. The man's skill was average, and he wasn't particularly dexterous. It was his strength that was incredible and his speed, too. Han Sen had to use his Dongshen Sutra and Phoenix techniques to keep up with the man. Han Sen knew he couldn't win, though, and the best he could do was kite the maniac. When Han Sen actually did try to punch his enemy, his fist couldn't make a dent. Someone else gave me this armor. It isn't mine. If this was my own armor, shouldn't I be able to use its power? Why aren't I? Han Sen tried his best to explain, despite the blood oozing from his aching mouth. The man froze and came to a total stop. He looked at Han Sen and asked, "You really are a creature from the fourth god sanctuary?" "Yes. Follow me if you don't believe me. I won first place in Divinity's bout. I took the passage that opened for me to get here." As Han Sen spoke, he wiped the blood away. The man heard what he was told, but he ignored Han Sen after that. He raced back into a room amidst the ruins and came back shortly after. "I am sorry. You really did become the first son of God. It is my mistake." The man rubbed his nose and felt rather sorry for what he'd done. "What is going on?" Han Sen asked the man. The man frowned. "I don't know either. I was in charge, overlooking the C3 control room. While I was soaking in the genofluid, the control room vibrated. Some power went inside me, and I must have fainted. When I woke up, I saw you. The place was like this." "What is your identity?" Han Sen noticed the guy wasn't fully awake, but he still wanted to ask the man questions. Han Sen still treated him with suspicion, but he listened. The man said, "I am a soldier from the 3rd Division Special Forces." "Which are you from?" "3rd Division? Which one is that?" Han Sen was in the Special Forces, but there were many 3rd Divisions. He didn't know which one was being referred to. He had never heard of a regiment named so simply in the Alliance. "How many 3rd Divisions do the crystallizers have?" The man looked confused. "Crystallizer." Han Sen was shocked, but he didn't shout it out and make his astonishment look obvious. He looked at the man and said, "You are of the crystallizer's 3rd Division? Are you not a crystallizer?" The man looked annoyed, but he went on to say, "What happened here? Why is the main control room in such a state?" Han Sen was shocked. The man before him was a living crystallizer. Han Sen had guessed they might look like humans, but he never expected them to look identical. Han Sen even thought the man might have been tricking him. He did look exactly like a human after all. "Brother, I'm going to tell you something, but don't get mad when I do," Han Sen said, looking at the man. "Go on." The man nodded and looked serious. Han Sen thought even if he didn't try to explain how things were, the man would find out eventually. There was no need for him to lie. So Han Sen told him about the galaxy. The man listened to every word spoken, but his face turned green and pale like a light show. After Han Sen explained, the man said, "It looks like we lost, then." "Lost? To who?" Han Sen asked. He didn't reply to Han Sen, he just stared at him. After a while, Han Sen's skin flared up with goosebumps. "I'm certainly handsome, but you still shouldn't look at me like that," Han Sen thought. "Can you help me with one thing?" the man asked. "It depends, but if I can help you, I will," Han Sen said. "If it is possible, can you take me with you? I want to integrate with modern society." When the man asked this, he looked very embarrassed. Han Sen almost choked. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. The man sounded like a school kid that had just graduated from school. He was a crystallizer with geno armor, and Han Sen thought it was strange that the man was making such a simple request. "Don't worry, I won't live there for free. When I have grown accustomed to things, I will pay you back," the man said. Han Sen heard him and coughed. He then said, "Brother, that is not the issue. You can stay with us as long as you want. I have plenty of money, so that's okay. But I have a question. This place is far away from the Alliance, and there is no easy way home. Can you go through the sanctuary and come back with me that way?" The man shook his head. "I can't go there, but you can tell me where to head. If you do that, I can fly there with my geno armor." "Okay, but might you get into trouble?" Han Sen sounded worried. He was an elite that could destroy planets. The barons wouldn't kill him, but if he started a fight in the Alliance, who knew what terrible things might occur in the fallout? The man smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm a soldier. I have principles. And due to humans being quite close to crystallizers, I wouldn't think of harming you guys. That isn't what I meant. I mean, why don't you wait here so I can get you an identity? I can come and pick you up, too. How does that sound? Hansen told him. Okay. The man nodded, and he seemed to be in a pleasant mood. What is your name? Hansen asked. My name is Stay Up Late, the man said naturally. Stay up late. Hansen was rather confused by this. He couldn't tell if the man was joking or not. Stay Up Late's temper was still okay, so Hansen wished to ask more of him. He asked, did the crystallizers create the sanctuary? And what is its purpose? Stay Up Late shook his head. Half and half. The sanctuary already existed. We just made use of it. It was supposed to be a place we could fall back to. But now it is our last hope. What does that mean? Hansen asked, not understanding. Stay Up Late said, the galaxy is a lot more complicated than you think. The galaxy is a part of the sanctuary, so we're still inside it if you exit the actual sanctuary. The man stopped talking, and this tease made Hansen's heart jump in his chest. He asked, what will happen? You can see the result. Look at what happened to us, the crystallizers. Stay Up Late looked glum. Hansen's face went slack. You mean, there are even stronger races in existence? Something beyond the capabilities of the crystallizers. Stay Up Late had a wry smile, and he said, did you ever think about why the sanctuary is called sanctuary? Hansen's face pale. Someone had researched this question before, but the answer was inconclusive. Could have been anything. The theory that was most agreed upon said that the sanctuary worked to contain the most powerful creatures, and in doing so, ensured the safety of the galaxy. But now, it seemed as if the creatures inside the sanctuary were actually being protected from something outside of it. And that applied to humans, too. Hansen asked a few more questions, but the man got annoyed. He said to Hansen, think of it like this. The sanctuaries are kindergarten. Hansen froze. Took him a while to understand what he meant, but when Hansen asked something further, the man claimed he did not know. But Hansen thought there'd be plenty of time to ask him questions in the future, and he'd learn all there was to know from him eventually. I soaked inside the geno fluid for far too long, but it doesn't seem as if it is working anymore. If it was working, it could purify your body through a process known as God's baptism. Stay Up Late sighed, looking at the tank. You said humans are a small tribe of crystallizers. What does that mean? Hansen was not interested in genofluid, so he asked this instead. Stay Up Late shook his head and did not answer. He just pointed at the path and said, you go back now and come pick me up. Hansen knew he wouldn't get the answers he wanted right now, so he did as the man said and returned to the Marshall Hall. After going back, Hansen had no time to do anything else. He purchased an Alliance citizenship forgery and bought a house on another planet for the man. He didn't dare keep Stay Up Late near him, since Hansen knew that he wouldn't be able to beat the man until he reached the 5th sanctuary. The thought of having him stay in Hansen's house was like sleeping with a ticking time bomb by his side. Hansen didn't think Stay Up Late was a bad person, but he knew he should take precautions. He didn't buy a house on his own planet for the man. When everything was prepared, Hansen flew the beetle to pick him up. The beetle had a built-in map, which was good, because he might not have been able to find the man if he had to rely upon the navigation capabilities of an Alliance ship. Hansen flew the beetle to Stay Up Late, picked him up, and returned to the Alliance's inhabited space. Han placed the man in his new house and stayed with him for a few days to get him settled and show him how to live an ordinary life. When Hansen found an excuse to leave the planet and return to Han Manor, Stay Up Late was there waiting for him. Why are you here? Hansen looked at him coldly. Don't worry. I'm not hostile. If I wanted to murder, no human in existence could stop me. Right? Stay Up Late smiled. What is that supposed to mean? Hansen asked, putting out his hand. My mission is to protect the main control room and the first son of God. I have to observe you, so allow me to live with you, Stay Up Late said. Why do you have to watch me? Hansen asked. I am looking for a qualifier, Stay Up Late answered. What qualifier? Hansen's heart jumped. The diary he had found mentioned something similar to that. The diary must have been written by a crystallizer also in search of a qualifier. It seemed like this qualifier was something important to the crystallizers. It means what it means, Stay Up Late said nonchalantly. There was nothing Han Sen could do, though. He couldn't beat the man, so he had no choice but to take the man home with him. With Stay Up Late around, Han Sen didn't dare go anywhere. He was afraid that if he left, Stay Up Late might harm his family. Fortunately, though, there was no explicit need for Han Sen to return to the sanctuary, due to the fact he had already maxed out his Geno points. He could practice with hyper-Geno arts from the comfort of his own home. Stay Up Late did not do anything outstanding. And while he was living with Han Sen, he actually helped out with the housework. Not long after, the man had gotten used to the livelihoods of humans. He even found employment for himself at a high-class hotel, where he could be a waiter. A waiter's profession was not to be underestimated, either, particularly in those days. Waiters were a luxury, and had very high-paying wages. But Stay Up Late still wished to live with Han Sen, something that made Han Sen feel perpetually odd. Han Sen, is there a place I might be able to test my power without leaving a result or record? Stay Up Late asked Han Sen out of the blue one day. If you'd like to go, there is a place I can take you to perform a private test. The data won't be recorded and won't be known by anyone in the Alliance. No one will see your numbers. Han Sen himself was quite curious about the man's power. If it isn't too much trouble, please take me there, Stay Up Late said. Of course. Han Sen agreed. He took an aircraft to a training room owned by Fang Jingqi. The Fang family had a lot of different business ventures, but Fang Jingqi was not there, currently. Fang Xueshi worked in the training room, though, and that saved Han Sen some trouble. Fang Xueshi took the pair to an enclosed, private testing place. Then, the recording devices were turned off. Brother Sen, I am leaving now. Call me with this if there is anything else you require. Fang Xueshi then gave Han Sen a communication device. Okay. But do you have time later? Let's call Dan Feng and get something to eat. We haven't had a get-together in a long time, Han Sen said. Okay. Let me give Brother Fang a shout. We will leave once you are done, Fang Xueshi said with a smile. After he left, Han Sen pointed to the machines and explained their functions. They were professional, state-of-the-art technologies. They could accurately gauge high levels of force, up to 100,000. That being said, Han Sen knew the strength test would be useless. Stay Up Late gave the power tester a good hit. Then, the machine immediately hit the max number. The other tests displayed similar ridiculousness. Most of them were maxed out, and so there was no way for Han Sen to tell what the exact number of his power was. But that was because he was making use of his Geno armor. If he did not use it, his body would only be a bit stronger than a top-tier demigod. But when he wore the Geno armor, his power really was nuts. Since you are here, why don't you give it a test? Stay Up Late asked Han Sen after his own tests were concluded. Okay. Han Sen knew Stay Up Late wished to see his results, and it wasn't as if Han Sen was going to keep his abilities a secret. Han Sen actually fancied knowing how high his fitness level was. Anyway, Han Sen walked in front of the power tester. He gathered up his power and punched it hard. Stay Up Late looked at Han Sen's data. He didn't allow his expression to change at all, but he was absolutely shocked on the inside. A body with these statistics can qualify him to be a new soldier. And all the data is really WH distributed. It is very rare to see someone's fitness be so well balanced. He is most certainly qualified. If he could gather Geno armor, he might be able to go out. Stay Up Late retreated into thought after viewing Han Sen's statistics. Stay Up Late watched Han Sen finish his tests, and as he did, his eyes sparkled. After the test was done, Han Sen, Fang Xueshi, and Zhang Danfeng went to meet with each other. Stay Up Late, in the meantime, went home. He wasn't going to follow them. When Han Sen entered the sanctuary next, a month had passed. Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Coin had all reached superclass. Bulwark Umbrella had yet to hit that prestige, though. Han Sen thought he could go and accept challenges in the Fourth God Sanctuary to level up the Umbrella and the Dongxian Sutra, but Dragon Lady asked him for help first. That was why he had come. Dragon Lady brought Han Sen to Starcloud Field. That was far away from Han Sen's own shelter. There were no powerful creatures or spirits there. Han Sen was there because Dragon Lady fancied being Emperor class now. The only thing she was missing was a certain key ingredient to leveling up. Dragon Lady thought she could summon her ingredient to level up, but she did not know how well the summoning would go. She knew that it'd be a berserk super creature once it was summoned correctly, though, and for that, she'd require Han Sen's help. She was not confident she had the ability to kill one by herself. To avoid the creature causing harm to the shelter, they had gone all that way to Starcloud Field. It was in the middle of nowhere. "Are you ready? I am going to summon it." Dragon Lady out on the field asked Han Sen. "Yes." Han Sen nodded. After receiving her answer, Dragon Lady summoned the ingredient. Han Sen had seen Dragon Lady summon ingredients many times. Even before he met her, Serpent Throne simulated her and did the same thing to summon ingredients as she did. As a result, he wasn't surprised. But this one was special. When she began the summoning ritual, the bright afternoon suddenly turned into night. The sky was cloaked in blood-red clouds, like a crimson sea of thrashing waves. They blotted the sun and covered the entire sky. The whole region was dyed red. Han's son looked up into the sky, and from the bloody waves, a crack formed in the atmosphere. A scary energy came out from that tear, and it sent a chill running down his spine. Dragon Lady's face looked morbid. She had known that she'd end up summoning something powerful, but seeing all that was still a shock for her. A blood-red talon came swinging through the rip, and then the rest of a red body. When it came out in its entirety, it roared into the sky. Roar! Han Sen and Dragon Lady, after seeing it, were both surprised. This was far different than what they were expecting. The creature was actually like a wolf, and its size was no larger than an ordinary dog. But despite that, it was very red. So red, it looked as if it had been painted. After the blood dog roared, it leaped towards Dragon Lady. She was the one who had summoned the beast, so naturally, it made her its first target. It was Dragon Lady's ingredient, and thus, Dragon Lady was its ingredient. Blood Dog looked very angry and very murderous. It was like a red beam of light when it jumped at Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady made a call, lifted her fork, and thrust it towards the enemy. It became a light of its own, and it pierced right through the dog's body. She then lifted the dog's body into the air. It happened in a millisecond. The blood dog's body suddenly split up into multiple parts, and they all became smaller bloodbats. They then flew towards Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady was not weak. She was a king spirit, after all. She was also one of the strongest king spirits there was. Seeing the bloodbats come towards her, though, she couldn't help but scream. She summoned a big pot out of the sky and used it to trap the bloodbats inside. In the next second, Dragon Lady flipped the palms of her hands over. A fire began to blaze at the bottom of the pot, with the intent of cooking the bats that were trapped inside. The bats inside all gathered up together, becoming a blood dog once more. With canine strength, it leaped up and knocked the lid open. Then the beast leaped towards Dragon Lady once more. Dragon Lady summoned a cleaver and a frying pan. With both of them held akimbo, she did battle with the dog as if she was using a sword and shield. Han Sen was surprised by what he was seeing. It was rare to see a spirit with so many different genocores. It was almost as if she had more than Han Sen. That being said, she had told Han Sen that her genocore was a set, while it did look as if she had many genocores. All her summoned cooking utensils were from the same genocore. Because of that, she could only take one rank on the leaderboards, unlike Han Sen. With that magical genocore and the power she possessed, the king-class Dragon Lady was able to do combat with Blood Dog. The field they were on was an unfortunate place for them to be, though. When volatile powers were cast, the ground was churned inside out and destroyed. Scars were left everywhere across the landscape, and it was difficult to find an open space with decent footing. Dragon Lady's fork could not stop the dog for long, so she tried slashing it, but when she did, Blood Dog again became a swarm of bats. They raced towards her and bit her. When that was done, they reverted to the shape of a dog again. Blood Dog looked immortal, and Dragon Lady's methods left her unable to do anything significant. If that were to continue, it was only a matter of time before she lost. Han Sen was in no rush to fight, though. That was because Blood Dog had immortal powers. Even if he did strike, it did not seem as if it would help. He knew he'd have to find a weak spot first. Physical power did not seem to work. Dragon Lady's cleaver had whacked the beast a few times, and she had even brought it down on the monster's neck. But none of that seemed to do a speck of damage. Any blood that was sprayed would turn into bats, and they'd fly back to the dog and heal. After watching the beast for a while, Han Sen could not determine its weak spot. Dragon Lady was also starting to struggle. So, Han Sen decided to summon Golden Growler and see how capable he was at fighting. Normally, Mount Beast souls could not fight. But Golden Growler was different. When it was summoned, Golden Growler roared. It ran towards Blood Dog with insane speed. It was a far faster creature than Blood Dog was. Blood Dog wished to dodge Golden Growler, but Golden Growler already had its mouth open. While its body was the same size as an ordinary lion, its maw opened to the size of a house. Blood Dog was unable to dodge, and it was scooped up by Golden Growler's mouth in a flash. Then it was chewed up. There was a wretched, crunching sound, as if the bones were all being broken. "Don't eat it. It's my ingredient," Dragon Lady quickly said. She was worried Golden Growler would swallow the dog and she'd lose her precious ingredient. It didn't happen, though. Golden Growler was only able to chew it for a while, before a swarm of bats came flying out of its mouth. When the bats reformed to the shape of a hound again, Blood Dog looked at Golden Growler with obvious fear. It wanted to fly and escape. Blood Dog was incredibly fast, and it far outpaced Dragon Lady, who was left unable to keep up. "Get up!" Han Sen mounted Golden Growler and spoke to Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady jumped up behind Han Sen, and Golden Growler carried them both in the pursuit of Blood Dog. It was much faster than the summoned creature. But the dog was very devious. It kept changing direction, and the lumbering Golden Growler was unable to keep up with that. When Dragon Lady got close to Blood Dog, she slashed towards it, but attacks such as that would not work on the fiend. "Do you have a way to kill it?" Dragon Lady asked with a rush. She was obviously unable to kill it, and she had no choice but to ask Han Sen. "I don't know how to kill it either. Blood Dog is invincible, it would seem. It'll be very hard to kill." Han Sen shook his head, as he hadn't had any promising ideas yet. Dragon Lady kept trying to kill Blood Dog. None of her attempts worked. Golden Growler chased the creature for 10,000 miles. Blood Dog kept running and running, until it suddenly came to an abrupt stop, turned around and smiled at them. Han Sen and Dragon Lady were given a spooky shock by that smile. It wasn't really a smile. It was more of a cruel, menacing grin. It was an evil display that only looked like a smile. It was, in fact, very scary. Golden Growler was not afraid, though. It continued after Blood Dog. The Blood Dog jumped toward the mountain in front of it, and when the Blood Dog hit the cliffside, it fell inside. The wall did not break. It was like the dog could just fall through the walls. Golden Growler was unable to do this, and when he came against the wall, he came crashing into it. Han Sen had a blackout, but he opened his bulwark umbrella to prevent any follow-up sneak attacks. When Han Sen's consciousness returned, he discovered that he had not been attacked. But what he saw surprised him and Dragon Lady both. Behind the wall was not an underground labyrinth. It was just a field. There were lots of fallen buildings there. There was half a tower scattered across the ground, and a palace comprised of slopes. There were many stone constructs there, but they were all in ruin. It did not look as if they had been built there, though. It was more as if someone had just thrown them all away, and dropped them there upon the field. Han Sen didn't see where Blood Dog went to. He looked around and eventually found a human that was half buried in the soil. It was actually the effigy of a woman. She was adorned with a crown that was reminiscent of the sun. One of her hands held a book, and the other held a torch above her head. There were a few more statues about, but they were all destroyed. Han Sen looked at the buildings and the statues, and he frowned. The style of the rock was similar to that which he found in the Valley of Time. The stone was very similar. Golden Growler went sniffing around the ground. It seemed to be tracking Blood Dog's scent, and after a while, it began running forward. Broken stone buildings were everywhere, and their presence there made Han Sen frown. Golden Growler kept moving, and after 100 miles, there was a large number of stone tablets scattered across a clearing. The stone tablets weren't tidily placed, and many of them were even upside down. But they were the only objects in that place that featured text. Han Sen made Golden Growler slow down. Due to the fact that Golden Growler had to follow a scent to stay on track, he reeled him in a little. If he continued, it'd be hard to find Blood Dog. Han Sen observed the tablets that featured ancient text, the sorts of languages Han Sen had learned long ago. Some parts of the tablets were missing, but many were still readable. Emir defeated. Han Sen thought that was strange. There was only the name of someone and the word defeated. The tablet didn't look like a gravestone, but it didn't look like a memorial plaque, either. Han Sen found it odd. He didn't know who the supposed Emir character was. Han Sen checked out a few of the other tablets that were nearby. One of them said, Velis defeated. Aside from the change in name, all the others were the same as well. Han Sen frowned and continued checking out the other tablets. They all seemed to contain a name and the word defeated after. Ji defeated, Gautama defeated, Merrily defeated, Ginger defeated, Brahma defeated, Zeus defeated. All of those names were on the tattered tablets, but there was nothing distinguishing about them. They did give him a cold feeling, though, and it made him feel as if he had stepped back in time. It felt like a certain sadness permeated the atmosphere of that place. Han Sen did not know who or what those names belonged to, and he did not know how those folks might have been defeated. Aside from their names, nothing else was left behind. After going through all the tablets, there was a bronze palace. It wasn't as broken as the rest of the place, but it was still worn around the edges. There were the scrapes of a battle all across it, but it hadn't been hewn or broken. The palace seemed to be in good condition, all things considered. It was in the middle of the plain, but one half seemed to have sunken into the earth. One wall was stuck in the soil. Golden Growler followed the scent, which led them straight to the bronze palace. He gave a quiet rumble to Han Sen, as if to indicate Blood Dog was inside. Han Sen checked the exterior of the bronze palace first. There was a big title above the door which said, Hero Spirit Hall. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this, Dragon Lady said, observing the palace ahead. Han Sen nodded. He felt rather unsafe as well. The Dongxian aura had difficulty scanning inside the palace, so he was unable to determine whether or not Blood Dog was on the inside. The creature you summoned. Where did it come from? Han Sen asked Dragon Lady. Dragon Lady gave a wry smile. I don't know. My ingredients are random. I never know exactly what I will summon, and I don't know where they come from. After that, Dragon Lady looked towards the Hero Spirit Hall. I think something is amiss. This place is too weird. It'd be best if we just left. We can try again another time. Han Sen wished to say something, but before he spoke, he heard a sound. The tightly shut door suddenly started opening up. Han Sen and Dragon Lady stared at the gap of the opening gate. Golden Growler growled at the sight ahead. Tap. One hand suddenly appeared, pushing the door open. Han Sen looked at the hand that was holding the bronze door and noticed that it was rather skeletal in its appearance. Although it had kept the shape of a hand, the skin was thin and dried up against the bone. It was like birch bark and it looked creepy. It looked dead. The hand grabbed the bronze door and slowly opened it. As the door opened toward them, Han Sen saw beyond it. He couldn't see much, but a massive support pillar with visible holding up the roof. The bronze door opened halfway, and when it did, Han Sen could see the master of the hand. It was a being that was garbed with a black cloak. Aside from the hand, Han Sen couldn't discern anything more about its body. The entire being was wrapped up by that same cloak. All Han Sen could truly notice was the rough outline of its body, which looked rather human. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura again, but he was unable to feel anything. The man in the black cloak looked dead. It was as if he had no life force. "Since you are here, come on in." The cloaked man opened the bronze gate fully now, and he stood at the entrance as he spoke. He looked toward Han-san and the others before making a clanging, metallic sound. It was quite spooky. "What is your name?" Han-san asked the cloaked man, very alert. "I am already dead. So what would be the purpose of having a name? If you require one, refer to me as the guardian spirit." The creepiness of the cloaked man's voice would strike so much fear into a person. Their teeth would chatter. He lowered his head as he spoke, too. His face was fully concealed by the hood, like a spirit haunting a graveyard. "Guardian spirit, who are you protecting?" When Hansen heard the name, he didn't feel any better. He wasn't quite willing to step forward, either. "I am not guarding anyone now," Guardian Spirit said coldly. Hansen frowned and gave the man another look. Then, he pointed to the tablets and asked, "Are you guarding them?" Guardian Spirit suddenly laughed quite strangely and said, "Yes and no. I guard them, but I don't guard them." "What does that mean?" Hansen asked with a frown. "You'll know if you come and see." Guardian Spirit was still laughing quite strangely. "Whatever you're guarding, I can't say I'm interested," Hansen said, and then patted his golden growler as an indication it was time to leave. Turned around and started to. The place was weird. Hansen thought he was invincible in the fourth god's sanctuary. But there were still many strange and creepy things occupying that realm. And so, Hansen did not think he could kill everything. After he saw Stay Up Late, he knew he was not as immortal as he fancied himself. "Even though you are here, you do not want to take a look?" Guardian Spirit asked quietly. Hansen ignored him and hurried Golden Growler away. But he walked so slow now, like some phantom force of power was them back. Golden Growler began to slide backward. He slid all the way back until they were pulled right inside the Bronze Palace. Hansen summoned his overbearing shield and Split Blade, then transformed into Fallen Slaughter. Split Blade was sent thrusting at Guardian Spirit. Split Blade went right into Guardian Spirit's body, but his body was actually like a genuine spirit's. The body faded away with the attack of that blade. Immediately, Hansen looked around. He was surprised at what he saw next. On the walls of the palace, there were many sets of crystal armor. The armors were all tarnished with damage. It made them seem as if they had all experienced a great deal of fighting. Upon those crystal sets of armor, Hansen could suddenly feel his battle mode begin to burn. It was like the crystal armor still possessed the urge to fight, and it began to burn him. That hall felt like the site of a great battle. Hansen, standing in the hall, felt as if he was surrounded by an army of foes, and he felt that the master of the army had been slaughtered in battle. What surprised Hansen the most was that the armors looked like the one he had procured off Tina. They might have possessed different powers, but they sure looked similar. "Are they all Geno armors?" Hansen was in shock. Guardian Spirit's body appeared again, directly in front of a blue set of armor. He was wreathed in lightning. He looked at the armor and said, "This is Zeus' armor. He was out there for 15 days before he fell." After that, Guardian Spirit walked towards a red set of armor, and he said, "This is Ginger's armor. He was out there for 19 days before he died." Guardian Spirit walked to each set of armor that could be seen, and told them who the armor belonged to. They were all the names of the tablets Hansen had seen earlier. Guardian Spirit told Hansen that they were indeed Geno armors, and it came as quite the surprise to him. After introducing the last armor, Guardian Spirit looked at Hansen and laughed. They were heroes as much as they were failures. They weren't able to get out. They were humiliated, and made to live here. "What do you mean they were unable to get out?" Hansen asked Guardian Spirit. "Get out of the sanctuary, of course," Guardian Spirit said coldly. He turned to look back at the armor and went on to say, "Their master died, but their armor still resides here. If you gain their approval, you may make use of them. They may have failed, but they did not want to lose. And they'd want nothing more than to fight again." "You are giving them to us?" Hansen looked at Guardian Spirit in shock. He thought he'd have to conduct a big fight, but it didn't seem as if there would be. It sounded as if he was going to be given the armor for nothing. If you can take them with you, they're yours. Having them here is useless anyway. Guardian Spirit's voice made people's teeth chatter. Thanks a lot, then. Han Sen did not feel guilty, so he waltzed up to the nearest set of armor and tried to lift it. Most people did not know about the power of Geno armors, but Han Sen did. The Bronze Palace was like a trove of treasure for Han Sen, and it was worth more than anything the Alliance could provide him. Han Sen picked up the red armor that once belonged to Ginger. There were 70 punctures and scrapes across it, and they all appeared to have been dealt by a sword. There were some piercings and dents across it, too. Pang! Han Sen, after gripping the armor and trying to lift it, was blasted away after it suddenly started glowing red. Han Sen felt a strong power crash into him, one he was unable to block. It was like he had been hit by a train, and he went barreling back into the stone. His ears rang and he was left seeing stars. Are you okay? Dragon Lady ran over to Han Sen and picked him up. I'm fine, Han Sen said. He shook his head to clear his vision. Trying to maintain conscious after that vicious blast, he directed his attention back to Guardian Spirit. It's fine if you don't want to give them to me, but why do that? Guardian Spirit laughed. They have a will of their own. I can't orchestrate their feelings. I told you that you'll need their approval if you are to take them. Han Sen frowned and stared at Guardian Spirit. He did not believe what he was being told. After he took Tina's Geno armor, none of this happened. He was able to just take it. Believe it or not, but I am who you see. I am Guardian Spirit. Lying to you would not gain me anything, Guardian Spirit said. I don't believe you. Han Sen gritted his teeth and tried taking another set of armor. The set of armor reacted the same way, and it blasted Han Sen away. The battle mood it possessed burned, and it clearly didn't want to be touched by Han Sen. But Han Sen wasn't going to give up so easily. He tried taking every single one. There were many of them, too. He was sure one of them had to suit him. But reality never aligned with Han Sen's ideals. After trying each and every armor, none were willing to accept him. His body had ended up all swollen, all for the gain of naught. As Han Sen's heart began to sink, Golden Growler walked forward and touched one of the armors. The armor was rather gold, but it was caked in green rust. Han Sen had tried grabbing it before, but it had blasted him away with gold light. Golden Growler's claws were grabbing the Geno core armor now. Han Sen thought Golden Growler would end up getting blasted away, but he didn't. The Geno armor was actually crushed beneath the might of his paws, like a simple golden snowflake. It blended into the skin of his body. Roar! When the entirety of that snowflake was absorbed by Golden Growler, he roared to the sky. The gold light appeared, and it manifested as a set of armor that would protect him. And then Golden Growler did indeed look like a lion clad in armor. That's not real, is it? It's weaker than little gold. Han Sen's eyes were open wide in astonishment, unable to believe what Golden Growler had managed to do. He couldn't believe it. He himself had tried so hard to procure the armors, but he had failed every time. Golden Growler randomly touched one, and it submitted to his ownership. That wasn't very fair. Guardian Spirit looked at Golden Growler in shock, and it was obvious he was thinking about something. Dragon Lady, you try as well, Han Sen said to her. He didn't have much hope she'd be successful, but he did hope he'd be able to take a few of the armors back with him. As he spoke, he also summoned Little Angel. If Golden Growler had been able to catalyze that reaction with the armor, there was a chance Little Angel could do the same. Golden, try to fetch the others, Han Sen asked Golden Growler, feeling greedy. Golden Growler, though, was unable to gain the approval of the others. Perhaps he was only able to forge a connection with the golden armor, or perhaps it was only possible for him to take one away with him. Before Little Angel moved to claim an armor, though, a Geno armor came to her. It went flying off the wall. Carried by a holy light, the holy light was immediately absorbed by Little Angel's body. That's not fair. How does that happen? Han Sen looked at Little Angel's holy light. It had become entwined with the Geno armor she was now wearing. With the increased volume of holy light all around her, she looked even more angelic. Dragon Lady was just as unfortunate as Han Senator. She tried many of the Geno armors, but failed each and every time. But just as it looked as if she was going to fail as many times as he had, Dragon Lady touched one armor in specific. It burst into flames and blended into her body. Damn! This sucks. Why can't I have them? This is impossible. Han Sen wanted to try touching the Geno armor again. The results were the same, though. No matter how hard Han Sen tried, he could not get the approval necessary to take the armor. Guardian Spirit looked at Golden Growler, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady, and spoke. Roar's Geno armor, Marilee's armor, and Emir's armor. Not bad. Han Sen just looked depressed. He comforted himself by saying, "These armors must have belonged to the losers of the crew. That's okay. I wouldn't want them anyway. Go. This is a hopeless place. Do not come back." Guardian Spirit began speaking again with his creepy voice. "Are you a crystallizer?" Han Sen asked Guardian Spirit. "I am dead. It does not matter who I was." After he said that, the gates of the hero's spirit hall suddenly opened. Then, a strong force of suction pulled them all the way out of there. Crash! Han Sen and the others were dropped to the ground. When they stood back up, they were on the plane they had reached before smashing through the wall that led to the hidden place. Han Sen stood up and touched the wall again. It was a cold rock and nothing more. They could no longer get back. Han Sen flew up and over the mountain. He realized with shock that the mountain was situated right atop the plain. There was only grass beyond it, and there were no ruins, tablets, or a hero's spirit hall. If it wasn't for Golden Growler still wearing his Geno armor, Han Sen would have believed that entire sequence to be some bizarre dream. They were now unable to locate Blood Dog and the ruins, which meant leveling up Dragon Lady had been a failed venture. Fortunately, she'd get another chance in the near future, and there was no need to rush it too much. And the fact she had obtained a Geno armor made up for that. It may have been a little weary looking, but it was a great find all the same. But after leaving the ruins, the glow of the Geno armors vanished. It seemed as if they had lost their powers. They couldn't be summoned in the general areas of the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen tried to clear his mind and think about these matters seriously. That ruin must not have originated in the fourth god's sanctuary, and Han Sen believed it must have belonged to the fifth sanctuary that existed in the Alliance's universe. Something must have occurred in the Alliance's universe, in which many things were destroyed. Similar to whatever had made a mess of Stay Up Late's control room. The same fate must have befallen the stone tablets and Hero's Spirit Hall. They must have been scattered across the sanctuaries. The Valley of Time might very well have been one of those places, too. What happened there? Han Sen did not have much information to go off of, though, so an absolute solution was not obtainable. Back in the shelter, Han Sen now wished to return to the Alliance. But he overheard Cheap Sheep and Green Cow in the midst of a discussion. "I really want to take a look. It must be scary and exciting at the same time." The sheepish character sounded rather hyped. "Brother Sheep, where did Death Goddess come from? She killed one of the 10 Son of Gods, Illusion Emperor. If she had joined Divinity's bout, perhaps she could have fought against Dollar." Green Cow mood. "She couldn't fight against Dollar, win, and obtain first place. Second place, sure. But I really can't believe she managed to kill Illusion Emperor with just one arrow. Her power must have been greater than Armored Man's," Sheep said. "It does not matter how strong she is alone. Her killing Illusion Emperor prompted the folk of Illusion to rally all sorts of elites to unify and kill her. I have heard they hired 2 super elite alphas," Green Cow said. Cheap Sheep nodded. "Illusion knows a lot of people. Their alpha is begging other alphas for help, and they will get it. But even if they didn't get the assistance of the other alphas, they'd be sent some sort of help. And I actually heard Illusion Elder found a way to kill her. If she doesn't relent, she is going to die. If she knew to relent, she wouldn't have been so bold as to tackle Illusion the way she did. She provoked the Emperor and killed him. She is strong to be able to kill him, But the alpha did not come out to fight her. And now, after all this time, he has found a way to do it and has thus asked so many elites to rally, so that they can all kill her together. Green Cow sighed. It is a shame we are too weak to participate. She could probably kill us with a mean stare. Still, I'd like to go and watch. It'll take 10,000 years to witness another event like this unfold. Cheap Sheep sighed. They followed Han Sen, and while they did have good stuff to eat, they were simply born too weak. They only had gold genocores, and they had yet to reach gemstone class. Cheap Sheep. Where will the illusion alpha plan to kill Death Goddess? Han Sen walked out and asked the sheep. He thought this entire thing sounded slightly weird. After Death Goddess was born, she did not know she was the Sacred Alpha's heir. But the people in Sacred should have recognized her. She had been out and about for a long time, and yet, strangely, the folk from Sacred had not gone out in search of her. That was strange. Boss, it'll be happening near Sunset Valley. The whole Fourth God Sanctuary should know, as many elites were invited by Illusion to go there. Cheap Sheep quickly answered. Green Cow said, that Death Goddess is way too cocky. She knows they are going to surround her there, and yet she hasn't changed course. She is going to die. Are people from Sacred joining the hunt? Han Sen asked. Cheap Sheep thought for a moment and then said, I think so. Someone saw Goddess and other Sacred elites heading for Sunset Valley. If you want to go and take a look, please take us with you. This shelter needs you guys. Who else could manage it if you are away? Han Sen smiled. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow smiled. They patted their chests and said, Don't worry then. With us here, this shelter will be taken care of with the utmost diligence. There is no need for you to worry. Yep. It's down to you too. Han Sen patted Cheap Sheep and Green Cow on their shoulders. He complimented them again, then returned to the alliance. Sacred is sending people to kill Death Goddess? It looks like they don't know she was the god egg that was stolen by Destroyer Wolf. Judging from her appearance and power, though, the Sacred leader should have recognized who she was. I wonder why he couldn't. Han Sen thought about this for a while. The next day, he collected Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star, and took them with him to Sunset Valley. Han Sen wanted to find out what was up with Death Goddess, and he fancied a bit of revenge. Han Sen felt more relaxed on his travel this time, and there was no rush or need to kill creatures along the way. He went straight for Sunset Valley uninterrupted. The title Sky Sword was not something without weight. Many creatures and spirits that might have thought to bother him ran away when they realized who was coming. When he neared the valley, many other elites had already shown up. Again, they did not provoke Han Sen, for they knew all about Sky Sword. Death Goddess would take an extra few days to reach Sunset Valley, but the reason for her delay wasn't explained. She was supposed to be traveling in a straight line to get there, so no one was really sure what was going on with her sluggishness. The super elites that were invited by Illusion had all gathered there. When Han Sen arrived, he was initially stopped. Sky Sword, what are you doing here? Illusion did not invite you. A beast belonging to Illusion had stopped Han Sen to question him. I go wherever I want. This isn't your territory, so you have no authority to control who comes and goes, Han Sen said coldly. The beast was maddened by that, but before he made a move, many scary life forces began to approach. One of them was the Illusion Elder. There were 3 elites that were of the same strength standing next to him. They must have been the other alphas. There were super elites like Goddess and elites from Sacred, too. Alpha-class elites did not participate in Divinity's bout, but they were incredibly powerful, and they definitely had the abilities to match a son of God. But their numbers there meant Han Sen couldn't do anything. Sky Sword, Illusion has no quarrel with you. If you are here to help, we appreciate it, and your contributions will be rewarded. If not, please do us a favor and return to whence you came. The Illusion Elder spoke to Han Sen with a frown. You do your thing. I'll watch and not interfere. We won't bother each other. After Han Sen said that, he set up an airbed and took out a bunch of snacks to munch on. Bower and Little Silver dug right in, chowing down as if they were there for a proper picnic. Those of Illusion were enraged, and the other elites frowned sternly. The elder stopped the members from doing anything, though, and he said, "Focus on your mission. If he doesn't enter the valley, just leave him be." After that, Illusion Elder looked at Hansen one last time, and then returned deeper into the valley. Hansen stayed outside the valley, waiting for Death Goddess to arrive. There were many elites waiting in Sunset Valley to kill Death Goddess, and there was no need to risk having them all as enemies. When the target appeared, he'd also have a chance to sneak in. But Hansen was not being lazy there. When night fell, he used his Dongxian aura to hide himself. Then, he snuck into Sunset Valley in the hopes of seeing what they were all up to. They could surely take Death Goddess down anywhere, if they had a plan. So, there had to be a reason for them choosing Sunset Valley for a showdown. After Hansen snuck inside, he noticed there was a surprising number of elites. There were far more than what he had seen from the outside. There had to be at least 100. And there were a few alphas amongst them, too. A formation like this was something even Hansen would think twice about attacking. Even if Hansen was not afraid of fighting against large numbers, he didn't know what genocores the alphas possessed. If they had special powers, not being able to use Super King Spirit would put him at a major disadvantage. After sneaking across a distance of a few hundred miles, Hansen saw an ancient mirror in the valley. That mirror was around 100 meters tall. It was gleaming brightly, reflecting the activity of everyone before it. But due to its size, its length partitioned the valley. What are they doing with such a big mirror here? What kind of genocore is that? Hansen thought about it for a while, but he had no idea what the giant mirror might have been used for. Not far away from the mirror, the elders rested. A few of the alphas were in deep discussion. They were all holding a big flag that was caked in dust. Due to the sound of the flag rippling in the breeze, Hansen could not discern what they were talking about. Hansen hugged the wall and did not move. He cast the Dongxian Sutra to see if he could listen through the noise generated by the flag and hear what they were saying. The flag was powerful, and Hansen's Dongxian aura could not work on it. Just as he was disappointed about this, he overheard another two from Illusion having a discussion. "This time we have 4 alphas and the ancient mirror. I really think we can kill Death Goddess and achieve vengeance." "Oh yeah, so what is this ancient sky mirror? Can it suppress Death Goddess arrows? If they can't be stopped, we will be injured even if we can't kill her." "Don't worry, it'll work. Ancient Sky Mirror is Ancient Sky Emperor's genocore. With the mirror here, we don't have to be afraid of Death Goddess." "Why is that?" The Alpha said it was a secret, but we'll find out soon enough. Hansen listened to a bit more but learned nothing useful. Then, he decided to leave Sunset Valley. But Hansen had already figured out that the ancient sky mirror was for the alphas to restrict her. In the next 2 days, more and more powerful creatures entered Sunset Valley, and from time to time members of Illusion sent messages back and forth. The activity in the valley continued to increase, and it seemed that the Death Goddess should be very close to here. Hansen did not enter the valley. The people on both sides had nothing to do with him. When the fighting started, Hansen would kill his enemies and leave. He didn't care much about anything else. On the 3rd day, Hansen saw the Illusion Elder and 3 other alphas take their people out of the valley. The expressions of all the creatures were very dignified, and they looked like they were facing a major enemy. It seems that Death Goddess is coming soon. Hansen's gaze also followed them to the distant mountains, and a dark spot gradually appeared on the horizon. Because she wasn't moving very fast, it was a long time before Hansen could see the true appearance of the black spot. Her black hair was like a waterfall. She wore black armor with a pair of crow-like black wings behind her. Holding a black bow and arrow in her hand, she looked like an archer from hell. However, Hansen's focus wasn't on her weapons. The delicate facial features looked exactly the same as when Hansen first saw them, but the eyes were not as hollow as before. The black eyes were bright and pure, and Hansen could not see through them. If a person only looked at her eyes, she would never remind anyone of the Death Goddess that terrified everyone in the 4th God's sanctuary. Seeing Death Goddess, even the Illusion Elder was intimidated. Despite their preparations, Death Goddess's face still made the gathered elites feel a little uneasy. The illusion elder waved slightly, and all the elites moved to their assigned positions and turned toward the entrance of Sunset Valley. The ancient mirror was the only thing that gave the illusion elder the confidence to attempt to kill Death Goddess. Otherwise, Death Goddess arrows might wipe out their forces before they even got close enough to kill her. That would be too much of a risk. But with this mirror, they didn't have to be afraid of her. When the Emperor of Heaven used this mirror to roam the fourth sanctuary in ancient times, no one could hurt him. If the Emperor of Heaven hadn't failed to advance to the fifth sanctuary, the ancient sky mirror wouldn't have been left behind. However, because the attributes of the ancient sky mirror were so special, only elites with the same attributes could use it. That was why the illusion elder chose Sunset Valley. There was a moon spring in Sunset Valley, and the power contained in the moon spring was the same as that of the ancient sky mirror. The illusion elder used the power of the moon spring to operate the mirror. The elites invited by the illusion elder knew the power of the ancient sky mirror, so even if it was a powerful being like Death Goddess, they were not afraid. All of them summoned their courage and prepared for the battle. They were keen to fight Death Goddess. Han Sen saw those great beings with full confidence. He had some doubts. It was reasonable to expect that some of the elders might escape the conning battle with their lives, but it seemed like even the less powerful creatures were quite confident. That was slightly surprising. Death Goddess had killed one of the 10 Son of Gods with a single arrow. They wouldn't have much time to deal with Death Goddess, as they might be killed instantly. What is the role of the ancient sky mirror? How will it let them face Death Goddess? Han Sen blinked and looked into the depths of Sunset Valley. There were several groups of people nearby. Apparently, they had been sent by the illusion elder to monitor him. Han Sen now had no chance to sneak into Sunset Valley. Seeing that Death Goddess was coming closer, many creatures held their breath, and their hearts were slightly uneasy. It was one thing to have confidence, but Death Goddess's previous kills were too scary. It was normal to be anxious when facing her. No one had retreated, and each one summoned a Geno core as they waited. It seemed that they had made up their minds to fight Death Goddess. Seeing that Death Goddess had entered the vicinity of Sunset Valley, the illusion elder screamed, "Death Goddess, if you swear to follow me now, I can still let you live today. Otherwise, today you will die." Everyone looked at Death Goddess and waited for her response. While everyone was keen to see Death Goddess, Han Sen was actually the most curious. He was the only one who knew the true origin of Death Goddess, but the current Death Goddess was somewhat strange to Han Sen. Death Goddess was the descendant of Sacred's master and destroyer Empress, and so the power in her body had been inherited from them. However, Han Sen used the Dongxian aura to examine Death Goddess for a long time, and he didn't feel both God power and death power in her body. Death Goddess wasn't hiding her power. Han Sen could clearly feel her strong life force, but her life force didn't seem to be tinged by sacred power or death. Instead, Han Sen felt that the power was familiar. No wonder the sacred elites can't tell where she came from. This power doesn't seem to be related to Sacred's master or destroyer Empress at all. Han Sen looked at her, frowning. He knew that she was the one who had hatched from the egg, but why would her power look like this? Han Sen had no clue. His sense of familiarity was just a feeling, as Death Goddess's power was something he had never seen before. It was understandable that Han Sen didn't immediately recognize the traces of his own power in Death Goddess. Death Goddess had the abilities of destruction and death, but because of the unexpected introduction of Han Sen's blood, the two forces had merged into a new force. Some of this new power belonged to Han Sen, so it felt familiar but nothing more. The combination of the three forces kept this power from feeling like any of the original ones, so Han Sen couldn't sense it in detail. All the creatures were staring at Death Goddess, waiting for her answer, and waiting for her to enter a certain range. Since they had to use the moon spring to operate the ancient sky mirror, there was no way to change the location at which they would spring the attack. The scope of the mirror was limited, and they had to be within this range to attack Death Goddess. Otherwise, they wouldn't be protected by the ancient sky mirror. Death Goddess did not give a damn about the illusion elder, and she completely ignored the alphas and elites as if they did not exist. Han Sen saw that Death Goddess had flown straight toward him. He couldn't help but sigh. Will this one remember me and want to take some sort of revenge? Before Han Sen could act, Death Goddess had already flown over to him and gathered her wings to land. She looked at Han Sen with a pair of pure eyes and shouted, "Father!" For a time, all the creatures in Sunset Valley had their eyes wide open, including Han Sen himself. "Wait, this is not right. I'm only here to get the goodies. What's happening now?" Han Sen felt rather awkward. He turned and looked at Illusion Elder, but Illusion Elder and the others were staring back at him. Their eyes, however, looked murderous. "Pretty lady, although you look cute and sweet, and you look as if you have my genes, don't just randomly announce that." Han Sen wanted to explain he had nothing to do with Death Goddess. He didn't want to be a scapegoat. Death Goddess had slain so many spirits and creatures. She had a vast number of enemies. If he admitted that she was his daughter, the entire world would be against him. Han Sen was not afraid to face off against the fourth god's sanctuary. But she wasn't his daughter. He didn't want to become a scapegoat. Before Han Sen could finish, Illusion Elder said angrily, "No wonder we were unable to learn anything about her. She is your heir. You made her kill creatures all across the fourth god's sanctuary. Tell us why you are doing this. Otherwise, there is no need for talk. We should just kill them both now, before they bring permanent harm to the fourth god's sanctuary." "Yeah, kill them." Many elites stepped forward with their Geno cores, each possessing a frightening power. They wanted to kill Han Sen and Death Goddess both. Han Sen felt terrible. This had nothing to do with him, after all. Even though he wasn't afraid of being Illusion Elder's enemy, he didn't want to start a war for no reason. As Han Sen tried to further explain, Death Goddess was already drawing her black bow. A black arrow was nocked. Death Goddess pulled back the string as far as it could go and loosed it. The raging arrow flew through the sky, driving itself into a super creature's body. The creature had to be larger than an elephant, but when the arrow pierced the beast, it exploded and died. "Don't disturb me and my father's reunion." Death Goddess fired another arrow as she glared at the elites. Han Sen wished to say something more, but he stopped. People wouldn't believe anything he said now. He could see the anger burning in the crowd below, and he knew their minds couldn't be changed. "Die!" Illusion Elder roared. He lifted an illusion disc, which was filled with holy light, as he charged towards Han Sen and Death Goddess. The other three elders and elites were headed straight for them, too. As the monsters roared, their scary powers landed. Their combined power was more intimidating than the attacks of the armored man. There was nothing Han Sen could do. He let Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star chip in with the fight as well. But Death Goddess flapped her wings and flew up high. The black bow in her hands was flashing. Every time it flashed, an arrow was fired, and another creature or spirit was killed. Death Goddess was aiming at the powerful Illusion Elder next, but he used the disc to block it. That powerful disc Geno core was shattered by the force of the arrow. But Death Goddess did not relent, as the flashes of arrows came thick and fast. She shot down all the creatures and spirits as she arced between them. Han Sen was frozen as he watched the spectacle. "She's that strong? She is going to be as powerful as Armored Man." Han Sen was shocked. After all, Death Goddess never missed a shot. Aside from the four elders, the other super creatures were killed with a single arrow. Even the four elders had to sacrifice their Geno cores to avoid being killed. Death Goddess arrows were not like falsified sky powers, though. It wasn't as if the skill could never miss. And so it was her proficiency that shocked Han. Senator Death Goddess arrows had a strong sense of prediction. Just like when Han Sen fired his arrows, she was able to predict every possibility before letting a shot fly. Many times she appeared to be firing at nothing, but when the arrow reached the end of its flight, a creature would appear and get skewered by it. This is too much of a coincidence. Han Sen's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. If Han Sen wasn't sure he had never been unfaithful and hadn't watched her come out of an egg, he would have been convinced that she really was his daughter. But Han Sen didn't have time to think much. There were two elders coming straight for him. Not even they had expected that they'd have to deal with Han Sen. "Whatever. If you guys have a death wish, don't take it out on me." Han Sen combined with Fallen Slaughter and summoned his overbearing shield and split blade. Then he started his attack. With overbearing shield and split blade put to work, Han Sen was practically invincible. He killed a few super creatures in a moment's notice. But the confusing thing was that after Han Sen cut a super creature in half, he didn't receive an announcement. Then, he saw the creatures and spirits that were killed returning from deeper within Sunset Valley. Both Han Sen and Death Goddess kills were returning to the fight. What is this? The spirits can respawn, yes, but why the creatures? How can creatures do that? Is that the power of ancient Sky Mirror? The thought crossed Han Sen's mind. Seeing Death Goddess keep fighting in the sky, the creatures and elders did not change their perspective of the ordeal. They all continued to attack as hard as they could, without being dismayed. Before long, Han Sen was able to confirm his hypothesis. Death Goddess could not keep fighting the tide of strong elites, and those 4 elders were brutally powerful, too. Death Goddess could be destructive, but her body wasn't invincible. For elders could definitely destroy her body. Han Sen heard the sound of flesh being torn. Death Goddess armor was cut by an elder. It was a strike that led to the flow of blood. Death Goddess turned and fired at the elder's head. The elder disappeared, but not long after, he was conning back from Sunset Valley. Han Sen used his overbearing shield to break a super creature's skull. He held split blade tight and took off running into the valley. He had to get rid of the mirror. Not even God could save them if he didn't. Seeing Han Sen run into Sunset Valley, the elders tried to surround him. The super elites came to circle Han Sen too. He suddenly became the focus of the battle, and not as many super elites were going for Death Goddess now. Surrounding Han Sen never worked. With his Dongxian movement, he could easily escape any possible entrapment. And in this way, he slipped away and proceeded onwards into Sunset Valley. Many super elites were going after him, but 2 of the elders just laughed coldly at Han Senator. They didn't chase him, and instead, they went after Death Goddess. Death Goddess armor was broken. Her arrows might have been indestructible, but her body wasn't. She looked to be in terrible condition. Has he breached Sunset Valley? Illusion Elder asked the 2 elders who were coming toward him. He has, one elder answered. Illusion Elder smiled grimly. Good. This is the perfect setup for Death Goddess. Using it on him will work just as well. I will kill Death Goddess and Sky Sword today. I will shock the entire 4th God's sanctuary, one elder happily proclaimed. The 3 elders invited there by Illusion Elder were all from smaller groups. They were weaker than Illusion Elder, and they were excited to kill someone that strong. The really important elders, like Dark Spirit, were not as easy to invite along. Ignore that thought. Let's just focus on actually killing Death Goddess first. Illusion Elder rallied the other 3 elders to attack Death Goddess. Han Sen was on his way into Sunset Valley. Little Star carried Bower and Little Silver through the canyon walls, following after their master. They were deep into the mountains soon enough, and eventually, the elites could not keep track of them. Due to the numbers that Death Goddess was killing, the super elites kept on coming out of Sunset Valley. Han Sen looked at Ancient Sky Mirror and saw a super creature come out of it. Han Sen had killed the creature once before, but there it was, coming out of that mirror. Han Sen now knew for certain that the mirror could revive the dead. But Han Sen had no idea how such a thing would work. Han Sen also knew that Death Goddess was doing poorly. She wasn't related to him, but he'd still prefer it if she didn't die. He moved his split blade in a strike at the mirror. Han Sen's slash was obscenely powerful. It was something no creature in the 4th God's sanctuary would underestimate. Split blade could tear through the fabric of space, and even break genocores. The unleashed swordlight hit the mirror and spread out across it. Unfortunately, it brought no harm to the mirror. This gave Han Sen quite the shock. Han Sen kept on slashing, and as he did, he noticed something rather weird. Ancient Sky Mirror was a mirror. When Han Sen hit it, it would reflect the image of Han Sen hitting it. The swordlight would connect inside the mirror and outside the mirror. The strange thing was that the swordlight inside the mirror wasn't merely a visual reflection. 2 powers met inside the mirror and extinguished themselves. And that meant the power Han Sen unleashed would deal no actual damage to the mirror he sought to destroy. Han-sen changed tactics and attacked the mirror directly with split blade. Sword lights could be a reflection, but the world inside the mirror was not real. Now that the blade was hitting the mirror, Han-sen thought he could damage it. But when he struck it, his face changed. His split blade and the mirror split blade reached toward each other. When they struck each other, Han-sen was sent staggering back. The strike hadn't hit the mirror. It hit the split blade inside the mirror, and the split blade that came against him possessed the same power he himself had unleashed. The mirror was undamaged, and Han-sen was sent reeling backward. Han-sen frowned. This was far too weird. No power could deal any damage to the mirror. It didn't seem likely that he could damage it. Han-sen used a few different elements to attack, but the results were the same. No matter what power he used, it was reflected. It's no wonder the elders didn't follow me. They knew I'd be unable to break the mirror. Han-sen thought to himself. If I can't break the mirror, there is only one thing left for me to do. Han-sen looked murderous. He summoned his god Geno Core and overbearing shield. He brought out the bloodlust Ant King glyph and transformed into fallen slaughter. Then Han-sen used all that power to hit the monsters trying to come out of the mirror. There was a loud noise, and a monster that was bigger than 2 elephants broke under the attack. It bled profusely as it got crushed. Han-sen looked cold, but Splitblade did not stop there. He used it against the lance of an incoming spirit and cut through his entire body. Blood was everywhere, with screaming too. All the creatures and spirits that were trying to come through the mirror were now getting stuck inside it. Han-sen killed them and they respawned. And those creatures and spirits just kept on respawning, without any of them being able to kill Han-sen before fully exiting the mirror. More and more beings were becoming trapped in the mirror now. Fewer and fewer enemies attacked Death Goddess, freeing her up. When she killed 2 of the elders, they respawned at the mirror and ended up trapped. They were unable to rejoin the fray. Now that they were trapped by Han-sen, they couldn't leave. Han-sen used his Dongshan Sutra and Heavenly Go in tandem with his blade and shield. He trapped 2 elders and all the other beings in the valley. Illusion Elder noticed that no one was returning to the fight, and he was confused about what was happening. At that moment he was killed by Death Goddess. He realized as he died that Han-sen must have blocked the mirror. The idea of one person holding off 100 elites was stunning. It is no wonder he made it out of Outer Sky Shelter. He is so powerful. Not even elders are as good as him. Illusion Elder and the other elders were all in shock. They wanted to leave, but they became more and more hopeless. The mirror was too crowded, and there was nothing they could do to fight Han Senator. They kept on getting killed by him. All the elites outside the valley were now dead. Death Goddess, who had been wholly stained with blood, now raced into the valley. She joined in, helping Han-sen endlessly slay the elites with her arrows. The elders hadn't expected a situation like this, and they all sounded furious over what was happening. Sky Sword, I will eat you, and you will never come back, Illusion Elder roared. Save your threats until you escape the mirror, Han-sen said coldly as he killed another spirit. The overbearing shield effortlessly blocked Illusion Elder's Genocore attacks. Ancient Sky Mirror was good. It could respawn them and their Genocores, so death did not mean much to them. That seemed very strange to Han Senator. No Genocore had endless power. Not even Emperor-class Genocores could keep respawning indefinitely, like the mirror was currently doing. But there it was, not getting any weaker. Han-sen wanted to keep on killing and see if he could exhaust the mirror's power. Anyway, but no matter how long he fought, it did not seem to work. The mirror really did seem to have an endless supply of power. Illusion Elder said, "No matter how strong you and that bitch are, it's useless. We are immortal. You will spend all your power eventually. When the time comes, we will eat you alive." Many super elites roared and surged out of the mirror. They all looked so angry, wanting to consume Han-sen and Death Goddess. They had the power of the mirror, so they weren't afraid of dying. It sure gave Han-sen a headache. And just as Illusion Elder said, Han-sen's power really was limited. The fight had already cost him a lot of energy, and he had used beast souls. Han-sen didn't think he could last much more than 10 hours, and when he reached the point of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to fend them all off anymore. Death Goddess was in poorer shape, too. She could constantly replenish her arrows, but her wounds kept bleeding. Her recovery speed was most certainly not as good as her attacks. Little Silver, heal her wounds, Hansen shouted. Little Star brought Little Silver and Bower out from a wall. Little Silver sat on Little Star, showering Death Goddess with his silver lightning. Death Goddess' body shook, and she stopped firing the bow. The lightning caused her excruciating pain, but her wounds healed swiftly. Little Silver's healing abilities were effective. What sucked was how much it hurt. It wasn't like ordinary healing powers that only provided relief. Death Goddess knew Little Silver was healing her, though. She endured the pain and started drawing back her bow again. The power was just as strong, she was just a little slower. Now that he had healed Death Goddess' wounds, Hansen still had to sort out the energy problem. Little Silver was not a pure healer, so he couldn't replenish a person's vigor and energy. Hansen kept on thinking as he fought. He thought that if he was unable to break the mirror, they could all very well die. But the ancient sky mirror was far too creepy. Hansen had looked behind the mirror, and there was nothing strange back there. It was just a silver surface and there was no power pack or control panel. Up until today, the mirror was left unused in this abandoned valley. There must be a reason, Hansen thought to himself. Obviously, Illusion Elder could not control ancient sky mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed it there. If no one can control the mirror, does that mean it is a genocore owned by no one? Hansen's eyes brightened when that thought crossed his mind. Hansen looked around, but he was unable to see anyone actually controlling it. This was something he was very sure about. Illusion Elder, do you really think a simple mirror will keep you all alive? Hansen directed his speech to Illusion Elder, who was still shouting. Ha! Long enough for me to kill you, yes. Illusion Elder gnashed his teeth as he spoke. It is a shame you are unable to control the genocore. I'm sure if you could kill me, Hansen went on to say. It's still enough to kill you, another elder roared. Hansen was now certain that they were unable to control the mirror. That fact made him very happy. If it had been a self-genocore, Hansen didn't think he could fight it. But it wasn't, and so that meant Hansen stood a chance. Hansen ignored the screams of the elites and elders, and he found a spot. With his finger, he pointed at the mirror. A drop of blood came out of his finger and landed on the mirror. Illusion Elder thought Hansen was trying to break it, so he sneered. Nothing can hurt the mirror. You're wasting your time. Hansen ignored him, though. He looked at the drop of blood that planted itself on the mirror as the reflective version of the drop of blood also came against the surface. When the two drops hit each other, they began to spread across the mirror. Hansen was very happy about this. He had used his real blood genocore into his own blood, then put one drop onto the mirror. That blood now had real blood's power. If it was not simply cancelled by the mirror, it would be absorbed by the item. The mirror would be gifted Hansen's power and be wholly controlled by him. If a genocore like this had a current owner, it would be hard to take. But this one did not have an owner, and so it would be easily taken. Real blood wasn't super obvious, but it was now around the size of a man's hand. But that soon spread larger and larger, wider and wider. Illusion Elder was very angry with Hansen and Death Goddess. In his blind rage, he had not noticed the changes occurring to the mirror. By the time the elites realized that something was happening, the blood had already taken over half of the mirror. The top part was dyed red. When Illusion Elder noticed the changes in the mirror, he was very shocked. The super elites started to shout, "What's happening to the mirror? What did he do to the mirror?" Even Illusion Elder and the other three elders were in shock. They had used the ancient sky mirror because it was a safe haven, but now they found themselves unable to escape from their refuge. Some super elites began to wish that they had never used the mirror at all. "You've only just now noticed?" Hansen said with dark amusement. The red color continued to spread across the mirror. It was a real blood invasion. Real blood's takeover always started out slow, but the more of the genocore real blood gained control over, the faster the process would go. Pang! The super elites wanted to escape, but they could only hit the bloody reflective surface. They couldn't exit like they had earlier. All the creatures and spirits kept pounding the mirror, like a swarm of imprisoned monsters. They were terrified as they struck the glass wall that stood between them and freedom. They couldn't get out. "Asshole! What did you do?" The few elders looked surprised. When the super creatures were killed, they'd end up locked inside the mirror. And as Han-san watched them try to escape, it felt like he was watching a horde of rabid demons from hell. Han-san was delighted that he had managed to take control of ancient Sky Mirror, though. Not only could the object revive fallen comrades, but it could also trap others inside. Han-sen hadn't expected the mirror to have such versatility. Real blood gained full control of the mirror, and a connection was established directly between the captive mirror and Han-sen's brain. The creatures and spirits all crowded to the front of the mirror in a frightened and angry mob. They kept pounding the bloody surface. Han-sen thought they looked like a horde of zombies trapped inside a container. Han-san and Death Goddess proceeded to kill the remaining spirits and creatures that were outside the mirror. Once that was done, all their enemies were trapped inside the mirror. Han-san then took control of the mirror, forcing it to rise up slowly into the sky. Rocks broke and tumbled away from the base of the mirror as it rose, and cracks shot across the length of the valley. Impossible! How can the mirror be controlled? Impossible! The beings in the mirror were all so shocked. The mirror's power was special, so finding someone else of the same element to control it was thought to be impossible. They had been happy to add their reflections to the mirror. It did not matter if they were injured or killed. They could come back. In many ways, they were invincible. But they knew the implications of the mirror being under someone's control. If someone gained possession of the mirror, that person would control all the reflections that the mirror held. They really didn't want to believe that Han-sen had asserted control over the thing. Unfortunately, it was an undeniable truth. Catcha! Ancient Sky Mirror tore its way up out of the ground. The place where the mirror had rested was now seeping blood like a red fountain. It was like a spring of infinite power. Han-sen realized now that the mirror was using that as a source of constant energy. It was how it kept on reviving the elites who had died. Sky Sword, this grudge seems to reside between you and illusion only. Let us go. If you touch the rest of us, that means you will be going up against the rest of the fourth god's sanctuary. One of the elites yelled. Yeah, this has nothing to do with us. Let us go or Een Demon will come after you. The Manlong are heroes. If you kill me, they'll kill you. I, Long Mei. Goddess was inside there as well. She was in shock, and she shouted, Han-sen, if you let us go, Sacred will forgive the grudge it has with you. Han-sen did not care, though. All he did was stare at them, letting them yell in anger, sadness, and desperation. Whatever their expression, Han-sen did not care. The mirror slowly flew to Han-sen, and as it did, it became smaller. When it reached his hand, it was only around the size of his palm. He was easily able to grab it. Sky Sword, if you touch us, you will die. Illusion Elder roared, but he was obviously trying to suppress his fear. Die! Han-sen used his mind to blow up Illusion Elder's body. The mirror was dyed red once more. Berserk super creature Illusion Beast killed. No beast soul gained. Geno core destroyed. The flesh has been destroyed. The life Geno essence is missing. Han-sen was surprised. This was the first he had never received a life Geno essence. After watching Illusion Elder's sudden demise, everyone became angry and shocked. The rest of Illusion went mad. Han-sen used his mind to kill all the yelling monsters. And seeing that, none of the others dared to speak now. They were all in shock. But the creatures that were killed inside the mirror did not leave anything behind. He noticed there really weren't any life Geno essences being made available. They had life Geno essences, but the mirror absorbed them. They made the mirror stronger. Han-sen took the mirror and went to sit on Little Star's back. He wanted to leave the valley. Death Goddess came to sit down on it, too. She did so naturally, as if it was something she was used to doing. Han-sen felt as if he had a bit of a headache. But since Han-sen couldn't undo what had happened, and she seemed to consider him family, he was willing to take her back. News of the fight spread across all of the fourth god's sanctuary. The stories of the fight seemed impossible, but many spirits and creatures had come to watch the attack on Death Goddess. There were too many witnesses for the stories to all be lies. Hansen and Death Goddess killed the elites of many tribes, and he had even taken the mirror. News of this was everywhere, on the tip of every tongue in the fourth god's sanctuary. The most shocking news was that Death Goddess was Skysword's daughter. It was difficult to believe, but Death Goddess had said it herself. It was rather surprising, and as they were all shocked, many were also angry. A storm was brewing. Hansen knew things wouldn't be resolved quickly if he was willing to let the creatures and spirits he had collected go. And of course, Hansen was not going to do that, so when he returned, he prepared for a fight. Before, Hansen might have been scared at the prospect of taking on the whole sanctuary. After all, it was hard to fight with fists. No matter how strong he was, people would be affected. But with Ancient Sky Mirror, things were now very different. Hansen did not have to be afraid. Have you heard? Death Goddess is Hansen's daughter. That can't be true. There is no way a human can have a daughter like that. And even if it was true, she could not enter the sanctuaries at her age. And she definitely couldn't have already reached the fourth god's sanctuary and achieved that much strength. Death Goddess admitted it herself. She called Hansen her father. And she didn't just say it once. How can this not be true then? I would say he's more of a daddy figure. It doesn't matter either way. Hansen is going to be famous this time. For elders and over 100 elites were trapped by those two. I don't know if the beings he trapped can get out alive, even if he let them. I am afraid Hansen is the strongest human there is, dollar aside. Strong is strong, but he's in trouble. He has bit off way more than he can chew by going after that many shelters. No tribe's elder has a fancy for him. They all want a piece of him. I hope he can hold it together. I don't want to see those creatures kill him. Hansen gained a lot of territory for humanity in the third god's sanctuary. Perhaps in the fourth god's sanctuary, he can do the same. That is difficult to say. It is not difficult to say. Let's just see if he can survive this next attack first. He is currently the #1 enemy of everyone in the fourth god's sanctuary. That's true. Fairly annoying, if you ask me. Hansen was in the sanctuary each day after that, but no elite or elder had shown up. But the shelter did seem to keep getting attacked, strangely. Groups of toxic bugs, monsters, and flying creatures occasionally swarmed toward them. And after Hansen came back, the shelter's connections with the rest of the sanctuary went silent. Their connection to the outside world was cut off, and Shadow Shelter became like an isolated island. Any creature that ventured too far from the shelter would go missing. Luckily, Hansen was prepared. The mirror was securely inside the shelter now, and the creatures in the shelter all made a copy of themselves inside it. Queen Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were each very excited. They reflected themselves so they could go fight without the worry of death. They could keep having deadly, risky fights with creatures to level up. But they had maxed out their sacred geno points and were unable to absorb life geno essences. This made them unable to level up. The life geno essences of the fourth god sanctuary were difficult to absorb, and the geno fluid the Alliance had produced did not work there. Even if Hansen gave them a bunch of life geno essences, there was nothing he could to make them work. Hansen was not a scientist either, so it was a problem he could not solve. But the spirits and creatures had become target practice. Aside from Gu Qingcheng and Little Pony, all the creatures had been doing some manner of fighting. The mirror might be here, but you should still be careful. The really powerful elders haven't shown themselves yet. And when they do show up, they will be able to deal with Ancient Sky Mirror. Gu Qingcheng warned Hansen. Don't worry about me. I have a way to deal with them. Hansen smiled. Gu Qingcheng shook her head. Don't underestimate the elders of the tribes. There is one scary guy in particular who might come. Who? Hansen was surprised to hear this. If Gu Qingcheng feared this person, then they must have been wretchedly strong. In the divinities about 100 years ago, one person was able to beat 6 paths and obtain first place. He received God's baptism. So, after all these years, I can't imagine how strong he might have gotten. What is his name? Han Sen was still not worried. He knew the truth about God's baptism, and it seemed unlikely that this person had received it. When people won first rank, all they'd see was a sealed-up crystal container. None were able to open it, and they could only go back. The reward for reaching first rank was unavailable. Stay up late had been there for many years, so it was useless. It's Ancient Devil, Gu Qingcheng said. Ancient Devil? Han Sen was shocked to hear this. He knew the name well. He was the master of Dragon King, Xiang Yin, and Sky King. He was betrayed by Azura. Han Sen knew Ancient Devil had ascended to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, but he never suspected he'd become so strong he was able to defeat 6 paths. You saw Ancient Devil? Gu Qingcheng saw Han Sen's reaction and looked surprised. I have. Han Sen hadn't actually seen Ancient Devil, though. He was just very familiar with him. Thinking of Ancient Devil, Han Sen thought about Xiang Yin. He had never heard much about her, and he hadn't a clue where she might have gone. If she hadn't fallen, she might have learned that Han Sen was in the fourth god's sanctuary and sought him out. Han Sen just hoped she hadn't been killed. If a lady like her had died, it would have been a sad thing. Why are you saying Ancient Devil might come, anyway? Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil had no grudge against him. He was not an elder either. He was just a creature that came to the fourth god's sanctuary. Gu Qingcheng sighed and said, I have seen Ancient Devil. He seems to have a deep relationship with Sacred's leader. If Sacred's leader comes, then Ancient Devil might come, too. Han Sen nodded and asked about Ancient Devil. Gu Qingcheng thought about her answer and said, Ancient Devil is strange. He's like a human, but I don't think he is. His power is odd as well. How so? Han Sen asked. I have seen him 4 times. Each time he wielded a different power. A completely different one. Time and space elements included. Every time he strikes, it is hard. He has enough power to go against any demigod. It's just difficult to believe he has so many elements. It is hard for humans to have multiple, and they usually stick to focusing on just one. When I saw him, all his powers were on the same level. There was no bias, Gu Qingcheng said thoughtfully. Han Sen frowned. That really was weird. Aside from Han Sen, no others could use multiple elements. Not even spirits or creatures could. While it was beneficial for Han Sen to have so many elements, he didn't have the same proficiency with any particular element as someone who explicitly trained with just the one. Gu Qingcheng said Ancient Devil had many elements and they were all incredibly good. That was scary. After a few days, many creatures and spirits had come to harass the shelter. There hadn't yet been any elites, though. Still, with Ancient Sky Mirror there, Han Sen didn't lose much. The place did not have the power of Moonspring, but Ancient Sky Mirror had many super elites inside it. When the mirror started to lose energy, Han Sen could refine the souls inside for nourishment. As a result, there was no need for concern with the mirror's energy. Of the creatures that were killed, some were eaten and some were absorbed by the mirror. It wasn't much energy, but it was better than nothing. Han Sen kept on practicing with the Dongxian Sutra. He needed his bulwark umbrella to become super, and when that was done, he could focus on leveling up to reach the 5th sanctuary. The 4th god's sanctuary could not help him much more, so Han Sen didn't want to delay his ascension any longer than was necessary. He needed to go to the 5th sanctuary so he could get his Geno armor. His position until then wouldn't be ideal, as going up against god-class sorts wouldn't be easy. A person came to Shadow Shelter, waving and shouting at Sheep who stood atop one of the towers. Wait! I come in peace. Sheep saw the human below, and so he went to tell Han Sen. Han Sen came out and learned it was God's retribution. A long time had passed since they had last seen each other, but the man hadn't changed much. God's retribution. What are you doing at Shadow Shelter? Han Sen stood atop the tower and spoke to the man below him. He didn't invite him in. We are old friends. Are you going to treat me like this? Invite me in so we can have a cup of tea together, God's retribution said with a smile. This is bad timing, unfortunately. I can't invite you in. Say what you have come to say and then leave. Otherwise, the creatures out there might believe you're one of us. And that won't bode well for you, Hansen said. I am here to talk about the prospect of cooperation, God's retribution said. Cooperation? In what way? Hansen looked surprised. How about finding someplace quiet we can discuss this? God's retribution asked. Hansen asked someone to invite him in. With the power that God's retribution wielded, it'd probably easy for him to break Shadow Shelter's defense. Anyway, he was being polite by not immediately smashing his way in. So, what do you mean by cooperation? Hansen sat down and asked him in the hall. God's retribution smiled and said, I am here to talk about Blood Legion. If you are willing to help us, we are willing to help you with your predicament. What do you guys want? Hansen didn't think God's retribution would help him out of the kindness of his heart. He was here for something. I love talking to people like you. God's retribution looked right at him and continued by saying, we want Snake Witch's Geno armor. If we get that armor, Blood Legion will help you through this. Hansen looked confused, and he asked, Snake Witch? Who is that? I've never heard of her. God's retribution frowned. Do you have to do this? God's organization sent Snake Witch to steal your son, Little Flower. I don't know if she's dead or alive, but don't tell me you didn't do it. Now Hansen realized who Snake Witch must have been, and he knew she must have been an elite who had Geno armor. Bauer did it. She killed an elite with Geno armor? Is she really that strong? Hansen was surprised. He thought Bauer simply killed a high-tier demigod. His little baby was scarier than he originally thought, and God's organization was stronger than he thought now, too. They had members with Geno armor. If you give us the Geno armor, Blood Legion will help you sort this problem out, God's retribution said. Hansen looked at him with amusement and asked, Aren't you considered a traitor to Blood Legion? Since when have you begun representing them? Blood Legion is different now. The leader has a few descendants, and I'm okay there with them. God's retribution touched his nose. Anyway, don't change the subject. Just tell me if you want to cooperate on this. I would like to cooperate with you guys, but I don't have the Geno armor. Hansen shrugged. You don't? How? I thought you killed her. God's retribution shifted his eyes across Hansen. I'm not that powerful. Hansen smiled. God's retribution looked at him with disdain and said, Stop pretending in front of me. I know you already got armor from Tina, and you can already use it. Aside from you, who else might be able to kill Snake Witch? Believe me or not, but I didn't kill her. And I don't have her armor. Hansen put out his hands. God's retribution looked at Hansen and said, I can only suspect you don't understand how serious these matters are. The people who want to get rid of you are not just the elites in the sanctuary. Both God's organization and the new community want you gone as well. Without our help, even if you survive what comes immediately next, Shadow Shelter and all your followers will die. Do you really think the mirror can stop the forces of all the Fourth God's sanctuary? I really want to cooperate with you, but again, I don't have the armor. If I did, I'd be giving it to you right now. Hansen looked sincere. Hansen wasn't lying, though. He hadn't seen Snake Witch, and Bauer said she killed a person who wished to kill her. She said she broke the woman. It didn't sound like a Geno armor was left. You should still think about it. God's organization has decided to kill you. It does not matter even if you are related to Han Jinji. Aside from Blood Legion, no one can help you. God's retribution did not believe Hansen. Hansen asked, What grudge does God's organization have with me? Anyway, why do they want to get me? And why do they want my son? Do they just want to use him to threaten me? You might be Han Jinji's heir, and that is a sin. If they had been able to identify you and use you to draw Han Jinji out, you'd have been killed a long time ago. God's retribution sighed. They want Little Flower because he is special. He might be able to prove you are Han Jinji's heir, even if you don't look like you are. They can use him for confirmation. Special? What is special about him? Hansen was shocked. Did they find out that Little Flower is already stronger than most people? After 10 years, She hasn't grown up. Don't you think that's strange? God's retribution said. Han Sen sighed, and he knew this was something he couldn't hide from. He was prepared for such questions, though. That being said, what is the grudge between Han Jinji and God's organization? Why do they want to kill Han Jinji and his heirs? Han Sen did not talk about Bauer and just shifted the subject. We have investigated this for a while, but we don't have answers. We can only presume Han Jinji stole something from them, but they don't actively go around killing others. They simply want this item back. If they wanted to kill mercilessly, you'd have been killed a long time ago. That was a sickening thought. Han Sen asked, "What did Han Jinji steal?" "I don't know. It must be some kind of gene or something. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about you and Little Flower. They want to investigate Little Flower's body once they get their hands on him." God's retribution then paused for a moment. "How about we cooperate? It'll benefit you. Just one Geno armor, right? You already have a spare." Han Sen gave a wry smile and said, "Brother, if I had it, I'd give it to you. But I really don't have it. I really did not kill Snake Witch. I have never even seen her before." God's retribution stared at Han Sen for a while, and it really seemed that he wasn't lying. God's retribution frowned. "Well, if it wasn't you, who else might have killed Snake Witch?" "I don't know. Many can do that in the Alliance, right?" Han Sen said. God's retribution said, "Not many. Aside from a few members in Blood Legion, it'd be people who had Geno armor. Not many Geno armors exist in the Alliance, and they are mostly controlled by God's organization. Aside from you, I'm not sure who else might have done it, and God's organization is certain it was you. If I'm right, the creatures in the fourth God's sanctuary go to the Alliance when they level up," Han Sen said to God's retribution. God's retribution did not hide this. He nodded and said, "You are correct. The fourth God's sanctuary is the end. Once you're done here, you're back to the Alliance. But don't think that going to the Alliance requires Geno armor. That is incorrect. Creatures that go from the fourth God's sanctuary to the Alliance will have their fitness decrease. That is because evolving the body requires energy. It will, however, purify your genes. Your body will end up stronger, but your fitness will be much lower. Then you practice, and eventually you level up and get your Geno armor." "How many members of Blood Legion have Geno armor?" Han Sen was not surprised by what he was being told. He already knew this stuff. "None. Blood Legion is different from normal creatures. You know, we have the powers of blue blood. When we go back to the Alliance, we don't rebuild our bodies. So we don't generate Geno armor." God's retribution gave a wry smile. Han Sen was shocked by this revelation. He did not expect Blood Legion's members to be that special. Han Sen thought the blue blood power was special, yes, but that its effectiveness was reserved for the sanctuaries. "Let me tell you a secret, while I'm still here." God's retribution squinted his eyes and said, "The creatures that rise from the fourth God's sanctuary, aside from Blood Legion and rare creatures, are captured by God's organization. That isn't a secret. I already know that." Han Sen lifted his lips. "Then you must not know that the creatures of God's organization, when they generate Geno armor, disappear and never appear again." God's retribution squinted his eyes. "Really?" Han Sen was shocked and his face changed. Those words made him understand a lot. The leader of the new community told Han Yufei that if he generated a Geno armor, he would know the truth. Stay Up Late told Han Sen that the Alliance was a part of the sanctuaries. The sanctuaries were something more akin to a kindergarten. They protected different races. And after the things Han Sen had seen with Guardian Spirit, he now understood a lot more. Gathering Geno armor can force you out of the Alliance? That means when Dad gets his Geno armor, he'll face a crisis. Han Sen was shocked. That isn't right, though. If things are like that, then why would so many Geno armor elites be in God's organization? Wait, no. The creatures in God's organization are not the real Geno armor elites. They are just creatures that reached the fifth sanctuary. They haven't generated their own armors. The Geno armor they possess comes from places like the Hero's Spirit Hall, left over from Geno armor elites. Now Han Sen understood everything. After Han Sen understood this, he almost jumped out of his chair with his racing heartbeat. In that case, Han Yufei thought he was finding answers, but he was actually dying. Now Han Sen knew why God's organization was strong. They still could not control the alliance. They wanted to, but they couldn't, or they just did not have the chance. Once their members got Geno armor, they would be out of the alliance, and that would be useless. The creatures without Geno armor were strong, but they were not strong enough to be invincible. Even if they used a set of armor that didn't belong to them, they could not use its entire strength. At least the members of Blood Legion could fight them. Han Sen wished he could find Han Yufei and tell him the truth. Tell him not to generate the armor. Otherwise, their family would never have a reunion. Based on what Han Sen had seen in the Hero Spirit Hall, many elites had been lost in the outside. The chance Han Yufei could come back was very low. But Han Sen didn't know how to contact his father. He didn't even know how to contact Blind Man. Because Han Sen could not provide the Geno armor, he was unable to strike a deal with God's retribution. But Han Sen wasn't expecting anyone to help him in the first place. He might be in danger in the alliance, but he didn't think God's organization could bring him any harm in the fourth God's sanctuary. After sending God's retribution away, Han Sen returned to the alliance. Then, he allowed Zero to follow him back into the sanctuary. When Zero entered the sanctuary, she appeared next to him. Han Sen told her to look after the shelter in his absence, and if anything awry occurred, to contact him as soon as possible. How do I call Dad and tell him not to generate a Geno armor? Han Sen thought to himself. Unfortunately, he was unable to come up with a solution. To prevent God's organization from finding him, Han Yufei did not leave a way for Han Sen to contact him. It looks like I'm going to have to go to planet Tariq. Han Sen prepared to fly his unicorn beetle to planet Tariq. It was the headquarters of the new community. Before Han Sen left, Zero came from the shelter and told Han Sen something had happened. Han Yufei had said it would take him 2 years to generate the Geno armor, so he wouldn't be done yet. Han Sen decided to run back to the sanctuary. Ancient Sky Mirror was in Han Sen's shelter. The creatures there could not be harmed, but a few creatures had been killed not too far from the shelter. Boss, you are here. Black Steel Wolf died somehow, and there were no wounds. Cheap Sheep had some people guarding the body, and he ran up to Han Sen when he showed up. The creatures in Shadow Shelter were very proud and fearless because of the presence of the Mio. Now that the mirror no longer seemed to work, and a creature had flat out died, fear started to take hold. Even the sheep was scared. Han Sen didn't say anything. He walked to a few corpses and asked Gu Qingqing, who was looking after them, "Sister Gu, how did they die?" Gu Qingqing stood up and shook her head. "I don't see a wound on any of them. Even if there were wounds, with the mirror there, they shouldn't have died." Han Sen frowned. Gu Qingqing did not have an answer, either. If the mirror hadn't protected them, then the way they died must have been unique. Han Sen squatted and checked the dead bodies. Even while using his Dongxian aura, he was unable to discern anything. Han Sen did not hesitate as he drew out Taya. He cut open Black Steel Wolf's body to get a look inside, and see if there was anything the others had missed. There was nothing to be seen that way, either. There was nothing out of the ordinary, and it seemed as if they had died of natural causes. "Bury them," Han Sen commanded Cheap Sheep as he stood up. Then he went on to say, "Get everyone back to the shelter. No one leaves the shelter without my permission." Cheap Sheep and Green Cow went off to do their thing, while Gu Qingqing and Han Sen went back to the shelter. "Found anything?" Gu Qingqing asked. No, Han Sen shook his head. He couldn't tell how the enemy had killed Black Steel Wolf. The only Nanling he knew for certain was that the power could defy the mirror. Han Sen also knew that if the enemy could now circumvent the mirror, they wouldn't stop killing anytime soon. So, Han Sen made sure everyone returned to the shelter to see if he could draw the enemy out that way. If he was able to learn what power they were using, Han Sen could figure out what would best work against it. Back in the shelter, Han Sen sat in the spirit hall using his Dongxian Sutra. He was able to watch the movement of every creature in every corner of the vicinity with a close eye. No movement would be able to escape Han Sen's attention now. so he waited for the enemy to strike again. Father! As Han Sen took a swig of tea in the hall, Death Goddess approached. Menger, come have tea with me. Han Sen beckoned her near and got her to sit down. Then he poured her a cup of tea. Having been with her for a while, Han Sen noticed how sincere she was when she referred to him as her father. Her mind was surprisingly naive, and she wasn't really all that evil. Han Sen took her as a daughter and gave her the name Han Menger. In return, Han Sen wasn't very good at naming things, so it was something simple enough. Death Goddess was now his daughter, and with everything feeling like a dream lately, he used that name. Death Goddess sat down near Han Sen and downed her tea in one shot. She was like a robot, and it didn't look as if she was enjoying the tea. That is not how you drink tea. You need to slow down. Han Sen smiled and poured her more tea. Then he showed her. Han Menger looked at Han Sen, and then looked at his face. She tried to mimic his manner of tea etiquette, but she still looked rather robotic in her attempt. Is there a special meaning behind the way you drink? After she drank it, her black eyes showed visible confusion. To her, drinking tea like that was simply slower. The sips were smaller, and that was the only difference. Han Sen smiled and stroked her hair that was like a waterfall. He told her, "You are still young, so I don't expect you to understand right now. You'll get it when you grow up." Han Menger nodded. She still tried to drink as Han Sen did, but that confusion never left her face. Han Menger looked at Han Sen and copied a lot of his precise movements. Han Sen brought her some dim sum. She looked powerful in the fourth god's sanctuary, and thus far, no one had been able to beat her. And that was with her being a kid who had only just been born. Bauer came out of nowhere and sat on Han Sen's chest. She said, "Daddy, Bauer wants dim sum." Han Sen gave some dim sum to Bauer then, and the three of them ate merrily. Days like that were lovely, and it would only have been more perfect if Ji Yanran and Little Flower were there. But not long after, Han Sen's face changed. He stood up and teleported to the tower. He saw a guard, Bone Witch, who had a gold Geno core, was lying dead on the ground. But there were no visible wounds. Han Sen looked glum. He had been keeping an eye on the entire shelter, and Bone Witch died under his watch. What's more, he couldn't even tell how. Although he had been drinking tea with Han Menger and Bauer, Dongshin Aura was on the whole time. It was surveying everything. Han Sen saw Bone Witch clearly. She had been watching from atop the tower, and as she was on her patrol, she simply died. There had been no warning signs, and Han Sen did not witness any external power come to kill Bone Witch. It was like she had suddenly died of old age. Gu Qingqing arrived at the tower, and she didn't look too happy, either. She had been watching the shelter as well. She had no idea how Bone Witch died, and that made her even angrier than Han Sen. Queen and Lin Feng came running, but they did not speak when they saw the body. This had exceeded everyone's expectations, and no one could tell how Bone Witch had died. Ancient Sky Mirror was there, and if Bone Witch had been hurt by anything, she should have respawned at the mirror. But there she was, undeniably dead. Everyone in the shelter was now very afraid. They thought that, with the mirror in their shelter, they had no reason to fear death. But now that the mirror had lost its effectiveness, their nerves started to creep up on them. Now that they did not seem to have the mirror's protection, many creatures were very scared when they thought about the elites that were coming for them. They thought that their days were numbered. They buried Bone Witch's body, and then Han Sen called for a gathering where every key figure of the shelter had to attend. "Queen, you and Lin Feng should return to the alliance. I will call you back when things are resolved." Han Sen spoke to the humans. Queen shook her head, and Wang Yuhang said angrily, "Little Han, who do you think we are? Do you think we are the sort of people who leech off others and run off at the first sight of danger?" Lin Feng patted Wang Yuhang on the shoulder, and added, "Calm down, little uncle. You know that is not what he was implying." After that, Lin Feng spoke directly to Han Sr. "This situation is grim. We don't know how they managed to get Bone Witch, but there are certain predictions we can make." "What is there to predict?" Tang Jinliu did not understand. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The situation seems dire, but if you were an enemy that could kill others randomly and at will, Would you go for a simple guard? It means that there is a limit to the enemy's power. This foe is unable to kill anyone they wish to. Maybe he wants to play catch? Maybe he just wants to scare us to death. Tang Xinliu said. No. From Blacksteel Wolf to Bone Witch, the truth is, the creatures that have died aren't very important. If I was the enemy, I'd go after someone like Cheap Sheep or Green Cow, Jing Jiwu said. Why us? Why not kill you first? Cheap Sheep and Green Cow fired back angrily at Jing Jiwu. That is because you are Han Sen's right and left hands. You two are integral. If they wanted Han Sen to die of fright, they'd at least go for you two first, Jing Jiwu said. When Cheap Sheep and Green Cow heard this, they patted their chests. Right, they don't kill important people like us. That must mean the enemy's power is limited. A few people around the table smiled. Even though Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were very important members of the shelter, they were probably the easiest to kill. That was what Jing Jiwu was saying. If they weren't dead yet, it meant the enemy did have a limit and could not kill any they desired to. We need to find out how this enemy is killing our people. We also need to learn what this limit is. Lin Feng thought for a minute, then said, there are no leads for us to follow now, so we'll have to wait and keep our eyes out for something. What if someone else dies and we still can't learn anything new? Cheap Sheep felt quite worried. If many people die, we may not be able to see how they are killed, but more info can lead to better predictions, Lin Feng said. What kind of method is that? Cheap Sheep exclaimed. Do you have any better ideas? Jing Jiwu looked at Cheap Sheep. The sheep stopped talking. Even Han San and Gu Qingqing hadn't been able to find out how Bone Witch had died. Lin Feng and the others did not want to go to the alliance. Han San spoke to them about changing the patrols slightly. One night, when there was no killing, Han Sen brought Bauer with him on patrol. When he saw Cheap Sheep and Green Cow, he almost jumped out of his skin. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow were covered in yellow paper. The pieces of paper were charms with words scribbled upon them. The charms were planted on their heads, bums, and every bodily crevice. Green Cow even had one that looked like a skirt. It was very obvious. Where did you get these from? Han Sen asked with surprise. Boss, we asked Wang Yuhang to buy them for us. Apparently it cost quite a bit. He said they had been blessed by a god. They can keep us safe and prevent evil from ever touching us. We have lucky charms, too. If you wear them, your fortune increases. Even if we end up in a battle, I am sure we will be the last to fall. I bought this for you, boss. You should wear it. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow spoke with mystic tones in their voices. Cheap Sheep moved forward to present the charm to Han Sen. Han Sen did not know what to say, though. Wang Yuhang had obviously scammed a lot of money out of Cheap Sheep and Green Cow. Thanks a lot. Han Sen took the bag that they offered. You are our boss. We don't want anything bad happening to you, Cheap Sheep said. We will live until the very end, Green Cow said. We will all live, Han Sen said, and placed the charm in a bag. Then, Cheap Sheep said, Boss, you need to hang it on your chest. Let me do it for you. And I also got this charm for Bauer. As Cheap Sheep spoke, Han Sen looked increasingly glum. He looked beyond the walls of the shelter and heard a bell ring. In the distance, Han Sen could see a pure white donkey walking towards Shadow Shelter. The donkey was the size of any average donkey, but not a single speck of dirt muddied its pure white fur. A bronze bell was hanging around its neck, and whenever the creature moved, it gently tolled. On the donkey's back, a human-looking person was riding it. It was difficult to discern his race from that distance, but he seemed to be clad in green clothing. The man was sitting with his legs crossed. He had one hand in front of his chest, with another clutching a necklace. He rubbed it a lot. If you looked closely at the orbs of the necklace, you could see they weren't what they initially seemed. They were very small skulls, strangely small, but the skulls were rounded and polished like smooth stones, most likely a result of long years of rubbing. It was like they were painted, but in the eye of every skeleton, you could still catch sight of a queer red light. Looking at the light in their sockets would make any observer feel nervous. It would almost feel as if the eye socket was ready to suck you inside. As the man fondled the skulls, He chanted something with his eyes firmly closed. He looked very calm, as if he was simply sunbathing. The donkey was approaching Shadow Shelter now. The creature's big eyes were fixed on Han Sen, who stood atop the tower. The donkey looked like a proud animal, and it looked at Han Sen from the corner of its eyes. It was like the creature was saying that, aside from the man on his back, he was the greatest there. Fuck! Someone is waltzing up to the gate. I'm gonna take people to kill them, Cheap Sheep shouted, looking at the man and the donkey. I won't stop you if you want to die. But don't take others down with you, Gu Qingchang said coldly. She didn't look at the sheep when she spoke. Her eyes were attached to the man on top of the donkey. Cheap Sheep was suddenly shocked, and he realized that the man below might be someone that he really shouldn't offend. Han Sen looked at the man on the white donkey, and he could tell it was the man Gu Qingchang had mentioned before. It was Ancient Devil. Although Han Sen had never seen Ancient Devil himself, the Emperor had left a replica of himself in his old shelter in the Third God's Sanctuary. That shadow looked exactly the same as Ancient Devil did. The only difference was the feeling of him. The shadow looked very holy, but Ancient Devil himself looked like an average guy. Aside from the skull necklace he clutched, he looked like a standard religious person. If Han Sen hadn't known that the being in the Third God's Sanctuary was only Ancient Devil's shadow, everyone would believe it was the real Ancient Devil. Seeing that the donkey was now only 200 meters away from the gate, Gu Qingchang's eyes looked icy as she drew out her sword. She sent out a sword light that looked powerful enough to sunder the entire earth. The donkey acted as if it didn't see the attack coming. It maintained the same speed as it trotted toward the gate. When the sword light was just about to reach Ancient Devil's head, he lifted the hand that was on his chest. With only his thumb, he reached out defiantly and touched Gu Qingchang's sword light. When the skin of the thumb came into contact with the sword light, it made the attack blend into his other 4 fingers like water. In that moment, the sword light was absorbed. Ancient Devil then opened his hand, revealing the residue that was left. Ancient Devil opened his eyes and blew at the remains on his hand. The dust scattered with the wind and disappeared from sight. The donkey came to a halt then. Ancient Devil looked up at Han Sen, who was atop the tower, and smiled. I am from Non-Pure Mountain. I am Ancient Devil. Are you Sky Sword Han Sen? I am. What are you doing here, Ancient Devil Emperor? Does every elite want a shot at my life? Han Sen said, looking at Ancient Devil. Han Sen would not underestimate this character, though. A man who had planned to kill God needed some respect, even if his attempt had not succeeded. His subordinates had been scary people, too. Sky King, Wuxia, Xiang Yin, Dragon King, and Azura. None of them were weak. As the master of those elites, he might have been betrayed by Azura, but he survived and thrived. He became a demigod after that. He was a legend of sorts. Ancient Devil smiled and said, I am not an enemy of yours. A friend has asked me for a favor, and it concerns you. Whether I can help depends on your friend, and what you'll be asking of me, Han Sen said coldly. But he already knew the answer. The leader of Sacred is a good friend of mine. His young daughter goddess was ignorant and naive. She offended you. I was hoping if you'd be kind enough to let her go. If you do this, I would appreciate it. Ancient Devil bowed towards him. And what if I don't? Han Sen asked him. Ancient Devil, with his head still lowered, sighed and said, You can save 3,456 lives. It'd be a good deed. If you're a smart person, you'll know what to do. Hearing Ancient Devil say this, Han Sen looked murderous. The shelter's population was 3,456. No more, no less. Did you kill Steel Wolf and Bone Witch? Han Sen asked, his voice hard. To give you a favor, I had to sacrifice those lives. Ancient Devil looked remorseful. You killed my people and say you are doing me a favor? Han Sen laughed at him. Ancient Devil responded, If I hadn't killed them, how would you know that I can kill 3,456 lives? Now you know I could have killed everyone, but I have done you 3,456 favors. All these favors in exchange for goddess life seems fair. Everyone in the shelter was very angry, and Han Sen just laughed. Good math. But you forgot to carry the one. What am I missing? Ancient Devil looked confused. You didn't count your own life. Han Sen teleported in front of Ancient Devil with his split blade aimed at the man's head. The attack did not look like Gu Qingqing's swordlight, which was obviously ridiculously powerful. But that was the good thing about Han Sen's attack. It looked simple, but it left Ancient Devil with no option other than receiving the strike. Han Sen still didn't know how Ancient Devil had killed Bone Witch. Killing him would prevent him from harming any more of the inhabitants of Han Sen's shelter. The white donkey Ancient Devil was riding, however, moved and dodged the attack. It made Han Sen freeze. Han Sen was great at prediction and judgment, and that strike had been set up a string of events that would lead to one singular outcome. It made sure Ancient Devil would have to get hit. But now the white donkey had broken this. It had subverted his predictions. This was not something Han Sen expected would happen. Han Sen knew it was hard to predict stuff, and he knew not to be arrogant enough to claim that he could predict everything. He would, of course, get things wrong occasionally. Han Sen attacked Ancient Devil without reprieve. Every strike used Han Sen's prediction and judgment to the max. Every strike was delivered to Ancient Devil with a rhythm. But Ancient Devil sat perfectly still. It was the donkey that kept moving its legs to avoid Han Sen's strikes. The donkey moved like it was performing ballet. It kept on dodging Han Sen's attacks. Han Sen looked glum, and this actually surprised Queen. Queen thought Han Sen used Heavenly Go very well. It was perfect as far as she could see, but the donkey somehow always managed to dodge him. It always found somewhere Han Sen hadn't calculated and avoided a strike by the split blade. This donkey is nothing simple. Does it have power like the Dongxian Sutra that allows it to predict things? Han Sen thought to himself as he continued to swing his blade. Somewhere far away, up in the mountains, the leader of Sacred watched the fight alongside a number of elders. Ancient Devil is strong. It is no wonder he crushed 6 paths before. Even just his pet is able to do that. An elder complimented the spectacle. Sacred's leader laughed and said, "Don't underestimate that beast. It is a born berserk super creature. It was born with an invincible ability. Sky Sword won't hit it. Not even Dollar could if he was here. If it is so strong, how come we have never heard about it before?" The elder looked at the white donkey in shock. It followed Ancient Devil immediately after its birth, and it has never really shown its powers to others. I only saw its powers in God's ruin, when I explored it alongside Ancient Devil, Sacred's leader said. That means Ancient Devil cannot lose. Let's see how he might strike back. Elderine looked at Ancient Devil, and went on to say, Ancient Devil is a special person. He was able to circumvent the power of Ancient Sky Mirror and gain the loyalty of this mount. We just don't know if he can defeat Sky Sword. We don't know if he can win. Why is he not striking? Ghost Eagle Emperor frowned. He is watching and evaluating Sky Sword's power. When he does choose to strike, he'll kill his enemy. It looks like he is almost done watching, though. He will strike soon, Sacred's leader said. Weird. Why doesn't he fight back? Cheap Sheep asked. The white donkey kept on dodging, and even Cheap Sheep noticed what was going on. It's not that he doesn't want to strike, it's just that he can't. Queen looked across the arena. He can dodge Han Sen's attack, but Han Sen's own formation is not exposed. He can't find a chance to fight back himself. All he can do is wait. Queen was familiar with Han Sen's skills, so she was able to speak for him. Does that mean we can't find out who is winning? Cheap Sheep sounded quite happy. He originally thought that Han Sen was having trouble just fighting Ancient Devil's pet, which would indicate that Han Sen was likely to lose. No, Han Sen is still at a disadvantage, Gu Qingqing said suddenly. Queen and the others turned to look at Gu Qingqing. Queen understood some of Han Sen's abilities, but she was not superclass. There was something she was missing. Gu Qingqing looked grim, and she said, Han Sen hasn't exposed anything, which is why Ancient Devil hasn't attacked. That means he is at a disadvantage. Sister Chang, could you explain that with a little more clarity? Wang Yuhang couldn't help but ask. Gu Qingqing looked over to their fight and said, Han Sen's attacks aren't allowing an opening because he keeps striking. The attacks are too continuous to allow a response. Queen understood and said, "That means Han San is forced to attack, and if he stops, he'll be attacked by Ancient Devil." Gu Qingqing nodded and said, "Ancient Devil is like a viper in a cave. If Han Sen's attacks develop a flaw, things could get ugly." "That's easy. He can just keep on attacking until he kills the enemy," Cheap Sheep said. "It's not that easy, and Han Sen can't touch Ancient Devil, and the beast has a strange power. It won't be weaker than any elite," Gu Qingqing said. While they were talking, Han Sen's body stopped for a moment. At that moment, Ancient Devil attacked. The hand he held against his chest was pressing forward towards Han's senator. It felt as if the entire world rested in that palm. One flower, one world. One leaf, one Bodhi. Ancient Devil's hand was like a hand that was picking up flowers. Felt like the entire world was in his palms. Han Sen's eyes looked clear, though. He wasn't afraid of this move, and in fact, he had been waiting for it. As Han Sen was waiting to strike, he felt a movement inside his sea of soul. Han Sen's mind was like steel. He focused and did not allow the sea of soul's discord to affect him. He punched towards Ancient Devil's hand. This was an opening for Ancient Devil, but Han Sen also thought that it was an opportunity. His Dongxian aura was not maxed out yet, and because of that, he was unable to place one finger on the donkey. It was best to end these proceedings than continue with a stalemate. Fists and hands swung through the air, but there were no collisions to be seen. Han Sen felt as if he was powerless, like he had been sucked into an infinite hole. His power was being drawn, but nothing else happened. This drain sapped his power and nothing else. Han Sen used some of his power and realized he could not escape Ancient Devil's hand. His power kept on getting sucked into Ancient Devil's body. The rumbling inside Han Sen's sea of soul was getting stronger, as well. Eventually, he noticed that the activity was coming from Destiny's tower. But it wasn't the tower itself making the fuss. It was the armored man that had been trapped inside it. He was casting ice and fire spells, thrashing around his prison inside Destiny's tower. He couldn't break the trappings, but it made the tower shiver and shake all the same. Han Sen was surprised. When Armored Man was first captured, he tried to break out to no avail. And in that process he had ended up hurting himself. But ever since then, there had been no further activity from him. If he was causing a commotion at this moment, perhaps he knew Han Sen was in the midst of a fight and that there'd be no chance of containing him if he managed to break free. But Han Sen did not think this was the case either. Armored Man was trapped inside Destiny's tower. He could not see what was outside that prison, so there shouldn't have been a way for him to know Han Sen was in the middle of a fight. Han Sen did not have to think right now, though. His power was like a river, all going into Ancient Devil's hands. If this were to continue, he'd eventually dry up his reserve. Han Sen summoned Bulwark Umbrella and used it to take stabs at Ancient Devil's hands. Ancient Devil tried to grab the umbrella, and just like earlier, he wished to take it. The Bulwark Umbrella then opened up. Ancient Devil's hand made contact with it, and yet, there was no shockwave. None of the Genocore's power was absorbed. A light appeared, separating Han Sen from Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil's hand was unable to absorb Han Sen's power now, which meant his hands were free. Ancient Devil looked at Han Sen's Bulwark Umbrella in immense shock. Then he changed his momentum, and when he did, a burst of air came out from him. His hands were collapsing onto Han Sen next. Han Sen frowned, and he saw a red light appeared around Ancient Devil. It was the power of Han Sen's God Geno Core. Now Han Sen knew Ancient Devil could absorb the power of his enemies, and even make use of it. It wasn't just that either. Ancient Devil's own power was stronger than what Han Sen was losing. When he absorbed the powers of his enemies, he could put his own power into the element of what the enemy had been using. It was practically cheating. Now Han Sen knew why Gu Qingqing had said Ancient Devil could make use of any element. It was too easy for him to make use of other elements. Pang! Ancient Devil threw his palm forward at the umbrella. The umbrella curved like a broken drum. But after that, the surface bounced back into a correct position. It hadn't been broken. Ancient Devil continued to slap the umbrella, as a red light doused the entire area. The umbrella was repeatedly curved, expelling thunderous noises. But no matter how strong Ancient Devil's powers were, he could not break a gemstone-class umbrella. The situation had been changed. Hansen had initially been attacking, but now Ancient Devil was on the offensive. Hansen used Bulwark Umbrella to block each and every attack. The umbrella is strong. Where did it come from? Ghost Eagle Emperor looked at the Bulwark Umbrella in shock. Ancient Devil's palm was strong, and every strike was like a red sky falling. Each blow deformed Hansen's defenses, but the umbrella still bounced back every time. Skysword has good sword skills and a good Geno core, Elder Een grumbled. He actually looked greedy when he looked at the Bulwark Umbrella. Ancient Devil was suppressing Hansen like a demon. Every palm was a shocking spectacle. But none of them could harm Han Senator. Everyone knew it was because of the umbrella. It was such a powerful defense Geno core, and many elites thought it was keeping him alive. I wonder what Skysword's self-Geno core is. Sacred's leader frowned as he watched the umbrella. Hansen had used a few different Geno cores, and each one was powerful. They couldn't tell which one had actually come from Hansen. No one thought it was actually the Bulwark Umbrella. It was famous, but it was only gemstone class. They didn't think something like that could break Ancient Devil's powers. Sacred's leader thought Bulwark Umbrella was a super Geno core. Hansen did not expect the umbrella to be so strong. Either, Ancient Devil had taken Hansen's God Geno core power, and so his strikes were stronger than anything that Six Paths could deliver. And yet, a gemstone-class Bulwark Umbrella was able to block it. Hansen was shocked to see that it had not been damaged. It is no wonder it is Dongxian Sutra's Geno core. It is so strong. Hansen complimented his own blade. Hansen used the defense of the umbrella to wait for the right time to fight back. So far, Ancient Devil hadn't used his Geno cores. It had been a while since Hansen went up against a strong enemy such as that, though. If he was unable to win, he'd use Super King Spirit and summon Destiny's Tower to suppress Ancient Devil. Speaking of that, Hansen turned his attention to the armored man who was in the tower. He was still shouting. The ice and fire powers were gunning like active volcanoes. His body kept slamming against the barriers, but he could only shake the tower. That was bad, as his body kept getting cut by the vortex whenever he slammed into it. The hard armor was unable to withstand the powers of space. He kept on getting cut even now. His blood was flowing like streams of white lava, seeping through the gaps of the armor. It went everywhere. Armored Man would not stop, though. It was like he had completely lost his mind. What is wrong with that guy? Has he been locked up for so long that he wants to die? Hansen wondered. But seeing Armored Man's face, he didn't look quite crazy. Ancient Devil's palm was getting heavier, and Hansen couldn't think of a way to repel it. So, he used his Bulwark Umbrella to brace against it. Seeing Ancient Devil's incoming attack, Hansen thought to himself, Armored Man seems to have gone crazy right after Ancient Devil decided to attack me. Is there a connection between the two? Bulwark Umbrella blocked Ancient Devil's move. Then Hansen spoke to his Sea of Soul, which was rolling with thunder. Are you related to Ancient Devil? Armored Man, who had thus far refused to talk to Hansen, was enraged. He exclaimed, If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be like this. Let me out. I want to kill him. After that, Armored Man kept thrashing about. He didn't care for his wounds, he just desperately wanted to get loose, get free, and get out. Then tell me, what is your grudge with Ancient Devil? Hansen needed to hear more of the story than that. Armored Man was unable to get free. He gritted his teeth. I am a born emperor created by Ancient Devil. I was in the Chimenia, refining for eternity. The tone of voice was one that possessed intense hatred. It was obvious that he wanted to skin his enemy alive. Hansen was surprised, though. He wasn't a terribly trusting individual. But Gu Qingcheng told him Armored Man's powers were the work of a Qigong master. But now, Armored Man was saying that he had been imprisoned inside the Chimenia by Ancient Devil. Both stories were vastly different. Ancient Devil did not look like a human Qigong master, so why would he have an immortal Chimenia? He couldn't use Qigong. Weird. How was Ancient Devil able to imprison you? He didn't kill you. He just made you stronger. and he even let you out. Why would you create trouble for him? Hansen didn't believe him. Armored Man roared. He didn't let me go. He just didn't know I'd grow that much. He didn't know I'd become strong enough to slay his guardian. Hansen's heart then jumped, and he asked, "Is Headless Rockman a guardian belonging to Ancient Devil?" "No. Headless Rockman was damaged by Ancient Devil himself. It is why he was like that," Armored Man answered. That surprised Han Senator. He went on to ask, "Who is the Headless Rockman, anyway?" "I don't know," Armored Man replied. "Ancient Devil wanted Destiny's Tower. He turned the owner of the tower into the Headless Rockman, but he was still unable to take the tower. I became strong once I was released, and I did my best to defeat Headless Rockman. I didn't want Destiny's Tower to be lost either. Somehow, you managed to come into its possession." Han San then got to mulling what he had been told and determining whether or not Armored Man was telling the truth. Ancient Devil was an even scarier figure, if so. Ancient Devil had already caused a lot of trouble in the third God's Sanctuary, and he had killed the Master of Destiny's Tower in the fourth God's Sanctuary. He also created Armored Man. Trying to comprehend what his true goals might have been was a baffling endeavor. While Han San thought this over, Armored Man was still as desperate as ever. He kept roaring and thrashing around. He said, "Let me out. I'm going to kill him. Calm down. Ancient Devil is strong, and you are still injured. If I let you out, you won't be able to defeat him. Wait until I find the right opportunity. Once I have, I'll free you." Han Sen did not let him out. Han Sun did not trust Armored Man, and he had used Dollar's identity when capturing him. If he let him out, it would expose Han Sen as Dollar to everyone. But Armored Man would not give up. He kept on thrashing about. It didn't concern Han Sen much, though, as there was no chance of him getting free despite the effort. Ancient Devil could not finish off Han Sen, so he ultimately decided to leave. "It looks like we have come to a draw today, so there is no point in us fighting. I implore you to consider handing Goddess back over. If you need me, just shout to me outside the gates." After that, Ancient Devil rode the white donkey away. Han Sen could not stop the white donkey, so he just let them go. There'd be no point giving chase. Seeing Ancient Devil leave, Han Sen felt strange. Ancient Devil hadn't used all his strength, and yet he was already leaving. That was surprising. After Ancient Devil left, he went to meet up with Sacred's leader and a few others. "Leader, I am sorry. I was unable to kill Sky Sword and rescue Goddess." Ancient Devil sighed. "I am grateful you were willing to help, and it's okay if you were unable to kill him. With your Ancient Devil power, you can just kill one creature every day." "It won't take long," Sacred's leader said. "Unless he kills Sky Sword, selecting targets will be difficult. But if he kills Sky Sword immediately, the ancient Sky Mirror would be useless and he wouldn't have this much trouble," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. Elder Een said, "It was Illusion Elder's mistake. He did not kill Death Goddess, and he allowed Sky Sword to take the ancient Sky Mirror. If he hadn't, we would have already wiped out Sky Sword. Don't worry. We will soon seize the shelter and kill Sky Sword," Sacred's leader said. "It will be difficult. We cannot kill Sky Sword, and we cannot use the ancient Sky Mirror. Ancient Devil killing one creature a day would still take forever because they have so many there," Elder Een coldly said. Ancient Devil looked very upset, and he said, "To be honest, my Ancient Devil power can only take down the weaker creatures. People like Sky Sword? I can't do much from a distance." Hearing Ancient Devil say this, they felt relieved. If Ancient Devil said his power could kill anyone from any distance, they would be very afraid. "Kill as many as you can, anyway. We'll find another way soon," Sacred's leader said. "But it won't be difficult to kill Sky Sword. My power is just not enough to break through that umbrella-looking genocore. If everyone helped, we could break it easily," Ancient Devil said. "Ancient Devil Emperor, he has the ancient Sky Mirror. Even if we broke the umbrella and killed him, he could just respawn," Ghost Eagle Emperor said. "My Ancient Devil power can't just kill someone like that, but I can still circumvent the mirror if I kill him myself." "I can kill him," Ancient Devil said coldly. "We can try it. If we cooperate, We will destroy the umbrella easily, Ghost Eagle Emperor said. After Han Sen returned to the shelter, he asked the armored man more about what happened. Armored man was very angry, and he had no way of releasing his rage. He started ranting, and Han Sen understood what had happened. Armored man was a born emperor that was actually called Inferno Skeleton Emperor. Ancient Devil destroyed his shelter and claimed his spirit stone. He had no choice but to obey. But after submitting to the service of Ancient Devil, he was placed inside a chimenea. While imprisoned, he was burned with ice and fire for a very long time. Inferno Skeleton Emperor could not die inside the chimenea, but he had to endure incredible agony the entire time. Some urgent matter pulled Ancient Devil away, and he left. For a long time it was only the Guardian that was left there, so there was nothing Inferno Skeleton Emperor could do to escape. But despite all that, he still earned something after the ordeal. During the time he spent in the chimenea, the Emperor's body was reinforced. He also learned to command the powers of ice and fire as well. When he gained control of the chimenea, he absorbed much more ice and fire. That was how he had made himself an overwhelming contender in Divinity's bout. But before he could gain his revenge and go up against Ancient Devil, Han Sen claimed him and trapped him inside Destiny's Tower. Armored Man didn't know much about Headless Rockman and Destiny's Tower, but he knew that the feud between Headless Rockman and Ancient had been going on since before he was forced to serve Ancient Devil. One thing Han Sen learned, however, was that Ancient Devil was apparently afraid of Destiny's Tower and Headless Rockman. And Ancient Devil was unable to defeat Headless Rockman, who controlled it. When Inferno Skeleton Emperor was made free, so was Destiny's Tower. Inferno Skeleton Emperor knew that Ancient Devil was scared of Destiny's Tower, so he wanted to take that tower with him in his pursuit of revenge. After trying many times, he finally managed to defeat Headless Rockman, but unfortunately, he did not receive the tower he had been so desperate for. Han Sen was the one who got it. Let me out, Inferno Skeleton Emperor was raging. He hated Ancient Devil more than he hated Han Sen. Han Sen kept him within Destiny's Tower because his struggles had weakened him. Han Sen ignored his repeated plight, but after a while he said, "Although you are strong, you cannot beat Ancient Devil. But Ancient Devil, you said, could not kill Headless Rockman. Yet you managed to kill Headless Rockman. Perhaps he put you in the chimenea to strengthen you, so that he could use you to defeat the one opponent that he feared. Then, he could have Destiny's Tower." Inferno Skeleton Emperor froze. His eyes flared with an icy fire, and he said, "Regardless of what his purpose was, I have to get my revenge. I have to kill him. You can have your revenge, but he's not here right now. There is no point of you conning out. And even if you did find him, there is no way you could catch up with the beast he rides. Even I was unable to chase him, and you're not very efficient. Or at least I don't think you are," Han Sen said. After he heard that, Inferno Skeleton Emperor went silent. Then he got back to roaring. "Wait a bit. If the opportunity arises, I'll let you get the revenge you seek." Han Sen provided him a little comfort. There really was a chance he could be a useful half-ally further down the road. Inferno Skeleton Emperor's physical power was most certainly as good as Ancient Devil's. His strength must have become quite impressive over the years. Unfortunately, his skills were too simple. If he did go up against a mysterious elite like Ancient Devil, things would turn awry. Not long after, Cheap Sheep appeared. He had come with a report, and he looked glum carrying it. He said a creature had just died inside the shelter, and now all the creatures there were scared. No one knew who might be next. Some creatures had even sneaked away from the shelter to escape, but their attempts hadn't worked out. Elites were outside the shelter, so none of the escaping creatures made it very far. Han Sen called a meeting in the Spirit Hall to discuss how they should proceed. "Ancient Devil is scary, and we're in a bad situation," Gu Qingcheng said. "There is a limit to his power. He can kill one of us every day, but he won't be able to select the target at will. Even so, that is bad. If he kills one of us a day, it won't take long for everyone to die." Cheap Sheep sounded scared, and he was one of the weakest there. He could be brought down with ease. "If you are afraid, Go and obey ancient devil, Han Sen told the sheep. Cheap Sheep jumped up and said, "What is that supposed to mean? I am your sheep, and I always will be, dead or alive." Cheap Sheep wasn't that loyal, though. There were so many people outside the shelter, he was just worried that if he did try to switch bosses, he'd be killed before he could explain himself. And right now, he thought Han Sen was just testing his loyalty. Han Sen actually wanted Cheap Sheep could go and serve Ancient Devil as a boss. Perhaps there was a chance Ancient Devil could die before striking again. But he knew there were too many elites out there, and Cheap Sheep was too weak to do much of anything. He'd probably be eaten before opening his mouth to speak. He wouldn't even catch a glimpse of Ancient Devil's face. It's a shame Ancient Sky Mirror's power is limited. Otherwise, I would go and fight them, and kill as many of them as I can, Tang Xinliu said. While they were talking, Green Cow barged into the meeting and said, "Boss, the enemy is coming. They are almost before our shelter." Han Sen was surprised by this. He looked at Gu Qingqing, Lin Feng, and the others. If they were striking now, that meant they had found a way to ignore the ancient sky mirror. "If things go wrong, you guys all return to the alliance. I'll find a way to make it out of here," Han Sen said to Lin Feng. Then he ran out of the spirit hall. The sky above the shelter was clouded by countless flying beasts, and creatures swarmed across the ground like the tumultuous waves of the sea. There were so many scary life forces to be seen amidst them. And in the front, there was Ancient Devil and Sacred's leader. And there were many more spirits and creatures Han Sen did not know. But even without knowing, Han Sen could tell they were things to fear. Buzz! Han Menger, who was next to Han Sen, fired her death bone. An arrow was loosed and it slew a creature that was quickly approaching. She strung her bow again as a beast from Ancient Devil's side leaped forward with a roar. Its body was running to meet with the arrow. That monster looked like a bull, but it was covered with green armor. Its horns glistened like golden screws. There was a horn on its nose too, like that of a rhino. The beast flew towards the arrow and smacked it with its head. The arrow did not hurt the beast, and it was simply knocked away. Han Menger frowned and fired her bow again. Wherever she fired an arrow, it was pulled toward the horn of that frantic beast. Those powerful arrows generated shockwaves when they came against the horn, but no matter how many times it happened, she could not damage the tusk. Horn Beast Alpha is powerful. It is no wonder why he is said to have the strongest horn in the world. Ancient Devil complimented the creature. Other alphas also complimented the performance. They planned to let Horn Beast Alpha deal with Han Menger. Aside from Horn Beast Alpha, no one else was confident in dealing with Han Menger's arrows. Horn Beast Alpha's horn was indestructible, and he had a magnetic ability that could absorb things in his proximity. It allowed him to capture Han Menger's arrows. Han Menger was powerful. Her strongest skill was her empty shot, which enabled her to shoot wherever she wanted to. Unfortunately, all the arrows were being snared by the horn, and there was nothing that could be done about it. "I will deal with Gu Qingqing." Elder Yin drew his sword and went towards Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing's eyes looked cold, and she drew out pure. Then she went to Yin Elder. If Gu Qingqing's sword skills were overbearing, then Yin Elder's skills were soft. The delicate nature of his sword and performance nearly made him invisible. He didn't touch Gu Qingqing's attacks and moved around her like water. He was a tough target to face. Gu Qingqing couldn't kill Yin Elder, and so she was trapped. Han Sen frowned. Horn Beast Alpha and Yin Elder were stronger than Illusion Elder. They must have been the elders of larger and older tribes. Han Sen heard a long cry come from the shelter, and it boomed and drowned out the sounds of all else. Han Sen saw a red pony standing upon the tallest point of Shadow Shelter. Its small neck arched proudly as it whinnied loudly. Han Sen felt safe. With Red Pony's sonic protection, not even the alphas would be able to get close to the shelter. Even if Ancient Devil had discovered how to break the mirror, he couldn't do it now. But they circumvented Han Sen's expectations. Ancient Devil and the others did not make the shelter their target instead. They all went for Han Sen. Han Sen understood what they sought to do. They wanted to kill him first so they could get the mirror easily. Han Sen was not afraid and he felt calm. He had been worried the mirror would end up destroyed, and so it was a bit of a relief that their first target wasn't the item. Han Sen summoned his overbearing shield. With his other hand, he summoned the bulwark umbrella. Ancient Devil was hard enough to deal with, but now with all the others coming, he absolutely had to have the umbrella equipped for defense. A spirit elder came forward with a spear. The spear turned into a black dragon as it approached. At the same time, Ancient Devil used his palm and Sacred's leader used the cane he held. It released a golden light that was like a holy punishment to Han Sen. A dozen Alpha-class elites surrounded Han Sen, and with so much power coming down from the sky, he had nowhere to run. Lin Feng used the power of the ancient sky mirror to fight the creatures. He killed many creatures in between dying many times. Without the mirror and little pony, he would have been permanently dead long ago. Creatures and spirits covered the whole of Shadow Shelter. It looked like a hell's cape. There was screaming, and rivers of blood were running everywhere. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The shockwave vaporized the creatures and spirits in the vicinity of 100 miles. Nothing was left. In the center of the explosion, Han Sen was holding his umbrella and overbearing shield. His mouth was bleeding, and there were cuts running across his face. His overbearing shield looked to be in a worse state, and it seemed as if it was going to snap in half. Fighting a dozen alphas, even Han Sen's bulwark umbrella and overbearing shield could not keep him protected. He was damaged a bit. Han Sen did not say anything, though. When his body moved, he was headed for the alphas. Others might have been afraid of taking on such numbers, but this was something Han Sen was good at. After he blocked a strike, he ran into a bunch of people, opening and closing his umbrella constantly. Sometimes it was used for defense, other times it was used as a weapon. Combined with his overbearing shield, none of the alphas were able to kill him. Han Sen's desire to fight was high. Blood was everywhere. Shadow Shelter and the encompassing few thousand miles became a bloody hellscape. The mountains were breaking beneath the pressure and power. The blood was like rain as the sky turned red. Bodies were mounting and piling up outside the shelter. Han Sen bet no gold shelter had ever survived a glorious fight like this. Even a super shelter would be horrendously damaged by now. Ancient Devil's target was not the shelter, though, and Red Pony was using its sonic protection. If these had been reversed, Shadow Shelter would have been flattened. It would have been wiped off the map of the Fourth God's sanctuary and vanished without a trace. Even if Shadow Shelter was destroyed, with the mirror there, they could still be safe. Arg! I'm dead! A creature came running towards Cheap Sheep, and the sheep screamed. He fell to the ground with his neck broken, eyes rolling to the back of his skull, and tongue hanging out. The creature looked surprised. Then it went forward. But when he ran past Cheap Sheep, another Cheap Sheep appeared. Cheap Sheep summoned his horn scimitar and shoved it up the creature's bum. Arg! The creature suddenly jumped up and screamed. Come and hit me, you dumbass! Wang Yuhang ran, shaking his ass vigorously as he went. Many creatures were behind him. It looked risky, but Wang Yuhang could run like mad. He may have been dealt a number of injuries, but none of the wounds put him in critical status. Queen's beautiful legs were swinging to chop foes like axes. They managed to cut a sacred blood creature in half with a combined chop, spraying blood across her limbs. Two more creatures, like maddened tigers, came leaping towards Queen, who was now starting to show signs of exhaustion. But she disappeared, and the two creatures ended up jumping into each other. When Queen showed up again, she was beside them. With hands like blades, she sliced both of their heads off. Queen was like a killing machine. The ghost-slash technique Han Sen had invented was even scarier when she used it, due to her natural dexterity with the time and space elements. Lin Feng was colored gold, and he looked almost like a Buddha. Jing Jiwu's powers were slightly weird, and they were used in tandem with Lin Feng's. If he threw a punch, an enemy would get trapped and become unable to move, letting Lin Feng finish it off. Through their cooperation, they were an unstoppable force that produced even more blood for the field. A super creature came with a roar, interrupting their killing spree. Elysian Moon's Elysian umbrella opened, and every time that occurred, a new creature was sucked onto its surface. It was very strange. Little Star was too tame, though. It didn't even fight. All it did was use Starcy travel to run around and avoid all damage, due to it not being able to get hit. Little Silver stood atop Little Star, as Little Star navigated the field. The furry creature cast many bolts of silver lightning to electrify the enemies below. A few super creatures tried going after Little Star, but they couldn't get him. Bower was also on top of Little Star. She kept looking around, as if in search of something. Wherever Little Fairy flew, a blizzard accompanied her. Many flying creatures were frozen in the air, and they fell to the ground and shattered like hailstones. Gu Qingqing's face was cold. Her sword skills were powerful, but she was unable to hit Elder Een. He was like bubblegum. Whenever you attacked, he fell back. Whenever he attacked, you fell back. His skills were very powerful too. Han Menger kept on firing arrows as well. They kept on getting attracted to the Horn Beast Alpha's horn. Many explosions were created between the two, but a victor did not yet seem decided. Han Sen was running in between a dozen elites that hounded him. Even though he wasn't afraid of taking on large numbers alone, he still felt a lot of pressure now. All of his enemies were powerful, and Ancient Devil kept breathing down his neck, making him feel much worse. He was still making use of Bulwark Umbrella and Overbearing Shield to block the attacks that came his way. Bulwark Umbrella's surface had a small crack running across it, but Overbearing Shield was wreathed with far more. It looked as if it'd break soon. Han San was using his fallen slaughter body and butterfly wings to dodge an attack of an elder. He shouted to Sacred's leader, "Hey! Look at who is in the ancient sky mirror." Sacred's leader turned around to look at the mirror, and in that big mirror, Goddess was visible. She looked terrible. "Let her go!" Sacred's leader roared. "Sacred, if you don't leave now, I will kill her," Han Sun said coldly as he dodged attacks. "If you touch one hair on her head, I'll make you..." Pang! Before Sacred's leader finished, the noise of an explosion sounded. Goddess exploded, becoming nothing more than a bloody mist across the mirror. "I'm going to kill you." Sacred's leader's eyes turned red, and he became incredibly angry. Han Sen was so cold, and his face didn't change. As he continued his fight, he coldly said, "Elder Mo He, if you keep moving, 2 of your people will suffer the same fate. I will kill you today." Elder Mo He gritted his teeth. He didn't fall back, and he simply attacked even harder. Han Sen's heart jumped, and then, the 2 people that belonged to Mo He exploded. They became a source of energy for the mirror. Han Sen kept on killing the others, because he didn't think the alphas would leave. Those were their kids he was now killing, but they had many children. They weren't going to fall back on account of 2 lost ones, however. Han Sen wasn't killing their children just to make them mad, though. He was hoping to take advantage of their emotions. But that aside, Ancient Sky Mirror required a lot of energy to keep reviving his teammates. Many elders were enraged by the actions of Han Senator. They were able to maintain their powers, but their usage was now emotional. Han Sen grabbed hold of the raw emotions he could and weaved his way through the elites. He was like a fish that was swimming upstream. It was a difficult situation to be in, but it was at least a little better. Dong! Ancient Devil threw his palm against Overbearing Shield. It reversed the power back onto Ancient Devil, but it didn't succeed in hurting him. And the shield itself wasn't able to fully sustain the shock. The shield ended up breaking while it was still attached to Han Sen's arm. This made Han Sen feel terrible. Ancient Devil was near Han Sen now, and he was a far more dangerous threat than the others were. But try as he might, Han Sen could not figure out a way in which he could rid himself of Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was a powerful nemesis, but the white and unassuming donkey he rode was also a tricky fiend. Han Sen couldn't figure out a way to deal with the two. Inferno Skeleton Emperor could now feel Ancient Devil's presence from inside Destiny's Tower, and this made him a little nutty again. He kept on slamming the locks, wanting to fight Ancient Devil. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let him go free. And more than anything, Han Sen didn't want to expose the fact that he himself was Dollar. He was invincible in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, but the alliance had organizations Han-san would not be able to deal with. If people figured out Han-san was dollar, there was sure to be big trouble. And as all this occurred, in a base somewhere in the alliance, a black tiger creature came to the man that looked like God. "Sir, they have started their operation. They are attacking Han-san and Shadow Shelter," the black tiger said. "Good. Let us start, then." The officer spoke coldly, but he looked interested. "Yes, I will travel to Han Manor," the black tiger said quietly. With his black Geno armor to veil himself, he went to see the Han family. Inside Han Manor, Ji Yanran was holding Little Flower and talking to Luolan. Zero was sitting near them. Suddenly, Luolan stood up from the sofa, her face grim. Ji Yanran looked at Luolan and noticed something was amiss. She held Little Flower tight and stood up off the sofa. As well. Pang! One side of the house was blown up, and the garden went with it. A giant black tiger that was the height of a grown man approached them from the outside. He was wearing black crystal armor, and he didn't walk robotically like an owl would. "Give me the kid," the black tiger said, looking at Little Flower. "Animal, how dare you?" Luolan stood in front of Jia Enrin and Little Flower. She spoke back to the tiger harshly and gestured for Ji Yanran to run off with the baby. Ji Yanran did as instructed and fled. Before she could leave the room, though, the black tiger roared and leaped towards them. But due to its speed being so great, Ji Yanran only saw the black tiger disappear. She felt nervous. Damn! Luolan's face changed. She moved her hand and heard a dong sound. She had hit something. The black tiger's body reappeared inside the house. Luolan had hit the tiger's forehead, but she had not hurt him in the slightest. There was not even a mark on his armor. Luolan was shocked that her falsified sky powers had done nothing to the black tiger. It wasn't as if falsified sky powers were useless. It was just because Luolan's strength was far outclassed by the black tiger's. She couldn't break the armor. The black tiger swung its paw and claws towards Luolan in retaliation, looking at her with great disdain. He had been in the fourth god's sanctuary and obtained that armor from an officer. His power placed him among the alliance's best, and the powers of a surpasser would not be a concern. The black tiger's attacking paw was something Luolan could not dodge. There'd be no chance for her to escape. Dong! A bone knife appeared beneath the paws. Zero had blocked the strike, but the force sent her flying back into Luolan, and both of them crashed onto the ground. Boom! Zero stood up off the floor bleeding, but her blood was purple. Her eyes turned purple, then her hair followed. A pair of purple horns grew out of her skin. Shura? The black tiger looked surprised, but it did not care. It did not matter who she was. As long as she did not have Geno armor, there was nothing to be concerned about. He increased the strength in his paws and leaped at Zero. Zero's hair moved like it was dancing. She evaded the strike of the claws and retaliated with a cut of the bone knife across the creature's face. Dong! The falsified sky power backed by the bone dagger was unable to penetrate the defense that armor provided. The black tiger headbutted Zero, and she slammed into a wall and broke it. Luolan jumped towards her and pulled her out of the rubble. Zero slowly stood up, staring at the black tiger and said, "Leave now." After that, Zero leaped toward the black tiger again. Luolan tugged at Ji Yanran, prompting them to leave. But before they could get very far, the black tiger's claw came down on Zero. She was delivered 3 deep clefts in her skin, and she was suddenly bleeding quite a lot. Zero dodged the next direct attack, but the force still sent her flying 1,000 meters with deep marks across her. Seeing Zero bleeding and still wanting to fight the intruding black tiger, Luolan shouted to Ji Yanran, "Take Little Flower and run. Don't look back." After that, Luolan jumped towards the black tiger. She knew Zero wouldn't last in her current state. "Mom!" Ji Yanran was shocked. "Go, Little Flower," Luolan said and flew, using her falsified sky power against the black tiger. Dong! But Luolan was just a surpasses, she wasn't even a demigod. Her powers were far weaker than the black tiger with Geno armor. She couldn't even leave marks on its head. The black tiger was irritated by Luolan, though. He attacked her before she could even react. Zero pushed Luolan away, and her back was delivered a few more cuts. The shockwave from the claws tore a nearby building in half. That building was a dozen stories tall. Blurg. Zero fell in front of Luolan, bleeding profusely. There was a deep wound across her waist, which revealed the organs inside. Luolan picked up Zero with the intent of taking her away. The black tiger saw Ji Yanran get into an aircraft. Since he was now short on time, he looked at Luolan and Zero and decided to stop trying to kill them. He jumped over to Ji Yanran. Dong! A bone-forged dagger fell from the sky and hit him on the head. The black tiger looked back and saw Zero being held by Luolan. Her hand was still extended from where she had thrown the knife. The black tiger was enraged, and he attacked the aircraft and destroyed it. He turned around and jumped back to Zero. It looked like her hit had made the creature even angrier, and he wished to finish her off first. Zero pushed Luolan away. She felt nothing in the face of that scary black tiger. But Luolan pushed her to the side, smiled and said, "You are like my daughter, and no mother would willingly watch her daughter die." Zero, who always looked emotionless, now had a conflicted expression. She wished to save Luolan, but she was too injured to do so. Before she could get up, the black tiger was in front of Luolan. The black tiger wanted to kill Luolan right then, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Ji Yanran. The baby in Ji Yanran's arms began to cry, and there was a scary presence in those tears. That was what made the black tiger stop. The black tiger saw the life force and looked at it in disbelief. Little Flower's body was glowing with a holy light. The pupils were all white, and the hair grew obscenely long and white too. The baby had suddenly become much stronger. He is different. The black tiger looked very excited, and he ran straight for Little Flower. Dong! He crouched to leap forward and felt something hitting his legs. Luolan was hacking at them, and even though it may not have hurt, it was annoying. The black tiger was going to grab the pesky Luolan and get rid of her. Take Little Flower. Luolan knew she couldn't run, so she just shouted at Ji Yanran instead of evading the incoming claws. As the claws were about to land on Luolan, a hand suddenly appeared. It stopped the death-bringing claws in their tracks. Inside the cafe, Stay Up Late was wearing his uniform as he researched coffee. He suddenly frowned. He put down his tools and took off his apron and placed them on the counter. Stay up late. Where are you going? The manager looked at him strangely. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Stay Up Late smiled at the manager and then walked away. He walked out the back door, and as soon as he stepped out, he ran straight back towards Han Manor. There, he saw the black tiger doing combat. The black tiger was about to strike Luolan, and Stay Up Late sighed to himself. He said, "This woman doesn't even have Geno armor, and yet she's that cocky? Humans are so weak. But I promised Han-san I'd keep his family safe. I'll have to kill that guy." Just as Stay Up Late was about to get closer, he stopped. He looked towards Luolan. Seeing the black tiger going to land a finishing strike on her, Ji Yanran and Zero looked on in shock. A hand had stopped the descent of that paw. The claws were held fast and unable to move. A strong human body was in front of her now, blocking the tiger. It was a man. He looked young, but he should have been middle-aged. The man's face looked like ice, but there was a fire burning in his eyes. Luolan only saw his back, but the moment she saw it, she looked so happy. She was too excited to speak. "Touch my woman and die." The man sounded very cold. His power was like that of a volcano, and he blasted the black tiger away. The next second, the man disappeared and teleported in front of the descending black tiger. The black tiger was surprised. He was squaring off against another human, but he had been sent flying while still wearing his Geno armor. He was shocked by the power the man wielded. He used the power of his Geno armor and attempted to grab the man, but all of a sudden, he could not move. Pang! 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 The man's fists were like a rainstorm as they pelted into the black tiger. The constant sound of impacts chimed with the non-stop strikes at the armor. The raging fists kept on whacking the armor, and while the armor did not break, his power still penetrated the defense and shook the black tiger within. The black tiger's organs became twisted, and he continuously choked up blood. The black tiger's eyes turned red, and he looked extremely angry. His opponent was just a human, and what's more, the man wasn't even wearing Geno armor. And that power he wielded could render the safety of the tiger's armor inert. It was quite scary. The scarier thing was that he couldn't move. He kept on submitting to the pummeling. Catcha! The black tiger realized that the crazy punching was beginning to crack the Geno armor. Who are you? The black tiger wanted to scream. He looked terrified, but he couldn't make a noise. Pang! The black tiger's Geno armor helmet was broken. The fist then came through the shards of helmet that remained, crushing the black tiger's face. His face, after taking that punch, was a mess. The eyeballs fell from their sockets. The mouth was twisted, and teeth fell out as the creature puked more blood. Pang! 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 The black tiger was like an airborne punching bag now. The fists kept on punching it as the entire body twisted more and more. Blood spilled like rain, and the bones kept breaking. Ji Yanran ran over to Zero and Luolan and helped get them up. She wanted to take them away, but she was frozen by the sight of that wretched fight. Stay Up Late looked at the man in the air and was shocked. He said, "He isn't wearing Geno armor, and yet he is so strong. I didn't expect a human could be as strong as this. If he had a Geno armor, he might be qualified. Interesting. What is the relationship between that man and Han Sen? And the woman must be Luolan. Does that mean he is Han Sen's father? Or Luolan's partner?" Stay Up Late continued looking at the man with interest. Impossible. Impossible. A human that has no Geno armor cannot do this. How is this possible? The black tiger was incredibly frightened. Han Yufei's eyes looked murderous. He stretched his arm and delivered another punch to the black tiger's chest. The cracking Geno armor T finally shattered. It fell to pieces like shards of broken glass. Without the armor's protection, Han Yufei's fist went right through the black tiger's chest. It cleaved its way through the bones, right into the creature's heart. The next second, as the black tiger looked on hopelessly, Han Yufei put another fist into the creature's chest. Then he ripped the entire body in half with nothing but his bare hands. The blood and organs fell to the ground with what was left of the battered body. Craters formed where they landed, and the man remained airborne, floating where he had been. Han Yufei gave Luolan a gesture, and then Luolan gestured back with excitement. Han Yufei nodded, shook his head, and then disappeared. "Mom, who is that?" Ji Yanran looked at Luolan and thought to herself, has she found a new boyfriend? She raised Han Sen and Han Yen alone. She should have a life of her own now. That was Han Sen's father. That was your father-in-law. Luolan looked at the vanished shadow and seemed disappointed. I thought he... Ji Yanran looked at her in disbelief. She spoke half of what she was going to, but thought something was amiss and stopped. He had his reasons. Don't say it out loud. Luolan quietly responded. As they spoke, someone jumped in front of Ji Yanran. The person reached for Little Flower and gave an evil laugh. The person said, "Officers are predictable." He knew the black tiger would not get the job done, and he knew there was something wrong in the Han family. Han Yufei is not dead, and he is on the god level. He killed the black tiger with his Geno armor, so he must be the heir of Han Jinji. I am going to take the credit. Lu Jia waited until Han Yufei was gone, and they were at their most relieved. He reached his hand out to Ji Yanran, hoping to take Little Flower. Stay Up Late frowned and wanted to help, but just as he was going to strike, he stopped. There were two scary powers coming out of Ji Yanran. One of them was from the baby. Luo Jia's hand was about to touch Little Flower when the baby's body began to glow with white light. Lu Jia couldn't touch Little Flower, even though he was only 3 inches away. Lu Jia's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Although he had no Geno armor, he had broken through the 4th god's sanctuary and become a god. He hadn't generated a Geno armor yet, but his powers were stronger than any demigod. and he should have been stronger than a 1-year-old child regardless. The power Little Flower released was as strong as his own, and he couldn't believe it. How can a human child have this kind of power? Did Han Jinji give that stuff to this kid? Lu Jia was in shock. He wanted to take Little Flower even more. If Little Flower possessed what they wanted, he would be highly rewarded after taking the baby. Power exploded from Lu Jia's body. He used force to reach further toward Little Flower, but there was a horrible power coming out of Ji Yanran as well. There were crystal high heels on Ji Yanran's feet. They looked like living things, and all of a sudden, they wrapped up Ji Yanran's body in crystal armor. Ji Yanran was not good at fighting, but she was still a surpasses, and if she had to fight, she could. She lifted her leg and started to kick the intruder. This did not require skill, and the crystal legs came firmly up to Lu Jia's head. There was a pang sound, and before Lu Jia could react, his head was completely broken. Blood and brain matter were scattered all about. It was too powerful and it happened too fast. Lu Jia's body stood there for a while before it crumpled and collapsed onto the ground. Zero and Lu Lan stood mutely, staring at Ji Yanran and her dead attacker. Then they stared at Ji Yanran's crystal armor. Stay Up Late looked at them from afar, seeming very excited. He stared at Little Flower and Ji Yanran in particular. Human children can possess this power? They can evolve to that level? This is unbelievable. Stay Up Late looked at Little Flower in shock. But when he looked at the crystal armor, he seemed to confirm something that confused him. That should be impossible. After looking at them some more, Stay Up Late glanced around. Then he disappeared. When he showed up again, he was at the back door of the cafe. Interesting family. It looks like I was right. Stay Up Late put on his apron, and a strange smile crossed his face. Stay Up Late. Why were you in the bathroom for so long? Customers are waiting. The manager looked annoyed as he spoke. I am sorry. I had an upset stomach. I will get to work now. Stay Up Late walked over to the grinding machine. Handsome dude. Get me a cup of coffee. I want a freshly ground one. Me too. Can I have some love, please? A group of rich, middle-aged women were standing outside. They enjoyed teasing Stay Up Late, who had just returned. Just a moment, please. Stay Up Late made the coffee with a smile. In Shadow Shelter, Han Sen was in a bad situation. The white donkey was right beside him, and he had to split his energy between dealing with Ancient Devil and the donkey too. His overbearing shield had been destroyed, and only the Bulwark umbrella was available for his protection. Put him in a tough spot. Split Blade was held firmly in Han Sen's hand, but it wasn't as useful as Overbearing Shield. He was getting attacked by a whole group, and he couldn't fight back much. Catcha! After he got hit twice, the surface of the umbrella cracked. Han Sen's heart felt heavy. It looks like I'll have to use Destiny's Tower. Han Sen had resigned himself to it. The fact was, if he didn't win the fight right now, there would be no afterwards. Exposing his identity did not matter too much if the alternative was death. But before he used the Blood Legion technique, he felt his Dongshen Sutra undergo a change. His Dongshen Sutra had one last tier he had thus far been unable to break into. That was why Bulwark Umbrella had been unable to level up. Han Sen had 4 Geno cores. The crystal core connected to the new Jade Skin. There were no more additional levels that it could achieve. Real Blood connected to the Blood Pulse Sutra. There was one more skill he could still learn, and it should be the skill to level up to the 5th Sanctuary. Coin connected to his Super King Spirit body. Han Sen did not have to practice that any longer. When Super King Spirit got stronger, Coin Geno Core would follow. Bulwark Umbrella connected to the Dongshen Sutra. There was still one more tier for it to ascend. Aside from the part which was linked to leveling up to the 5th Sanctuary, there was another part created by Dongshen Zi, the man who could break through the vacuum. That part was the Dongshen Sutra's ability to leave the Alliance. Han Sen took it seriously and he practiced that the most. When Dongshen Zi broke through the vacuum, he accidentally entered the First God's Sanctuary. The place he had wanted to go was the Hero's Spirit Hall, where those powerful creatures had died. But he ended up going to the First God's Sanctuary instead. Something must have gone wrong. That explained why Dong Xianzi was injured and died. Dong Xianzi was much stronger than Han Sen, and after he broke through the vacuum, he was alive in the first God's sanctuary. And he spent time writing the Dongxian Sutra. It was odd that he had just died like that. Han Sen only had one explanation for this. Dong Xianzi's power was stronger than the strength of the 5 sanctuaries, and that included the alliance. That was why he went to the first God's sanctuary. It was the sanctuary above where the gods lived. According to the rules of the sanctuary, creatures in a higher tier would ruin their body if they went one sanctuary lower. That was why Dong Xianzi died. He couldn't recover. Han Sen wanted to practice the Dongxian Sutra, but the Dongxian Sutra was the slowest of all skills, especially the last step in the 4th tier. He had practiced for so long and had not had a breakthrough. Now the umbrella was damaged and the Dongxian Sutra was exhibiting changes. Han Sen was so happy. The umbrella began to break because of the power, and Han Sen's Dongxian power broke. 2. In reality, it didn't simply break. It shattered completely. It collapsed into a substance like a cloud of molecules, and then it continued to break down even further. All the scary powers came against Bulwark Umbrella, and the cracks webbed their way across the Geno core's surface. The shaft of the umbrella was crooked and bent. It looked like it was ready to come undone. Sacred's leader, seeing the umbrella about to break, looked as joyful as those that fought with him. Han Sen was difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Ancient Devil there, kiting Han Sen like he was, they probably wouldn't have been able to achieve victory. They'd have all likely ended up dead. Surrounding Han Sen hadn't worked very well, and all the elders were afraid of the powers the human wielded. With Han Sen's Geno cores, his performance far exceeded even their wildest expectations. Now that the umbrella was going to break, Han Sen looked as if he was going to lose all his support. They felt a whole lot more relaxed, thinking the opportunity to kill Han Sen had practically come. Boom! Ancient Devil landed a hit on Bulwark Umbrella, and the power that was like an ocean looked ready to break the sky. The damaged umbrella could no longer hold on anymore, and it shattered like glass. It became dust. Blurg! Han Sen coughed up some blood. Die! Many elders and emperors all shouted in unison. Their swords broke space, and their spears were like black dragons. With the light that could destroy the world, they all came at Han Sen in a charge. It looked like the end of the world. Han Sen stood before this apocalypse, watching the strange events occur. Han Sen's eyes were still so calm, however, and as he observed what was around him, he remained motionless. At this point, Han Sen's Dongxian power had shattered alongside his umbrella. While his powers had been reduced to dust, there was a residue of a strange connection. The moment they broke, Han Sen understood something. His blood was bubbling, but he felt very good. Seeing the strange scene of the sky come down to land on him, he waved his hand as a strange power surfaced within him. Bulwark Umbrella reappeared. The umbrella looked as if there hadn't been any changes. It was perfect, and none could likely tell the difference. But in Han Sen's eyes, the umbrella looked completely different. The substance that it was made from looked completely different. And the powers of Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra were different now also. Boom! All the world-ending powers were diverted by Han Sen's Bulwark Umbrella. The godlike powers descended like minor drops of rain, sliding off and away from the umbrella. Nothing could even sway the umbrella. The black dragons landed on the surface and snapped, and the spacey powers landed on it and broke, too. Mountains slammed down and were sundered. Everything broke against the umbrella like a mild summer rain. In Han Sen's eyes, they were just shattered substances. Compared to Bulwark Umbrella's sequence structure, they were all weak. They were like individual grains of sand. When the powers hit the umbrella, they rolled off like liquid. Like water against a rock, the umbrella remained unmoved. Many of the alphas were shocked, and even Ancient Devil's face changed. They thought they had broken the umbrella and could now kill Han Sen. But lo and behold, he had simply drawn another one out when their attacks were unable to cripple the new umbrella. They were gobsmacked. Black Wizard Dur's Black Dragon Spear became Black Dragon. It came lashing forward at Han-sen. Han-san was holding the umbrella in the air as the black dragon roared at him in a charge. Han-san reached out his hand and tapped the creature on its forehead. Black dragon met with Han-san in the sky, and it looked like Godzilla was squaring off against an ant. Han-sen's hand was like nothing before the mighty black dragon. But in the next second, Black Dragon's body became nothing but loose dust atop Han-sen's hand. The entire body shattered into powder. Blurk! Black Wizard Elder coughed up blood, and he looked on in disbelief. Black Dragon's spear was his Geno core, and it had never been broken before. Han-sen had smashed it with a mere slap. Black Wizard Elder felt hollow and afraid. And it wasn't just Black Wizard Elder feeling like this either. Other elders looked at Han-sen in shock and wanted to run. They could not believe Black Dragon's spear had become dust, and they shuddered to think what might happen if such a power befell them. Ancient Devil saw the elders looking frightened, but he seemed unaffected. With a creepy smile, he said, "It's a little too soon, but it has to happen now." Ancient Devil jumped atop his white donkey. In one hand he held a parchment. In his other he clutched his skeleton necklace. His mouth read some text at an inaudible volume. As he read, the skeleton started to blaze with black fire. At the same time, the creatures and spirits that were attacking Shadow Shelter were covered in a black aura. This happened to the elders, too. The devilish aura was like ash after a blaze. Many creatures flew over to the necklace as the demonic aura grew in strength. "Ancient Devil, what are you doing?" Many of the elders were in shock, and they roared at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil did not provide an answer. He just where he was, reading. He fondled the necklace roughly until the sky turned dark. All those demonic auras started to come back to him. One elder was so mad, he used a Geno core to attack Ancient Devil. But as the attack came close, the Geno core instantly broke. It poofed into a cloud of black smoke. When it reached Ancient Devil, it became a part of that demonic aura. That elder had lost his Geno core, and that injured him badly. But even then, the blood he coughed up turned to a whiff of black smoke that drifted over to Ancient Devil. Everyone was flabbergasted, and they realized it was only happening to them. None of this was happening to the creatures inside the shelter. "Ancient Devil, what did you do?" Sacred's leader asked him in fury. Despite being a spirit, he felt as if his body was becoming a black smoke, too. He didn't receive an answer. Ancient Devil was just continuing to read the spell that no one could hear. Elder Een and Horn Beast Alpha were in shock. Han Menger fired an arrow and managed to break the horned beast's horn. But when that horn was detached, it fell and became another demonic wisp that drifted towards Ancient Devil. Gu Qingchang saw an opportunity for attack, but she didn't go after Elder Een. She just let him go. She saw Ancient Devil in the sky, looking like a real demon. The fight had come to a standstill while this occurred. Many of the creatures that had come to attack the shelter tried to scamper away. But they could not resist the pull, and they were made into demonic wisps as well. Even Horn Beast Alpha and Elder Een wanted to run off. Ancient Devil threw down the necklace that was comprised of skulls, turned into a ring and started to spin. The devilish auras started to travel towards the ring, which began to look like a black hole as it pulled everything in. All those wisps entered the black hole, and it looked like a twisted black sun. Ancient Devil's spell had a quiet voice. It sounded as if you could hear it, but at the same time you couldn't. The creatures and spirits heard the noise. They held their heads and rolled around on the ground in agony. Their bodies were fading fast. Black wisps came out of them and went straight for that ominous sun. Even Elder Een and Sacred's leader were writhing around on the ground. They no longer looked as strong as they had earlier. Hawk Emperor was in pain as well. His body was fading, and the spirit stone that was 1,000,000 miles away was fading too. "We have to kill Ancient Devil or we're dead," one elder yelled. He was in pain and he tried striking Ancient Devil. Everyone else had the same thought. They all tried to endure the pain they were feeling and attack Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil remained still, though. He continued to read that weird spell that looked like magic. When the elders came close, though, they instantly turned into black wisps. And when one elder made it close to Ancient Devil, the demonic sun pulled the spirit straight inside. Everybody was shocked. The sun began to look like a skull as it ate the nearby elder and looked all evil. One elder completely disappeared without any fuss. The elites didn't have a clue what to do, so they could only stand there looking hopeless and scared. If they went, they would be consumed by the demonic sun. If they stopped, it'd only be a matter of time until they became a demonic wisp. The whole world was shrouded in the black, malicious aura. Ancient Devil and his demonic son both became the world, like a devil walking the earth. Gu Qingqing drew her sword. The sword was overbearing, slashing towards the sun and Ancient Devil. The sword light went far, but then the sun turned into a big, reaper-like skull. It swallowed Gu Qingqing's overbearing sword light. Gu Qingqing's face immediately changed, and she stopped attacking. Han Menger tried firing an arrow at Ancient Devil's eyebrow, but it didn't reach its destination. Before it could, the big skull swallowed it. The flames were everywhere, and aside from Shadow Shelter itself, the landscape was turned to char and ruin. It was like a proper hellscape. The decomposing beings were screaming in agony, sending a chill down the spines of all who watched and listened to the torture they had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, the black sky was filled with another strange view. Everything was suddenly reversed as a beautiful palace appeared. Fairies flew around it in harmony. When this weird thing appeared in the sky, Hansen frowned. He held up his umbrella and moved toward Ancient Devil. He didn't know exactly what Ancient Devil was doing, but stopping him would definitely be a success for Hansen. "Don't go. He's opening the god's door," Gu Qingqing yelled at Hansen. Hansen was shocked. The god's door was the entrance to the fifth sanctuary. It was the way through to the Alliance. Ancient Devil was using the powers of those around to gain access to it. Boom! As Hansen descended into thought, the air began to tremble and shake. An old and mysterious stone door suddenly appeared. The gravity came down hard around that area. Ancient Devil opened his eyes and grabbed the demonic sun. When he did, his body was surrounded by a devil's aura. He looked like a volcano, and he was heading right toward that old gate. Boom! The world was shaking, and the scary devil flame was unable to open the door. Ancient Devi's face did not change, though. He simply continued to read the spell. He raised the skeleton necklace and proceeded toward the stone door. The whole world rumbled violently. Everyone felt as if their chests were hit, and they struggled against the pressure. Shadow Shelter's creatures were fine, other than bleeding a little. But the elders who had come with Ancient Devil were most certainly not. The weaker spirits had all decomposed by this point, and only the strong ones were left alive. But their strength was decreasing, and the power of sudden decomposition was getting stronger. Ancient Devil used the demonic aura of the decomposed beings around him in his attempts to pound the door open. And indeed, the door rattled as if it was on the verge of opening. Hansen frowned, lifted his umbrella, and flew towards Ancient Devil. It was dangerous to fight in front of the gate, but this was the last chance Hansen would have to kill him. If Ancient Devil opened the gate, Hansen knew he'd have no chance. Of course, Hansen was unsure whether or not Ancient Devil would be able to make it all the way through, but a being such as him would kill for whatever fancy concerned him. Allowing someone like that into the Alliance would be bad news for everyone. It'd also be best to kill him before he leveled up. Careful. When the gate opens, no one can leave, Gu Qingqing shouted at Hansen. Hansen nodded and flew toward Ancient Devil. He came in close to Ancient Devil's body. Because Dongxian Sutra hadn't been on its last tier when they fought earlier, it hadn't been very strong. The power of Super Spank might not have even been enough to break a strong substance in the sanctuary, but now things were different. Now that Dongxian Sutra had reached the last tier, it was stronger now. Ancient Devil was sitting in lotus position. One hand was pushing against the god's door, while the other pushed back at Hansen's hand. I already have 1 foot inside the god's door. It does not matter how strong you are still an ant compared to the likes of me. Ancient Devil spoke to Hansen gently, as if he had already achieved godhood. But Hansen didn't respond. and he just continued adding pressure against Ancient Devil's hand. Pang! A mist of blood clouded the entire area, as Ancient Devil's arm was suddenly blown into a gory mess. It became dust in the sky, turning into nothing. Ancient Devil's face changed. He had gathered up an endless life force, stolen from dozens of elders. He thought he was invincible and ready to become a god. But then his arm was blown off by the human Han Sen. The scariest thing was Ancient Devil's sudden inability to regenerate the arm. He could heal other wounds, but not the severed arm. And that added to his fear. His abilities of physical recovery were quite strong, and definitely as good as a healer Dembu god, but his broken arm Arka to regrow. Han Sen's powers had to be something special that Ancient Devil had never before seen. Han Sen was surprised by comparison. His super spank hadn't undone Ancient Devil's entire sequence structure. It only managed to break a part of him. Han Sen thrust his palm forward again, prompting Ancient Devil to pull back the hand he was using to try to open the door. He had to now use that single hand to fight Han Sen. The skeleton necklace became a black hole. Ancient Devil now wanted Han Sen's power before he ascended. He wanted Han Sen to become a part of him. But that, as it turned out, was not a good idea. Han Sen palmed the black hole instead, as Super Spank broke a sequence structure. Ancient Devil heard a boom, and one of the skulls on the necklace broke and turned to dust. Ancient Devil's face darkened. He had 108 skulls. Each one was difficult to refine. Each skull counted for one emperor, too. When 108 skulls were strung together, their power increased exponentially. Ancient Devil's power was something that ought to have been impossible in the fourth god's sanctuary. Ancient Devil could not believe his skull orb had been broken. How did that happen? Han Sen did not give him time to think, though. Instead, he just repeatedly pounded and palmed the black hole. There were many explosions detonating like a string of atom bombs dropped on it one by one. The sequence structures of the skulls were destroyed. Ancient Devil trembled. He ignored Han Sen now. He wanted to get through the god's door, so he pummeled the stone gate. He wanted to open the door before the black hole disappeared. The spirits and creatures below were still writhing, and not even the elders would be able to hold on much longer. Their very bodies were decomposing. Lots of demonic auras and wisps came to Ancient Devil, giving him power and providing extra strength. The god's door was rattling. It seemed as if it would be broken by his fist at any moment. Almost there. Ancient Devil looked crazed, with his one arm bashing against the door. The door rumbled and shook, but he had not managed to open it yet. Gu Qingcheng and the others all watched the spectacle in shock. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If the gate was opened, Han Sen would be sucked inside. With Ancient Devil's current situation, it'd only take a few more punches to open the gate completely. Han Sen had broken around 30 skull orbs, and reaching this figure, he noticed the power of the black hole beginning to wane. Still, it'd be a while before it was totally broken, and it was too late to stop Ancient Devil from opening the door. Han Sen, come back. It is too late, Gu Qingqing shouted. Han Sen ignored her calls. He used his palm to break the sequence structure of another 2 skulls. There had been 108 skulls earlier, so breaking just a few was useless. Pang! Pang! Ancient Devil threw another 2 punches, shaking the stone door even more. It looked like it would not be able to withstand Ancient Devil's powerful strikes much longer. Ancient Devil squinted his eyes and looked back at Han Sen, whose fist was in front of his body. Then suddenly, the demonic aura exploded. The dying elites were decomposing at an even faster rate, accelerating their wispy travel to Ancient Devil's fists. There were more and more demonic wisps coming to his fist, so much so that it almost couldn't handle the sheer volume of strength. Even the people of Shadow Shelter were shocked by what they saw. This is my god's door. You will die entering it. If you don't want to live, then come with me. Witness my ascendance as a god. After Ancient Devil said that, he threw his most frightening punch yet. You are too naive, Han Sen said quietly. He held a closed bulwark umbrella and ventured near the black hole. bulwark umbrella brushed through the sequence structure of the skulls. They broke like spider webs, as 70 of them were reduced to dust. Han Sen brushed away all the orbs and gathered power into his right fist. The power of Super Spank was now directly before Ancient Devil. He was waiting for the moment when Ancient Devil struck, so he could get him at his most vulnerable. Ancient Devil's face went pale, but he had no options at this point. He was now smack dab in the process of becoming a god. He couldn't run at a time like this. He had thrown his fist back at God's door one last time, but it was too late to pull it back now. Even if he could, after he saw Han Sen break the skulls, he didn't think he could block Han Sen's fist. Anyway, Ancient Devil was so strong, and he still felt hopeless. He couldn't run. Han Sen watched Ancient Devil as he was punching. Winning! Gu Qingqing saw Ancient Devil unable to do anything, and it brought her sheer delight. But suddenly, a white shadow appeared. The white donkey had brought with him an invincible power. It came before Ancient Devil and blocked Han Sen's fist. The white donkey brayed at Han Sen with a weird smile, and the sequence structure of its body broke and turned the creature into dust. Han Sen's face changed. When he was blocked by the white donkey in that crucial moment, Ancient Devil's fist reached God's door. There was a big boom and the stone gate shook. "Don't open! Don't open the door!" Gu Qingqing and the others screamed, watching the door and yelling. Pang! The stone door broke and swung open, as the godlight poured out like the illumination of stars. It wrapped up Han Sen and Ancient Devil, pulling them both inside. "It's over," said Gu Qingqing. After Han Sen and Ancient Devil got sucked into God's door, her face changed horrifically. God's door was the path by which demigods could reach the fifth sanctuary. It was the path creatures took. The power inside would crush the person, rebuild their body, and rinse them clean. It was built for the person that summoned the door. The rinsing and rebuilding would have to match with the element. A person who had an attunement to a fire element would be washed and rebuilt with fire, once beyond God's door. Fire casters have the advantage that would allow them to finish the process and be rebuilt successfully. If a water element person entered the fire element God's door, they would be rinsed and rebuilt with fire just the same. With a lack of proficiency with the element, though, they would not succeed. That was why Gu Qingqing was in such shock after seeing Han Sen get sucked inside. No one knew what Ancient Devil's element was, but whatever it was complicated and extremely unique. It was very different from Han Senator since Han Sen had now been dragged inside. His chances of survival were low. Normal demigods had a low success rate themselves. The ratio was something of a 1 to 1,000 sort of figure. But Han Sen had stumbled into a door opened by someone else, which made the chances of survival even lower. And things were only made worse by the fact that the other person was a being as terrifying as Ancient Devil. "Dad!" Seeing the door sucking Han Sen and Ancient Devil inside, Bauer flew through the door just before it closed. Boom! The stone door closed tight, hidden in the air. Then it was gone. "Will the boss and Bauer be okay?" Cheap Sheep asked, reeling from shock. Gu Qingqing did not answer. She pulled out Pure and leaped down towards the dying elders. The elders were all strong, but they had been brought to the brink of death by Ancient Devil. They wouldn't be able to fight back. Seeing Gu Qingqing come, they were all terrified. They wished to run, but their bodies were in no shape to. That was because their strength and energy had been drained by Ancient Devil. A sword came down, launching an elder's head across the sky. "If you kill me, the Een will kill you," Elder Een shouted. Gu Qingqing did not care at that moment, and she cut Elder Een in half. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow came running out. They stepped on Elder Yin's sundered corpse and proclaimed, "Bad idea to come and mess with Shadow Shelter, eh? Let me step on it some more to avenge the misdeed done upon our boss." Pang! An arrow came flying forward, piercing into another elder's chest. Han Menger looked incredibly angry. Han Menger then knocked another arrow and took aim at Sacred's leader. Gu Qingqing stopped her, though. Han Sen had told Gu Qingqing all about Han Menger's true identity, and Gu Qingqing had made sure to look after her. She had to stop her from harming Sacred's leader. Sacred's leader could be killed by anyone else, but not Han Menger. Sacred's leader managed to escape. Gu Qingcheng did not bother going after him, and she allowed his broken body to slither away. Sacred's leader had decomposed quickly, and there wouldn't be much else he could do. The important thing was that Gu Qingcheng had to leave a few alive. The sanctuary needed to know it was ancient devil's work that had caused so much harm. The story had to spread. What had happened to the elders was not something done by Shadow Shelter. They did not know if Han Sen was alive, however, and that meant the mirror could not currently be used. If a revenge attack came, they'd lose. They didn't have the defense and security they did before. Gu Qingcheng could only deal with a few elders, but she still had Red Pony and Han Menger for aid. If you didn't sound powerful and assert authority, people could easily bully you. And others might think they could bully Shadow Shelter without paying a price. If Shadow Shelter was turned into a scapegoat, there'd be much trouble in the times ahead. The fight at Shadow Shelter shocked the entirety of the Fourth God's Sanctuary, however, when news did spread. All the tribes now despised Ancient Devil for the evil he was, and they were surprised to hear just how powerful Han Sen was, and how powerful Shadow Shelter had become. Most of the elites had been harmed by Ancient Devil in some way, and so no one dared bother Shadow Shelter anymore. That was because Gu Qingcheng and Death Goddess were too scary, and the elders slain by Gu Qingcheng did not respawn. After the two battles, the structure of the Fourth God's Sanctuary had changed. The time of peace arrived. Han Sen and Ancient Devil had been sucked into God's door. Han Sen hadn't counted on getting sucked in, as he thought the punch was something Ancient Devil would be unable to resist. It was a one-hit kill sort of thing, he believed. But the white donkey had gladly given its life to accept that punch instead of its master, and that allowed Ancient Devil to open the door. I am surprised someone would be willing to sacrifice themselves for that abhorrent Ancient Devil. Han Sen sighed. But there was no time for Han Sen to feel anything right now. The moment he fell into the door, he felt as if he had fallen into a vat of oil. The cells in his body were fried, ravaging his skin. All the feelings in the world were useless at that point. He had no vision and not even his eighth sense. His body was rapidly decomposing. Han Sen was in a weird mode. He felt as if his spirit and his body were now two separate entities. His body was decomposing, but something different was going on with his soul. The power of God's door decomposed his flesh, bone, organs, and brain. All that was left over was some gooey liquid inside. And Han Sen's mind or soul was drifting amidst the molecules. The body disappeared, like it had nothing to do with him anymore. Han Sen had only heard about a body being rebuilt, but he had never heard about the specifics. Suddenly, crystal core, real blood, coin, and bulwark umbrella all flew out. They melted in the midst of those molecules, too. The molecules surrounded the 4 genocores, and Han Sen felt as if those genocores were working to help rebuild his body. At this time, the power of God's door changed. The decomposition power changed to one of construction. The power to rebuild a body fell on the genocores and the molecules, but it caused damage to Han Sen's molecules and genocores. The bad side about not matching elements had finally appeared. A power went into his sea of soul. All the beast souls and genocores suffered underneath that strength. Han Sen felt terrible. He heard someone say it was best not to bring genocores and beast souls to level up. But Han Sen wasn't prepared for any of this, as he had been pulled inside unexpectedly. The beast souls and genocores were in there with him right now, and they were subject to the cleansing. The elements didn't align, and the initial impact dealt a lot of damage to his beast souls and genocores. The lower-tier beast souls and genocores were outright obliterated by the destructive power. That was the power that was needed to rebuild the body, though. And as fruitful as it might later prove, it was currently feeling like one major disaster. Still, he knew he had to accept all that power so he could be rebuilt. In his current condition, Han Sen was losing molecules. The genocores that were supposed to help rebuild his body were grievously damaged by the force that would do so. The genocores were failing to reconstruct Han Sen's body, and instead, they were being destroyed. Just as Han Sen thought it was all over for him, he felt something tingle inside his sea of soul. The black crystal armor was pulsating with a strange power. It started to give off a protective aura that provided shelter for Han Sen's genocores and molecules. It was keeping Han Sen's Sea of Soul safe. But that power could only protect his genocores, beast souls, and molecules. The armor was unable to protect the part of Han Sen that had been his actual body. That was because the elements did not match, and the rebuilding powers were incompatible with Han Sen. The pain was horrific. Han Sen knew it was wrong to have entered someone else's god's door. He had not been killed, but his body and genes were too powerful, and he could not integrate with the rebuilding forces. Do I have to enter the alliance like this? I am afraid Mom will not be able to recognize me. Han Sen was laughing in his heart. Dad! As this happened, Han Sen heard a familiar voice. He was so happy to hear it. He hadn't seen Bauer follow him in, and he was worried Bauer might be damaged by the god's door. Han Sen wanted to talk back, but he found himself unable to. He was only a collection of molecules and a sense of will. He could not talk to Bauer. Dad, Bauer will help you. Han Sen heard Bauer speak again, and he wondered why she wanted to help him. And then, he suddenly felt a weird power in his molecular state. When that power entered him, the black armor's power was not stopped. The power just melted into Han Sen's molecules. When that power blended into the molecules, the black armor's power relented. The rebuilding power moved back inside the molecules then. This time it was different. The rebuilding power did not damage the molecules, and instead, it blended in with them. It began to rebuild Han Sen's molecules. With the power of the molecules, his 4 genocores started to get rebuilt as well. Pang! Inside his Sea of Soul, the split-blade genocore could not handle the power. It exploded into nothing but dust. Pang! The fallen slaughter beast soul was blown up by the same power. Many things inside his Sea of Soul exploded, one after another. The beast souls and genocores Han Sen possessed were getting destroyed. It was not like the black crystal armor was incapable of protecting them, though. When Han Sen's body started to get rebuilt, the beast souls and genocores were exiled. Little Angel and Golden Growler were strong, though. They didn't get blown up by the rebuilding power, but they got squeezed out of the Sea of Soul, and the connection Han Sen had with them was severed. Suddenly, the God Genocore came out of the Sea of Soul and combined with Han Sen's molecules. The same applied to the other 4 self-genocores. They all combined with his molecules. When the 5 genocores melted into him and merged with his molecules, they kick-started a process that started to rebuild Han Sen's body. It was strange to see a body get rebuilt. There was the blood, flesh, bones, hair, heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, all coming together. It was a really weird thing to watch. While the rebuilding process was underway, a sense of feeling started to return to Han Senator, but inside that weird dimension, Han Sen could not feel anything physical around him. All he could feel was himself. His new, rebuilt body felt as familiar as it did strange. Han Sen knew he was inhabiting his own body, but it felt different. When the body was finished being rebuilt, Han Sen recovered his control of his body and his Sea of Soul. The black crystal armor no longer showed any activity. Han Sen used his heart, but he could not establish a connection with it. This disappointed him. He thought he had become a god, and through that, he could now make proper use of the black crystal armor. That was still not to be. Inside the Sea of Soul, there was only the black armor and the white armor. He had stolen the latter from Tina. Han Sen was unable to control the black armor set, so he tried using the story of genes. The white armor, however, listened to his core and wrapped up his entire body. The moment he was wearing that armor, he could see everything around him in startling clarity. He was in a giant crystal passageway. The light of twinkling crystals and a strange power was all around, and not too far from him, Han Sen caught sight of Bauer. She rushed toward him. Bauer looked different now. She was wearing an armor that looked like maple leaves, and she was holding a mini gourd. She scrambled over to see Han Sen. When Han Sen returned to normal, Bauer jumped towards him. Han Sen patted Bauer on the head, and then he caught sight of Little Angel and Golden Growler. Golden Growler looked similar to how he always had. He was, however, clad in a golden armor. There was something vaguely different about Golden Growler's appearance, but Hansen couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. Little Angel was inside the crystal light, with her body undergoing a change. It looked like her body was still being rebuilt, just as Hansen's had. She was in the final stage of that process and was almost done. When Little Angel finished, the armor Hansen had received from Merrily appeared on her. And now Hansen knew why Golden Growler looked different. Both Little Angel and Golden Growler had received completely new bodies, and they were no longer bound to his Sea of Soul. Hansen was so happy seeing Little Angel and Golden Growler succeed alongside him. Hansen looked around him and did not see Ancient Devil, however. He was unsure if Ancient Devil had failed and died, or if he had managed to successfully enter the Alliance. Hansen couldn't find Ancient Devil. All he found was Destiny's Tower, hanging in a corner of the hallway. It was the only Geno core that hadn't been destroyed after leaving his Sea of Soul. Hansen went over to grab it and return it to his Sea of Soul. Fortunately, there were no barriers inhibiting this, and he returned it to its rightful place. He could still use it as well. Hansen looked inside Destiny's Tower and noticed Armored Man was still there. Surprisingly, Meowth was hanging out on the first floor of Destiny's Tower. Hansen wasn't sure how he had managed to get inside. Hansen thought Meowth must have been killed, as his fitness was far worse than Little Angel's and Golden Growler's. Could most certainly not have been rebuilt. He never expected it to have been able to run inside Destiny's Tower for shelter. It was its same old self, though. It was a beast soul, and it hadn't undergone any transformation or rebuilding. Little Angel and Golden Growler had their own bodies now, though. They were no longer beast souls. They could not enter his Sea of Soul anymore. Fortunately, they recognized who Hansen was, and together they all traveled as one. Bauer was included in that equation, too. On a planet in the Alliance, in a system residing in the Barrens, a naked man appeared on an island. He shouted to the sky, "I have become a god!" That voice was so loud, it made the seas lash and the clouds part. All the birds flew away as well. It was overbearing. That man was Ancient Devil, who had successfully ascended. It was a trial and a half for him, but he had been successful. Because Hansen had not been rebuilt in the beginning, and he had 5 genocores to rebuild his body, he had been much slower. This allowed Ancient Devil to reach the Alliance first. Ancient Devil did not have Geno armor, though. He could not see the path to make his way out of the crystal hallway. He came out right after his successful rebuilding, unaware of what had happened to Hansen, who slipped in with him. After Ancient Devil shouted, he noticed there was a man, a woman, a child, and a golden-haired lion sitting next to him. They looked at him as if he was a complete idiot. Ancient Devil's face fell when he saw Hansen. All his possessions had been destroyed when he leveled up. He did not have an ounce of armor on him. But Hansen and the others were all geared up, not naked like he was. He quickly wanted to scamper away, but he realized his powers were not as strong as they had been when he was a demigod. He was weak and slow. Hansen grunted, and then appeared directly in front of Ancient Devil. He delivered a firm punch into Ancient Devil and sent him hurtling into the sea. Waves rushed away from Ancient Devil's body when it hit the surface of the ocean. Hansen was already next to him once more, though. He gave Ancient Devil a good kick. Ancient Devils went at a speed that parted the sea wide. He was sent traveling a few miles. Pang! Pang! Hansen's body teleported to Ancient Devil once again. He punched him in the side, he punched him in the front, he kicked him in the side, he kicked him in the front. And then one extra strong kick in the backside. He treated Ancient Devil like a punching bag. The spirit was left bleeding, with an awfully swollen face. Leveling up to the Alliance was different from reaching a new tier of Sanctuary, and that was because your body was fully rebuilt. Your strength ended up lower. Ancient Devil and Hansen were practically newborn babies right now, and it'd take a while for them to redevelop. It'd take a while before they achieved the strength of a demigod again. The process was only considered a genuine success if you generated a Geno armor. Hansen already knew about all this, though. Han Yufei and Stay Up Late had explained most of it to him. Ancient Devil, on the other hand, was clueless. He had no armor. He didn't stand a chance of fighting Han Sen, who did. He was beaten up severely, with no hope of fighting back. Han Sen was angry, though. He had been forced to level up and reach the alliance. He hadn't prepared for any of that, and he had lost many beast souls and geno cores. Ancient Devil, suffering this new pain, roared. But Han Sen just punched him in the face and prevented him from doing it again. The gulf of power separating the two was massive. They had both just leveled up, but Han Sen's body was far stronger than Ancient Devil's, and with the Geno armor much stronger again. Everything Ancient Devil tried to do to combat Han Sen was useless. Nothing worked. He was almost dead when Han Sen summoned Destiny's Tower and imprisoned him on the 7th floor. Despite his many calculations, Ancient Devil had never expected to become a prisoner upon leveling up. Han Sen tried to summon his unicorn beetle and had no problem with that. It floated up before him and did not seem to have been affected by the powers of ascension at all. Han Sen touched his body, but he noticed his 9-life cat pendant was gone. Perhaps it had been destroyed in the hallway. After entering the unicorn beetle, Han Sen examined the map to find out where exactly he was. He wanted to get back to the Alliance. Han Sen, unknown. Geno body, not created. Level, none. Lifespan, 600. Geno body evolution requirement, unknown. Han Sen was unable to get a clearer comprehension of his current status, as everything was now showing up as unknown. And that was because he had not generated his Geno armor. Han Sen was confused. The Alliance did not have creatures, so how would one collect genes to level up? I need to ask Stay Up Late about this. Perhaps he will know. Han Sen thought to himself. The Han family home had been attacked by the Black Tiger, but it was destroyed alongside many of the buildings around it. Many innocents died because of the attack. Ji Yanran had to pay a lot in return for all that. And fortunately, the manor was old and few people lived there. If the death toll had been any higher, she'd have felt even more guilty. Ji Yanran made plans to purchase a planet for the family. In the event such a thing occurred again, there wouldn't be innocent casualties. But because of Han Sen's accident, Ji Yanran could not do this. So, she was with Luolan, Zero, and Han Yen, waiting for news of Han Sen. Entering another person's god's door was difficult to survive. They heard he had done this, but they were still hopeful he'd pull through. After Stay Up Late heard about what had happened, he thought regretfully, entering the god's door of someone else is deadly. There is no way he will succeed. When Han Sen returned to the Alliance, however, he was able to contact Ji Yanran. And this made Ji Yanran and the others very happy. Stay Up Late was shocked, and his face was full of surprise. How is that possible? Using the path of someone else? The rebuilding powers should not have matched him. How could he succeed? This family is strange. Stay Up Late wore a complicated expression. Inside the bathroom, Han Sen looked at himself in the mirror. He was topless, observing his back. When Han Sen went to sleep the night before, Ji Yanran told him he had a mark on his back. When Han Sen checked it out, he noticed his entire back was tattooed red. The tattoo on his back was like a cat, but not a cat. It was like a fox, but not a fox. It was red. It was the 9-life cat. Why is there a tattoo? Is it because of the 9-life cat pendant? Han Sen examined the tattoo on his back closely, but he did not notice anything special about it. It really did just look like a tattoo and nothing more. Han Sen could not tell what it was, or whether or not it was harming his body. He ignored it, put his clothes back on, and exited the bathroom. Stay Up Late was in the living room. Seeing Han Sen come out, he poured him some tea and looked him up and down. He was curious how Han Sen had been rebuilt, despite entering a god's door summoned by someone else. Han Sen sat down on the sofa. He wanted to ask Stay Up Late something too. Han Sen accepted the tea and asked Stay Up Late. I ascended successfully, but I was unable to generate a Geno armor. There are no creatures here that I can use to gain genes, either. How am I supposed to generate the Geno armor? Exactly. Stay Up Late thought about this for a moment. and then said, "You cannot borrow power from the outside. You are on your own. After being cleansed and rebuilt, your body is like an unopened chest. You need to practice your genes to grow your body. Do that, and then you will be able to generate your geno armor. That will be your beginning. That is the beginning and also the end, right?" Hansen looked at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late nodded and answered, "I suppose. Only geno armor has the power to exit the sanctuary. But outside the sanctuary is scary, and it is rather unknown. My people, the crystallizers, were almost entirely wiped out." Seeing Stay Up Late open up and be so honest, Hansen found himself quite surprised. He proceeded to ask, "What is out there? I am just an ordinary soldier. I don't know much about the outside world. If you would like to know, go and see for yourself. It is pointless asking me." Stay Up Late paused for a moment, and then went on to ask, "How did you level up via someone else's path? It should be impossible for someone else's rebuilding powers to match your body. When my body decomposed, it just happened. The rebuilding powers didn't rebuild my body, and actually harmed my genocores and molecules. But then, something just seemed to change. I'm not entirely sure what happened." Hansen was being half honest. Stay Up Late frowned and then said, "I have never heard of something like this before. Rebuilding your own body from someone else's rebuilding power will affect you. Whether it will be for the better or worse, I can't determine. If you do not mind, you should conduct a full body test so I can find out exactly what is happening." "Sure." Hansen agreed to this. He wanted to know what his body was doing, and he wanted to know if he was strong in a crystallizer's eye. After conducting the tests, Hansen's fitness was revealed to have been lowered. His strength and speed were only 10,000 now. "Is this good for a crystallizer?" Hansen asked, looking at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked back at Hansen with a complicated expression and said, "For a juvenile, this is good." Hansen's heart sank. After all those years, Stay Up Late could only compare him to a juvenile. That was depressing. Hansen didn't know Stay Up Late was actually pleasantly surprised. The sanctuaries were something of an incubator for the crystallizers. Creatures that ascended to the Alliance were mere babies to the crystallizers. After they were rebuilt, they could grow from there. Hansen's fitness was far better than a baby crystallizer. But where he'd go from here was uncertain. If he grew up fast and after he generated his geno armor, Hansen would definitely be scarier than a crystallizer. As he left the testing room, a gold lion dog came up to him. His tail was wagging. It was Golden Growler. His body was small, not too different from an average dog. It really did look like one, and he was certain others might not be able to tell what it actually was. Bauer was riding upon Golden Growler's back. And then, she leaped onto Hansen's chest. Hansen patted Bauer on the head. Without Bauer, he was not sure if he'd have been able to rebuild his body successfully. Now that Bauer was in the alliance with him, though, she could not return to the fourth god's sanctuary. Hansen did not know if the gourd on Dark Spirit's holy vine was something Bauer could use. There was no way to find out now. This was the biggest regret Hansen had regarding his time in the fourth god's sanctuary. Fortunately for him, however, he had friends there. He would eventually send someone to take a look once the gourd had matured. It would be great to be able to bring it back. He just wasn't sure if he could. When Hansen returned home, Ji Yanran was waiting for him. There were many contracts awaiting Hansen's signature. They had bought a large portion of land to prevent another incident in which innocent victims could be caught in the crossfire and harmed. Ji Yanran bought out a few cities. If a fight like that happened again, at least others wouldn't be hurt. Hansen signed the agreements and went to practice his skills. Jadeskin did not have a second part, so he had not practiced that. Hansen was trying to practice the Bloodpool Sutra, the Dongshan Sutra, and the Story of Genes. The Story of Genes was making progress the fastest, and it seemed as if that was what it took to generate geno armor. The Bloodpool Sutra and the Dongshan Sutra were far slower by comparison. They were much different from the Story of Genes, and they weren't used for generating geno armor. Hansen did not know which was better to focus on, so he just divided his time between them all. They did not clash with each other, so it was okay to practice them all at the same time. His rebuilt body was different now. When he cast skills, his genes would change. That should have been impossible for a human. Stay Up Late said that if they changed a lot, they would generate the Geno armor. Officer, Black Tiger and Wuxia have been killed. Their operations failed. But Han Sen entered Ancient Devil's path of ascension and made it into the Alliance. Surely that can allow us to confirm that he is the heir of Han Jinji, yes? He could be protecting his family also, explaining why the two operatives were killed. A man spoke to the officer with anger. The officer did not say anything in response. He merely closed his eyes and retreated into thought. Officer, we cannot delay. We do not have enough people and Geno armors to spare. If we don't strike the Han family now and force Han Jinji out, we will never get back the item. The man gritted his teeth. I am willing to take the team now and grab the Han family. I can draw Han Jinji out. The officer still did not say anything. He looked at the man coolly and said, Yake, you are too impatient. You need to look beneath the surface. Officer, with things as they are, do you continue to believe Han Sen may not be related to Han Jinji? If he is not the heir of Han Jinji, how can he possess such power? How were Black Tiger and Wuxia killed? Yake demanded angrily. The officer responded calmly, saying, It seems like he is Han Jinji's heir, but there is still something suspicious about it all. What is that? Yake asked with an annoyed look. If Han Jinji faked his death, why would he still go by that name? The officer said. Arrogance. He thinks the closer he is to danger, the further away from harm he is, Yake answered. The officer shook his head. If that makes sense, then tell me. Does it look like Han Sen has it? His body is strange, Yake said. He is strange, yes, but he does not have anything similar to that thing, the officer said with a hard voice. Perhaps Han Jinji has employed a trick to hide the item. Yake continued to argue. The officer sighed. Yake, you know how precarious our situation is. If Han Sen is not an heir of Han Jinji, he would be a great help to us. He would be better off alive. No way. He is Han Jinji's heir. And if you aren't going to do anything about it, I will do it myself. He has only just leveled up, so he'll be in his weakest state right now. We can grab him with ease. Yake spoke surely. The officer frowned. You have forgotten about Black Tiger and Wuxia's deaths already? Even if he is weak, he has someone to protect him. I will go with Rudy. If Han Jinji appears, I will kill him and take it back. Yake growled. We should wait. We should find out what Han Sen's relation to Han Jinji is first, the officer said. Yake slammed the table and said, Officer, we have paid an enormous price already. Snake Witch, Black Tiger, Wuxia, and 2 Geno armors have been lost. I cannot allow another fruitless sacrifice like that. I will get rid of the Han family, no matter what it takes. After that, Yake left the hall. The officer did not say anything more. He merely watched Yake leave. Han Sen was holding Little Flower atop the garden, sunbathing. Little Angel was scouring Skynet for all sorts of information. Little Angel was like a real human now that she had been given her body, and she was very interested in activities that were associated with Skynet. She watched many TV shows and played many video games. She was not interested in true, proper knowledge. Games and the telly were all that snared her attention. She was watching a TV show currently, while also playing God's Hand. She only needed one hand to beat a hardcore player. Golden Growler lay on a chair next to Han Senator as he lounged. He was drinking from 4 separate glasses at the same time. A straw ran from each one to his mouth. He was also wearing sunglasses. The gold hair looked particularly good that day. Bauer and Zero had gone with Ji Yenran on some errands. Han Sen was afraid Ji Yenran might be in danger if she was left alone, and so he allowed Bauer to go with her. He was confident in her strength now. Han Sen leaned back and looked off into the distance. He saw someone land on the top of a building tower that belonged to him. Blind man, good timing. I've been looking for you. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting Blind Man to seek him out that way. This was not usually his MO, but that was okay. Right now, Han Sen really wanted to see Han Yufei. He needed to inform him of the consequences of producing Geno armor. Later. Listen to me first. Blind man looked serious. Okay. Go ahead. Hansen nodded. Blind man did not beat around the bush, and he dove straight into the subject. He said, God's organization has decided to get rid of you once and for all. Many elites will come, and so will your father. What did he say? Hansen asked. Now that you are here, you cannot return to the sanctuary. You have to fight. He hopes you are sufficiently prepared. And asks that you send your mom and little Yen to hide in the sanctuary. Blind man looked apologetic as he spoke. Hansen knew what all this meant. Han Yufei was not confident even he could win the fight that was coming. This was the best plan he could come up with. How many elites do they have? How many Geno armors? Hansen was surprisingly optimistic. Hansen may have been weak, but he had a Geno armor of his own. With Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Bauer at his side, the 4 Geno armors in total would prove a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, Stay Up Late was there, and he lived with Han Senator and he frequently watched over him. Hansen had no doubt that the crystallizer would lend a hand if it came to a fight. God's organization asked the new community for aid. We don't know how many people or Geno armors they have, but after last time we estimate they will bring at least 3. Blind man looked glum. Tell my dad not to worry when you go back. I will deal with it. After that, Han-san moved closer to Blind Man and said quietly, There is something I need you to tell my dad, too. Tell him not to generate Geno armor, and if possible, come and meet me. There is something important I wish to tell him. Okay, I will tell him. I will return and prepare. As expected, we will be cutting all ties with God's organization. Blind man turned around and left. Han-san did not stop the man from departing. He knew Blind Man had come here quickly, and he would be found if he stayed long. There was no point in him staying, and it was more important for him to go and see Han Yufei. After Blind Man left, Hansen got back to practicing the story of genes. That was because the story of genes was the fastest to learn, and it would help him buff up his white crystal armor. Normal Geno armor elites in the Alliance were using other people's Geno armors, and thus they could not use the full extent of their power. Tina, Snake Witch, and Black Tiger were unable to make full use of the Geno armor's power because it did not belong to them. Couldn't assimilate with them completely. At most, they were only able to use half of what was achievable with the armor sets. Stay Up Late was the only being that had a self-Geno armor that Hansen knew about, and the white Geno armor Hansen had would not be sufficient for beating him. But even so, Hansen would be considerably better than other Geno armor elites. His fitness was worse than before, and he had yet to mature again. He was currently weaker than the average demigod. But it was different when he was wearing a Geno armor. The story of genes might have come from the crystallizers, but it made Hansen a better fit for the white armor. The more he practiced the story of genes, the better fitting it became. So far, Hansen had a 60% match with the armor set. And that meant he could use 60% of its power. Other people could only use 50%, so he had an advantage. Hansen wouldn't be able to improve the story of genes much in such a short time, but he kept on practicing anyway. Every little bit helped. While Hansen was practicing, Little Angel was doing something with her hands. If you looked closely, you could see Little Angel was actually handling a small SMG. Someone had left it behind in the buildings when the fight against the Black Tiger was underway, and Little Angel had shown enough interest to pick it up and keep it. She found out what it was through Skynet, and she eagerly wished to play with it. She turned off the safety and took aim at a building sign. She wanted to shoot it. Pang! A bullet struck the sign, knocking the sign off the building. The noise immediately scared Hansen and Little Flower. Where did you get that from? Hansen asked. He had originally thought that enemies were attacking, but he was relieved to find that it was just Little Angel discharging the weapon. Ji Yenran had bought the land around them for miles and miles, so there was no one else there. She wouldn't be hurting anyone by accident. I found it and picked it up, Little Angel answered. Right before she pulled the trigger again, a bullet was fired, then exploded when it landed. There is no one around, and we bought this place. We should not waste it, Hansen said, eyeing the buildings that were in rubble around him. Little Angel then aimed the weapon at Han's senator. It made him quickly get out of the way. But then he remembered that with his fitness, he did not have to be so afraid. Little Angel spun the gun around and offered it to Hans Sr. Shoot me. Why? Hansen asked, not accepting the gun. To see how powerful it is, Little Angel said calmly. There is no need for you to use your body to find that out. Hansen wasn't really sure what to say or do. Should I use yours instead? Little Angel asked with seriousness. Hansen didn't think they needed to use anyone's body for the test. But he had never blocked a bullet before, and he realized that he was quite curious. Sure, give it a go. Hansen put Little Flower down on the table. He floated in the air, waiting for Little Angel to try to shoot him with the SMG. To survive being shot by an SMG, you'd need a fitness level of above 5,000. His fitness was weaker now than it had been for most of his time in the Fourth God Sanctuary, but he had at least 10k. He could definitely block the bullet. For safety, Hansen gathered power in his hands. He wanted to get shot in his hand first. Little Angel was wearing her white battlesuit, and after swiftly aiming the gun, she fired his way. A circular bullet came flying toward Hans Senator. He raised his hand and an explosion erupted. Then the light was gone. Hansen's hand was a little red, but he didn't feel any pain. At the most, it felt like his hand had just been slapped. And that was that. Little Angel fired at Hansen a few times, taking aim at different regions of his body. Hansen knew she wanted to find out the power of the weapon she was using, so he didn't block now. He just let the bullets pelt him. The bullets weren't enough to break his body, though, and more than anything, it felt as if they were just tickling him. Little Angel was disappointed by the power, so she just threw the weapon away. While Skynet may have said it was good, it was little more than a toy gun for someone like her. Hansen drifted toward the ground, thinking about Little Angel's interest in the gun. But suddenly, something about his body felt very wrong. His back was on fire. Hansen's face changed. He looked at his back and saw his 9-life cat tattoo was burning. A red light shone from his back, unhindered by the clothes he wore. What is that? Hansen frowned. Boom! The next second, the light became stronger until his clothes were nothing but tatters. The tattoo on his back now resembled a swirling black vortex. But before he could react, the suction pulled him right inside. Crash! Hansen hit the ground hard, writhing around as if his bones were about to snap. He felt sure that the composition of his body had become softer. He set a hand on the floor to pick himself up and noticed that he was lying on something very soft. It gave him a shock. He heard a scream, and he jumped up and away from the noise. It's you! Hansen and another voice spoke the same line at the same time. Hansen looked at the floor. There was a red, fox-like cat standing there. It was the 9-life cat. Hansen hadn't seen the 9-life cat since he left the last time. Hansen didn't expect to see him again, especially under these conditions. No way. The 9-life cat should be in the Fourth God Sanctuary. I have already leveled up to the Alliance, so why am I seeing it here? Did it ascend as well? 9-life cat looked at him with shock and confusion. Why are you here? Again, they spoke the same line at the exact same time. Hansen pointed at the 9-life cat tattoo on his back and said, This brought me here, I think? 9-life cat looked at Hansen, but it could not see the tattoo he was referencing. Hansen turned around so the cat could see the tattoo. The shock on the 9-life cat's face deepened. Is this a bad thing? Hansen asked with worry. 9-life cat walked closer to Hansen and checked his tattoo out then. He jumped on his shoulder, touching the tattoo. What is it? Say something. Hansen demanded when the 9-life cat remained silent. 9-life cat jumped off of Hansen's shoulder and then leaped atop a tablet, saying, It's not bad, but if you go out, people will think you are a part of 9-life cat. Go out where? Hansen asked without thinking. But then Hansen realized what the cat was implying. He looked at 9-life cat, and if going out meant what he now had in mind, It really was quite shocking. Nine Life Cat gave him a very human-like smile, and he said, "Ah, you won't understand. You can't get out of here, anyway. It doesn't really matter for now." "Do you mean getting out of the sanctuary?" Hansen still wanted to ask. Nine Life Cat looked surprised, but he didn't answer. He just used one of his paws to scratch his side as he repeated himself. "You can't get out of here, anyway. It doesn't really matter for now. Just in case I need to know, you should tell me." Hansen wanted to punch the kitty to get him to answer the question. Nine Life Cat laughed and said, "It's nothing much. I'm just saying that Nine Life Cat does not have a good reputation out there. If you are lucky enough to get out, just don't let anyone else see your tattoo. If it gets you killed, don't take it out on me." Hansen's heart sank. "Can I remove it?" Nine Life Cat rolled his eyes. "It has merged with your body. It's a part of you. You really think it's possible to remove something like that?" "Fine. Cut the crap," Hansen yelled. That was not the answer he had been hoping for. "I'm busy, and I'm running out of time and patience." Nine Life Cat jumped off of the tablet and started walking in another direction. Hansen noticed that they appeared to be in some sort of graveyard. The tablet Nine Life Cat was sitting atop was a headstone. Behind the stone there was another one, half covered by patches of grass. Surprisingly, the grave was smaller than the sort you might expect to see for a human. He looked at the headstone, but he was unsure of what it was dated. All the text across its surface was faded. Some very light markings were visible, but what they meant, he hadn't a clue. "What are you doing? Follow me." Nine Life Cat gazed back at Hansen with a look of annoyance. Hansen followed as he was bid to, and they walked past many headstones. They were all in various states of decay, so he couldn't learn much about where he was. "What is this place? Some kind of old graveyard?" Hansen asked Nine Life Cat after catching up with him. Nine Life Cat smiled and said, "This is the fourth god's sanctuary. We're not in the alliance." That's what Hansen had thought, but when it was confirmed, he really was given a shock. "No way. This is the fourth god's sanctuary. I thought after you go to the alliance, you aren't allowed to come back. And why is my body not being harmed by being here?" Nine Life Cat used his claws to point at Hansen's new tattoo and laughed. "With this tattoo, it's not only the fourth god's sanctuary you can return to. If you want, you can hop back into the first god's sanctuary." "Why?" "Because now you are a part of Nine Life Cat." "What is Nine Life Cat exactly?" Hansen asked. Hansen was curious about this. He only knew that it had some connection to the elusive human emperor and that the Nine Life Cat was some sort of a mascot for Blood Legion. It was like a representative symbol. Hansen thought Nine Life Cat might have been a strong creature that followed human emperor. But all things considered, that no longer seemed likely. Nine Life Cat, whatever it was bigger than what he was thinking. It looked like it was even connected to some pretty big things beyond the sanctuaries. But now Hansen remembered people had told him that human emperor took Nine Life Cat as something serious. Hansen didn't care for it very much, but now, things obviously weren't so simple. "I told you that you wouldn't understand. If you can get out, though, you will know." Nine Life Cat did not want to talk about this much. Hansen wanted to ask some more, but Nine Life Cat suddenly stopped moving. Hansen saw a headstone marking a grave. It was similar to the other tablets, though, in which the words had all faded away. "Since you are here, help me dig this grave up." Nine Life Cat pointed at the small, grass-laden headstone. "We're digging up graves now? This is horrible. You can do that yourself." Hansen shook his head. Hansen did not know what the kitty wanted, and there was a chance that the creature would put him in danger. Whatever the case might have been, he wasn't quite willing to risk it. Nine Life Cat rolled his eyes and jumped atop the grave. With his little paws he started to dig. He told Hansen, "Fine, you don't have to dig. But as for the special item that might reside below, you will have nothing to do with it." "What are you digging?" Hansen wondered. He knew that he couldn't steal whatever it was from the Nine Life Cat, as 10,000 fitness wasn't much in the fourth god's sanctuary. Hansen couldn't use his Geno armor in the sanctuaries, so he knew he'd be unable to beat the Nine Life Cat. Fortunately, he still had Destiny's Tower, and that meant he wasn't afraid. I know there's something good in there, I just don't know what it is. If you help, I'll count you in for a share of the profits. Nine Life Cat said. If you don't know what it is that's in there, how do you know it's something good you can profit from? Hansen didn't believe him. Teehee, you should know a bit about this. This is God's ruin, but it is a crystallizer ruin also. I know there is something about the crystallizers here, and we'll find out what it is exactly when we've dug it out. Nine Life Cat said. Now Hansen knew this was God's ruin, and it was no wonder why it looked strange. Okay, let's dig it out together. Count me in for that share of the treasure. After that, Hansen started digging out the grave alongside Nine Life Cat. Then he thought to himself, he didn't know I would be here. He wouldn't count me in if I wasn't here. We don't have a grudge, but there's surely no chance he'd want to harm me, right? They both kept on digging into the grave that looked like a little mound of soil. It was very solid. All of Hansen's fitness, with the use of Taya, could only allow him to shovel just a tiny bit of soil. The soil was like steel, and it was incredibly difficult for them to dig through. After digging only a meter, Hansen was sweating through his clothes. Something is wrong with this soil. There can't be treasure inside, surely. Hansen spoke as he continued digging. Nine Life Cat said, this is the crystallizer's crystal soil. It's composed of crystallizer material rendered into dirt. It's all fairly useless. Hansen kept on digging and asked, how do you know something good resides in here? There are lots of graves here, all identical. There doesn't seem to be anything outstanding about this one. Haha, I know because I am the Nine Life Cat. Keep digging. Something must be in here. Nine Life Cat smiled. After digging for a while, Hansen felt as if something was wrong. Soon, he started to hear a strange noise. He stopped and tried listening to it. He decided that the sound must have been the wind, as there was nothing remarkable about it. Old cat, do you hear that noise? Hansen asked the Nine Life Cat. What noise? Nine Life Cat perked his ears, but there was nothing. He went back to digging. Hansen focused, and after not hearing anything more, he returned to the work at hand. After half a day, they had dug a 2-meter-long hole that was 3 meters deep. Then they finally found something. Hansen felt as if he had struck something hard. He brushed away the crystal dirt and found a portion of a big metal board. The part that was revealed looked to have been made from silver. There were some words on it, too, but he couldn't read what was written. It wasn't the usual ancient human text that the crystallizers traditionally used. What are you doing? Keep digging. Dig it out. Nine Life Cat hurried Hansen along when he froze. Hansen followed the edges of the metal board and dug out its shape until he unearthed it all. It was a square-shaped silver board around 40 centimeters long. It was full of text, but Hansen couldn't discern a single word of it. He didn't know how thick it was, as some of it was still beneath the soil. The visible portion was at least 5 centimeters thick. There was something there, but it wasn't anything unpleasant. Hansen felt much better seeing this, so he kept on digging with renewed vigor. But when he dug, he began to feel as if something was wrong. It wasn't actually a board. It was very long. Hansen dug another half a meter, but he couldn't bring it all out. Old cat, what is this? It cannot be a coffin, Hansen said thoughtfully. It's not a coffin. The crystallizers didn't bury. That's something only humans do, Nine Life Cat said. If it's not a coffin, then what's in there? What is this? Hansen asked. Who told you it might be a coffin? Nine Life Cat said, rolling his eyes as he did. If it is not a coffin, then what is this? Hansen repeated. This is the greenhouse of a crystallizer, Nine Life Cat said. Greenhouse. Hansen's jaw dropped. Hansen had never expected some sort of greenhouse. Stop asking stupid questions and keep digging, Nine Life Cat said. The metal board was very long. They dug 4 meters of it out, and they still weren't done. It's working. It is almost out. Keep going. Nine Life Cat used his paws to push the board, and it moved a little. Hansen did not know what to say. They had been there for so long, it would have been terrible if they ultimately walked away empty-handed. After digging for another 2 hours, they managed to dig the entire board out. They stood it up against the wall of the cave they were in. The board was 6 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 40 centimeters high. There was a lot of text scrawled across it. Han-sen tried to carry it out, but he could not. Even using all his strength, he could barely lift the thing. Han-sen felt very strange. If Old Cat said that it was a greenhouse, then that might have meant all the graves were plants. They should have been digging out seeds, not a giant metal board, right? But before Han-sen could get answers, he and Old Cat had to get it out of the hole. They both lifted it as if it were a heavy tree. They flew together and brought it out of the pit. It's finally out. After they flew up out of the hole, Han-sen and Old Cat dropped it back on the ground. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Han-sen froze when he saw what was before him. For some reason, there were many pairs of eyes looking back at them both. Surrounded, Han-sen thought. All around them, there were scary eyes looking their way. The masters of the eyes were 4 creatures clad in armor. Or maybe it was the armor itself that was alive and glaring at them angrily. Han-sen could only see the armor and the gleaming eyes. He also saw the color red, but he wasn't sure if that was something that belonged to those beings. The sets of armor looked like steel, but they had rusted. They also looked freshly unearthed. Each figure held a steel greatsword that was 1 meter long, but very broad. They looked very threatening. Han-sen couldn't mull over their presence for long, though. Within a second, the 4 monsters started to attack. Their speed was like that of a demigod. They were top tier, that was for sure, and Han-sen was unable to compete with them. Han-sen used his Dongxian movement to move shakily, like a wobbling fish, in order to evade the first strike. He leaped backward to gain some space and turned around. Old Cat was so fast that he was already 10 meters away. Due to Old Cat being as fast as he was, the 4 sets of armor turned their attention to the easier target. That was Han-Senator. Their greatswords came down like lightning, making their sudden slashes hard to dodge. Before leveling up, the 4 monsters wouldn't have even been a challenge. But now, Han-sen was in a bad situation. His 10,000 fitness was too weak for him to deal with those enemies. Han-sen dodged the next 2 strikes, but then he was delivered a blow from one of the greatswords. Old Cat, come back and help me. Han-sen kept jumping around and around the metal board. He used his abilities of prediction, judgment, and movement to stay alive and avoid further harm from the brutal greatswords that were pursuing him. Old Cat, seeing those armor creatures not bothering to pursue him, jumped atop a tablet and spoke directly to Han Sr. 9 life cats are a peaceful race comprised of pacifists. You'll have to sort this fight out by yourself. You're not peaceful and I just leveled up. My fitness is low. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. Han-sen jumped past the metal board. The greatsword almost came into contact with his body, but it instead struck the object. The metal board proved not as sturdy as Han-sen initially believed it to be. As the greatsword cleaved 2 decent chunks out of it, a peek inside the newly formed gaps revealed there was nothing inside. Han-sen was surprised by this revelation. He had assumed the board was solid because of its weight. But with the 4 monsters chasing after him, he didn't have the opportunity to see what was inside. All he could do was run. A top-tier demigod in the 4th god sanctuary had 100,000 fitness, and these creatures were certainly top-tier. Han-sen only had 10,000 fitness. With a fitness such as that, not even the Dongxian Sutra or Heavenly Go would help him. However, Han-sen found that he could almost fight them, which was completely unexpected. He had been preparing to use Destiny's Tower, but he was shocked that he could hold out as well as he was. Han-sen only had a fitness level of 1,000, but even so, after leveling up, he felt as if he could understand and see more. Hit fitness might have been lower, but he was somehow stronger. That was how he lasted so long under the pressure of the 4 armored men. If he was going to lose, it wouldn't be any time soon. Old Cat heard Han-sen, but he still didn't chip in to fight. He was on a tablet and he said, I would like to help you, but I cannot. I am a peaceful being. I don't have an evil bone in my body. Evil thoughts just make me sick and dizzy. If I fight them, I would be killed by my own conscience, so... Fuck you. You were just trying to trick me? Hansen replied, following a swift dodge. He couldn't believe Old Cat refused to help, and went so far as to make up such excuses. Old Cat was not angered by the comment, though. He smiled and said, "Haha, young man, don't be so rushed. I may not be able to save you, but you can save yourself." "How can I save myself? I am going to be killed." Hansen kept on evading as he spoke. The sword struck the metal board a few times, leaving marks and scrapes across it. Hansen was eventually able to see a light inside, reminiscent of some sort of jewelry. "You are in luck, and you have no idea. Stupid." Old Cat squatted on the tablet and shook his head. "Stop being so damn condescending. I'd rather die than listen to any more of your bullshit." Hansen sounded angry. Hansen did not use Destiny's Tower because he wanted to see if Old Cat was deliberately bringing him harm. Old Cat shook his head and said, "You were stupid. I thought you would have Geno armor. If you cannot fight, why don't you use it?" "I would use it if I could. This the fourth god's sanctuary. It wouldn't work, even if I had worn it coming in," Hansen shouted. "Who said you cannot use it in the fourth god's sanctuary?" Old Cat rolled his eyes. "I have tried it many times. If I could have worn it here, I'd have been king of this place many times over. It would have saved a lot of trouble," Hansen shouted. Old Cat sounded serious. "That was before. Now things are different. You have 9 life cat's blood. You can use your Geno armor." "Really?" Hansen was shocked, and he was not sure if this was true. Elegant 9 life cat does not lie. Old Cat looked at Hansen with disdain. Hansen decided to give it a go. He thought about summoning his white Geno armor, and then the Geno armor plated his entire body and a phantom power filled him with vigor. "I really can?" Hansen was surprised. When a greatsword came at him next, Hansen didn't dodge. He reached out his arm that had been plated in Geno armor and caught the falling blade. He reached out his other hand and grabbed another incoming greatsword. He pulled both creatures in by their weapons, thrusting them into each other. The sheer force flattened their helmets. Hansen took the 2 greatswords, one in each hand. Then, he swung them akimbo at the monsters coming at him from behind. He skewered them both and then pegged them into the ground. The monsters wished to rise back up, but Hansen stepped on the helmet of one and crushed it completely. Super creature Death Armor Swordsman killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core shattered. The flesh is not edible. Collect life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Hansen was delighted. Then, he proceeded to step on the heads of the other 3 swordsmen. Unfortunately, he didn't get any more beast souls. The 4 bodies then disappeared, along with their greatswords. All that remained were the 4 life Geno essences. Hansen picked them all up and checked out his Sea of Soul. When he leveled up, he had lost a lot of beast souls and Geno cores. Being able to replenish his stock again was good. Death Armor Swordsman, Transfusion Beast Soul. Hansen was very happy. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul. It might not have been berserk, but it'd still help him. With that beast soul, he could fight super creatures without even using his Geno armor. "See? I told you. You have 9 life cat's blood. And so these weren't a problem." Old Cat leaped off the tablet. He looked very proud as he went to examine the cleft in the metal board. It was now obvious that it wasn't a metal board. It was hollow on the inside. It was more akin to a rectangular container than anything else. A sparkling light was still beaming out of the cracks. It was like a strange chest. Old Cat peered keenly into the cracks with both eyes. Strangely, it didn't seem as if he could see anything. Why does the 9 life cat's blood allow for so many exceptions in the 4th god's sanctuary? Hansen asked Old Cat. Hansen had heard from Stay Up Late that the sanctuary was the last safe place of refuge for the crystallizers. Other beings were unable to enter, and there shouldn't have been an exception to bypass that rule. 9 life cat was a being from outside the sanctuary, so why would his blood allow for so many anomalies? Old Cat continued looking inside the metal box as he spoke. He said, "Let's not talk about that. Come open this box so we can see what's inside. There might be something decent." If Old Cat did not want to speak, there was nothing Han-san could do. He walked near the metal container to take a look inside. It was so bright inside you couldn't see anything much. I can't see anything. Let's open it up, Old Cat said. Han-san nodded. Then, he placed his fingers into one of the cracks and pulled firmly. The metal bent under Han-sen's hands, and the crack opened another inch. Han-sen let go to take a look. Old Cat joined him for a look, too. It was still as bright as before, and they were unable to see what was inside. So Han-sen tore it further. Cracks spread across the surface of the box, but none provided the visibility that allowed him to look inside. Stop it, Old Cat said. The item in there is releasing light if you remove the entire box. It's likely that we'll only be able to see that light. Han-san could tell this might have been the case, so he complied and did not continue. He just frowned and said, "What now? Do you know anything about what might be inside?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem dangerous, though, so you can probably go ahead and touch it. And by doing so, find out what it is." Old Cat circled the box as he spoke to Han-sen. "Why don't you go touch it?" Han-sen lifted his lip. He didn't know what was inside, and if there was some monster lurking in there, he could lose his hand if he stuck it inside. That wasn't something he'd be willing to risk. "You are stronger. You have Geno armor. It won't be a danger for you." Old Cat clearly didn't want to do it himself. Han-sen was not stupid, though, and he'd never fully trust Old Cat. But right now, no progress was being made. Neither of them dared pick it up, and it'd be a shame and a waste to just pack their bags and leave now. They looked at each other, with neither of them saying a word. After a while, Old Cat coughed and said, "How about, he who takes it owns it?" "Okay, and because I am a gentleman, I'll let you go first." Han-sen smiled at Old Cat. Old Cat gritted his teeth and said, "Or let's just play rock, paper, scissors. That way we can decide who goes first." "Okay." Han-sen agreed, but then thought, "I am the king of rock, paper, scissors. You won't even have your panties left if you play with me." Old Cat was feeling cocky, and he thought, "You are too green to compete with me. When I was the champion of the universe, your mother wasn't even born yet. You are stupid to play this with me." They both smiled queerly at each other. Han-san pulled out a coin and threw it up into the sky. Then he said, "Make your move when the coin hits the ground. Okay?" "Okay." Old Cat nodded. Then he watched the coin fall. Dong! The moment the coin hit the ground, they both made their move. When the fists showed up, they looked confident. The first time was just a test. The next would be about skills and mind tricks. Scissors, scissors, paper, rock, paper, rock. Han-san and Old Cat were gasping, and they looked at each other with red eyes. They had played this for 1 hour and they were both tired. They eventually just looked shocked. Rock, paper, scissors was about using your brain. It was more tiring than combat. Neither of them could win, and it just left them exhausted. Both of them sat down next to the metal box, with neither of them being declared a winner. Catcha! Suddenly, the metal box produced a crunchy sound. Startled, they both jumped up to take a look at whatever was inside the box. Han-san and Old Cat looked inside the metal box. There was a bright light inside, seething like boiling water. But it didn't spill. Catcha noises were coming from the light, and the noises made them both shiver with a chill. "Old Cat, what is that noise?" Han-san looked at the light in the metal box, but he couldn't see or feel anything. "How am I supposed to know? It sounds like teeth, munching on bones," Old Cat said, peering at the box. "Munching bones? Be honest with me, no. Is this really some sort of greenhouse?" Han-sen hadn't believed Nine Life Cat when he was told it was a greenhouse. Old Cat decided to make a promise, and he said, "It is a greenhouse. I would not lie to you. So why does this look like a coffin? You say you hear some bone-breaking noises, so if this garden had bones, why would that make any sense?" Han-sen looked at Old Cat. Old Cat felt guilty, and mumbled, "This is a greenhouse. It's just not a normal greenhouse." "What do you mean? What is not normal about it?" Han-sen asked. Old Cat knew if he didn't explain a little, Han-sen would just go on and on about this. So he said, I researched it for a while. If I am correct, this is a royal greenhouse belonging to the crystallizers. A royal greenhouse? Han-sen thought Old Cat was lying. Greenhouses grew vegetables. They didn't grow meat and certainly not bones. Old Cat looked serious and said, do not underestimate the greenhouses of the crystallizers. The stuff they grow is not limited to carrots and other vegetables. It sounds as if you know what to expect. Han-sen stared down at Old Cat with hostility. Old Cat coughed and said, I only know a bit. This metal box is a crystallizer's growing box. A new type of plant is inside it. What is different about their plants? Han-sen asked. I don't know. I have seen the plants of crystallizers before, and they look very weird. They shouldn't even be called plants, really. They have a life force, Old Cat said. A plant with a life force is nothing rare. There are loads of genoplants across the sanctuary, Han-sen said. Old Cat suddenly said, this is what I'm trying to tell you. The sanctuary does not have genoplants. Crystallizers planted their seeds across the sanctuaries, and that is why they possess a life force. Are you saying a genoplant's alpha is inside there? Han-sen asked as he looked at the box with shock. The metal box continued to create creepy catchy noises. I don't know about that, but if it has been created by a royal garden, it should be something good. Old Cat stopped for a moment and then continued. Crystallizers never planned to create new creatures or beast souls. What they wanted to grow was geno armor. You can grow geno armor? Han-sen was shocked hearing this. Not originally. Crystallizers tried combining the genes of creatures, spirits, and their genoplants. But something big happened. The crystallizers lost, and the leftovers were attacked. The unfinished seeds can be found across the sanctuaries, having become genoplants, Old Cat explained. Han-sen looked at Old Cat and said, if you can find this place and dig up this box, you must have a greater idea of what exactly is inside. Old Cat looked awkward and smiled. Actually, I really don't know. I came because of my sound judgment. This could have been a royal greenhouse. It is possibly a location for geno armor, and that is why I selected this place. It was the best spot and many important things are around. That's why I chose this place. You know feng shui? Han-sen didn't believe Old Cat at all, and he looked at the cat as if he was a liar. Old Cat shrugged and said, fine. I admit I picked the place because of the fertilizer, but that's important. I have dug through 3 other places nearby and found nothing. What fertilizer? Han-sen looked at the deep hole he had dug, and there was nothing there. Do you see how dark the soil in this place is? Look at the tablet. Do you see the red signs? Old Cat pointed at the tip of the metal box. Han-sen took a look, and it was exactly as the cat had been saying. Did you really think this was a gravestone? This is a piece of crystallizer gear from the greenhouse. The fertilizer was injected through the tablet. Look at the tablet. The item inside the box is being taken care of. This might be a very important item for the royal greenhouse. Old Cat looked at the box with shiny eyes. Can you take it out, then? Han-sen lifted his lips. Crystallizer's items are tricky. You should be careful. Old Cat ignored Han-sen's suggestion. He kept on looking, but he did not move. If I didn't appear, how would you have gotten the thing out by yourself? You can't just watch all the time, Han-sen said. Old Cat wanted to say something, but they suddenly heard a slamming sound from inside the box. A hand reached through one of the broken sections of the box. It looked like jade, but it wasn't. It looked like bone, but it wasn't. It gripped the box like a demon's hand. Han-sen and the Old Cat jumped away together, moving quite the distance. 5 crystal-looking fingers were held against the box like the keys of a piano. The thing started to climb out of the metal box in a strange manner, and as it left, the light inside the container dimmed. When the hand came out of the metal box, Han-sen and Old Cat were both shocked seeing it. They thought some monster would climb out, but when the hand came out, it was just a hand with nothing else attached. The hand was like jade, and it was connected only to a small portion of arm. There was nothing else after. The back end was like a rocket, though exuding a fountain of light. The inside of the metal box was now empty, and the light was gone. You said there is Geno armor inside. What is that thing? Hansen asked, pointing at the jade hand. I do not know. Old Cat looked at the hand, seeming confused. Han-san wished to say something, but before he could, the hand bounced up. It clenched into a fist and shot forward with the light propelling it from behind. It was firing at Hansen. It was so fast, Hansen was surprised. Evading it was difficult, even with the armor he was wearing. Hansen dodged the fist. He couldn't figure out what the hand was, and he most certainly didn't want to touch it. The hand was like a living creature, turned around and came for him again. Hansen kept trying to dodge, but the speed of his armor wasn't enough to keep up with the fist. He had to use his Dongxian movements and heavenly go to escape the hand. Hansen was shocked. The last thing he wanted was to touch it. The hand was far too weird, and he had no clue what it was. Old Cat, come and help, Han yelled, looking at the old cat after another quick dodge. Old Cat didn't like Hansen's suggestion, so he jumped atop the tablet and watched. Calm down. What's the rush? I'll observe it and learn its weakness. When I discover what it is, I'll come and save you. Okay? Old Cat did not move, and he just waved his tail while he spoke. When are you going to find it? Hurry up now and take it. Maybe it's a treasure, and you can have it. Han-san tried to entice Old Cat to give him aid by making that promise. Old Cat was not buying it, though. He continued to lay on the tablet, squinting his eyes. It depends entirely on fate. If the treasure belongs to me, none can take it. Are you helping me or not? Hansen felt disheartened. I want to, but I have no clue what this is. Please allow me to observe, Old Cat said calmly. If you keep observing, I will be killed, and then you will be next. Hansen felt severely pressured. The hand was so fast it was like light. It almost seemed like there were many fists attacking him at once. Hansen kept on dodging. If he didn't figure something out soon, he'd have no choice but to block it. You look so handsome. It's no wonder why it likes you. I really envy you. I can just stand here and be completely ignored. Damn. Old Cat squinted his eyes. You can go to hell, Hansen said, then gathered strength in his own fist to combat the other with a punch. The fist's speed was too fast now, so he couldn't dodge it. Anyway, he could only try to go up against whatever power the fist held. Firstly, though, Hansen tried to lead the hand to the cat's position, but the hand didn't care for the feline. It went right past the cat, straight for Hansen. Old Cat looked at Hansen and the hand. He didn't strike because he wanted to see how strong the hand was, too. Hansen's fist came into contact with the hand, and he used all of the power he could muster, alongside what the Geno armor could provide. It was only 60%, but it was shocking enough it could probably sunder a mountain. But when Hansen's fist hit the hand, he couldn't punch it away. There was no shockwave either. Hansen's fist came right against the hand, and the hand deflated like a balloon. It struck itself to Hansen's fist. The next second, the hand was shining with a bright light. The disconnected part gloved Hansen's right hand. Hansen was shocked, and he desperately wanted to get rid of it. It was too late for that now, though. The jade hand had gloved Hansen's right hand. Pang! Hansen's Geno armor disconnected. It went back into his sea of soul, as if it was afraid of something. Hansen was shocked. His fitness was low, and the Geno armor was something he absolutely required. Now that it had disconnected, its protection was no longer available. This was bad news. Hansen wanted to summon Destiny's Tower, but when he looked at his right hand again, he was shocked. The jade-looking hand was gloved around his right hand, but in a different way than Hansen had first thought. When the hand gloved Hansen's right hand, it turned into a gauntlet that looked like jade. But it wasn't jade. It looked like bone, but it wasn't bone. Is this thing like those crystal shoes? Is it a glove? Hansen thought of this possibility. Before Hansen could think any more, a strange power from his right hand started pulling him forward. He couldn't keep his body from suddenly getting pulled into darkness. Shit! This thing is just like those motherfucking crystal shoes. Han Sen was struggling to stop the process. It didn't work, though, as the glove was much stronger than him. Old Cat was shocked. He leaped down from the tablet and ran toward Han Sen. But the glove had pulled him away too quickly, and by the time Old Cat reached the spot Han Sen had been in, he was gone. There were some broken buildings and paths ahead, but Old Cat wasn't sure which one Han Sen had taken. Old Cat stopped. He looked around and sniffed what he could before deciding on a trail to follow. Han Sen had been dragged deeper into the ruins by the glove. His legs were simply dragging, leaving 2 trenches in the ground for a wake. Still, nothing stopped the force that pulled him along. He was taken into a broken building, and after a few twists and turns, the glove drilled into another building's entrance that was half buried by rubble. It was dark inside there, and Han Sen couldn't tell what was around him. He felt very nervous, though, being dragged in the way he was. But that nervousness did not lead to panic. He'd been through a lot, and he'd had a lot of experience with dire and uncertain situations. Han Sen fumbled around the dark with his free fist and hit something. The item was shattered, whatever it was, but the glove did not stop pulling him onwards. He broke a few more items after that, but eventually, the glove stopped. The place was dark and still. There wasn't a sound to be heard. The glove was ahead of Han Sen, and then it jerked him forward and up so that he was standing up straight. Why did this thing stop here? Is there another glove here? Han Sen wondered to himself. He swung his left hand and ignited a flame upon it to use as a torch. In front of Han Sen was a dried-up corpse that was staring right at Han Sen. Arg! Han Sen screamed, wanting to fall back. But the glove held him firmly, and no matter how he tried to resist and move away, his arm remained still. After Han Sen calmed down from the sudden surprise, he noticed it wasn't moving. There was no life force, and it was very dead. The body was sitting on a chair, with its clothes all rotten and its skin dry. It was very complete, though, and it looked like some zombie in the dark. Han Sen looked around and noticed it was a crystallizer room. There were crystallizer tools everywhere, far more than he had seen in the main control room. It made Han Sen feel as if he was standing in a lab. Aside from the tools, though, Han Sen spied the presence of a number of crystal containers. They were full of liquid, and things were soaking inside. There were animals, livestock, plants, even things Han Sen had never seen before. Is it just as Old Cat said? Is this a greenhouse? A laboratory in their base? Han Sen thought. But then his right hand moved, and it started to drag him forward again. Han Sen was being brought towards the dead body that was slumped in a chair. The glove began feeling around the corpse, as if it was searching for something. Shit! Is this thing a necrophiliac? Han Sen felt depressed, but fortunately, nothing really messed up occurred. After a while, the right hand found something inside a tattered pocket. Pulled it out. Because his hand was being controlled, though Han Sen was unable to see what it was. Then the hand returned to his chest. Han Sen felt like he could control it again. And Han Sen could feel himself holding something hard like a chestnut. Han Sen took a peek and was shocked. It was like a seed, and it was smaller than a ping-pong ball. It was dark gray with a green sproutling on it. It had a circumference of around 3 centimeters. Han Sen had assumed that the glove was like the crystal shoe, in search of another glove to complete the pair. He hadn't expected it to have been searching for a seed. Does it want to grow another glove? Han Sen wondered. The glove had done him no harm, ultimately, and the glove had now given back control to Han Sen. Wanting to look around now, Han Sen pocketed the seed. He could not read the text that adorned the tools of that place. But what concerned him the most were the items inside the crystal containers. The containers looked similar to the one Stay Up Late was found inside, but the liquid was certainly different. Stay Up Late had been soaking in a colorless liquid. But in that place the colors ranged from yellow to green to even blue. Some were plain and transparent, too. Han Sen had a look. Anything could have been inside them. Some included armor and helmets. Still, everything he saw seemed broken and twisted. It gave Han Sen the impression that they were not yet complete. It looks like these might be failed products, Han Sen thought. Right as his eyes grew wide and bright, There was a container with transparent liquid, and inside it there was a humanoid creature that looked both male and female. It had white wings and it looked like an angel. It looks like little angel, but this one seems genderless. Han-san observed the angel-looking creature, and then looked down. It has no penis. Maybe this thing is a failure as well. Han-san saw the person was very smooth down below, and due to it not having any gender-specific parts, it could have very well have been a failure, he believed. After Han-sen looked down, he looked up. But right at that moment, the angel creature opened its eyes. The eyes opened wide, but there were only pupils there. It wasn't like an ordinary creature. The red pupils consumed the whole eye, but turned to gaze right at Han-sen. Han-sen was shocked, and so he started walking backward slowly. The red eyes followed him wherever he moved. The head turned like a robot. I can't be this unlucky. Han-sen felt glum. Crystallizers made weird stuff, and that thing inside the container didn't look too friendly. Old Cat appeared in the lab, and after he saw the angel inside the container, he shouted at Han Sr., "Run! It's a feather!" Han-sen did not react. The angel-looking creature burst through the container, and then the creepy and beautiful body came forward to grab him. Fear gripped Han-sen's throat, but he found himself falling back before Old Cat even made the suggestion. He summoned his Death Armor Swordsman Beast Soul and transformed into the Death Armor Swordsman. Han-sen had no choice but to use the Beast Soul as his fitness was low. And since he was wearing the glove, he could not summon the white armor. He could only summon Beast Souls. The angel-looking creature blurred toward him. While Han-sen was also fast, he wasn't fast enough to dodge. Han-sen gritted his teeth and used his hand to protect his chest for a block. Pang! Han-sen felt as if he had been hit by a train. His body was sent flying, and he went barreling into one of the walls of the laboratory. He broke through the wall and continued flying back. After bursting through a few walls, Han-sen came to a stop. He fell to the ground and spat out some blood. Han-sen did not have time to wipe his lips, though, and he immediately regained his feet and started running. Old Cat was running too, and he went right past Han-sen. Han-sen turned around and saw the red-eyed angel giving chase at a blisteringly swift speed. Shit! What is that thing? Han-sen ran as fast as he could, but the being was way too strong. Not even Geno armor could bestow the strength necessary to beat it. Old Cat ran, and as he went, he screamed. After the crystallizers lost the war, they stole a few children from the higher race. I thought it was only a myth. But look at this. It's fucking real. Crystallizers brought feathers to such places for research, as they wanted their genes. A superior race? What superior race? Han-sen gnashed his teeth. Don't ask. Just run. It's going to catch up, Old Cat shouted. Han-sen turned around, and the feather was right behind him. The fist was coming so quickly, strong and fast. Han-sen had already taken a hit, and his chest was still in pain. This time he'd definitely be unable to dodge. He gritted his teeth and summoned Destiny's Tower. Pang! The feather punched Destiny's Tower, and the bottom of Destiny's Tower actually caved in. Destiny's Tower had gone through the God's Door test. It was far stronger than it had been before, like Geno armor. But even so, the feather had just punched it. The power required to do what the feather had just done was breathtaking. Han-sen had intended to use Destiny's Tower to absorb the feather, but the feather's punch was enough to knock Destiny's Tower away. The bottom of it caved in. Han-sen gasped and kept on running. The feather was way too overpowered, and it made for a terrifying foe. The feather kept chasing, while Han-sen used Destiny's Tower as much as he could to block it. The feather's punches had made Destiny's Tower all crooked and twisted. It'd break if things continued like this. But Han-sen could not really spare concern over Destiny's Tower, given the circumstances. He had no choice but to use it to keep himself alive. Old Cat, what is this? Can you deal with it? Han-sen shouted at Old Cat. Even if he sacrificed Destiny's Tower, an escape did not seem likely. When the tower broke, he would be killed. Stop thinking and just run. It's beyond either of our levels. This thing must have been tortured by the crystallizers. is probably weak in comparison to others. If this thing was operating at full strength, you'd already be dead, Old Cat shouted. Han Sen wanted to run, but he felt as if he no longer could. Hearing Old Cat say that their foe was that strong, he knew this was the direst of circumstances. This guy cannot be a creature from outside, Han Sen said. He is, Old Cat said without hesitation. Han Sen was feeling desperate, as there was no safe place he could run to. The feather punched Destiny's tower with an extra hearty hit, and it sent the tower flying away. The feather was the same as it had been, though. And then, it threw another punch towards Han Sen. Han Sen used so many different types of movement, but he was incapable of evading the feather. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch back at the foe. Han Sen was prepared to borrow strength from every ability he had. The fitness of a super creature was minuscule in comparison to a feather, after all. He used Yin Yang Blast's Yin power. Even if he was risking having his organs damaged, he had to try to outrun his pursuer. The fists collided with each other, and as the fists came into contact, Han Sen readied himself. He felt a scary power come through his right fist, hitting the feather. Those two powers created a massive shockwave that toppled all the buildings around them, while Han Sen was entirely fine. Han Sen's right hand was glowing. The light shone across his body, and he was completely wrapped up by it. Han Sen felt as if he was full of power. It was almost endless, like an endless river coursing through his body. The armor that looked like jade and bone started to cover up his entire body. It almost looked like he was wearing the white Geno armor, but he wasn't. Before Han Sen could get a better look, though, the feather appeared again. Its fist was raging toward him, and the speed was incredibly fast. Han Sen quickly dodged the feather, and he was surprised. With the armor that had come from the glove, he could catch up with the feather's speed. Feather threw a punch, but Han Sen was unafraid. He walked forward to it, dodged the fist, and struck the feather's belly. This resulted in the feather looking like a shrimp, shooting backward. Han Sen was happy about this, but his hand was not relenting. It was going after the feather. His fists and legs followed like a storm. With the armor's buffing, Han Sen's strength and speed were now comparable to the feather. The feather only had strength, though. It had no skill or technique. This allowed Han Sen to suppress it with ease. Ha! Old Cat saw the changes surge through Han Sen's glove, and he looked shocked. And then he looked annoyed and said, "That glove is actually good. I would have gone and gotten it myself if I had known." Every punch Han Sen delivered to the feather was extremely hard, making the being bleed profusely. The feather's speed and strength were no worse than Han Sen's, but its experience and skill were considerably lacking. Only their stats were on the same page. Suddenly, Han Sen threw a punch that the feather managed to dodge, and right after, the feather retaliated with one aimed for Han Sen's stomach. This gave Han Sen a shock. It wasn't because the feather's punch was powerful, though. It was because it was a punch he himself had used once before. Deal with him soon. He's too strong. He learns fast, and you will lose the advantage you currently hold very soon, Old Cat shouted. As Old Cat yelled, Han Sen dodged the punch and grabbed the feather's arm. He swiftly jerked his elbow to drive it into his opponent's throat. The feather shrieked in agony. Han Sen didn't relent, though, and he twisted his foe's arm and pinned it against his back. With one hand to keep his arm restricted, Han Sen used his other hand to repeatedly punch his foe in the head. The feather couldn't muster much strength due to the way its arm was twisted and locked. Without being able to block the attacks, all it could do was submit to the beating and bleed. Catcha! The feather then flipped its body, no longer caring for its arm. The arm broke, but the feather got free. He stared Han Sen down. It was strange, though. The feather looked as if nothing had happened, and with its head, it tried to ram Han Sen roughly. Han Sen twirled in an evasion and dodged the strike. He grabbed his enemy by the throat and put him into a chokehold. With his knee, he repeatedly hit the feather's chest. Pang! The knee pounded the chest like a drum. Han Sen did that 5 times, until he heard the bones break and could feel the chest cave inwards. The feather coughed up blood and roared. It grabbed Han Sen by the leg and bit it. The teeth pierced through his armor and went into his flesh. Han Sen's reaction was fast, though. He squeezed his foe by the neck and he stopped. If he kept on going, the neck would snap. Han Sen twisted the feather's neck so far around. The head was back to front. The being smiled at Han Sen as blood poured out of its mouth. It looked scary. A second later, he grabbed Han Sen's arm and delivered his own twist. He wanted to use the same arm lock that Han Sen had. "You are too naive to copy my own skills and use them against me." Han Sen slammed his elbow into the enemy's face. Blood splattered everywhere as the face caved in. The feather hit the ground with an impact that formed a crater. Han Sen's body was like a meteor. Then, he slammed his knee down against the feather's throat, breaking the neck completely. The feather's head turned to the side, but it had lost all support for turning back. Still, the being didn't die, and it did its best to stop Han Sen. Han Sen kept on attacking the feather until its body was nothing but a mangled mess. When Han Sen took a second to admire his handiwork, he was looking at a mangled mess rather than a body. But he realized that the being still wasn't dead. It was incredibly sturdy. "Fuck! Why won't this thing die?" Han Sen shouted. Old Cat, who wasn't too far away, said, "Feathers don't have a weakness, Percy. You'll just have to rip its body apart. There's nothing else you can really do. If that's how it's done, then I will send it to hell in pieces." Han Sen's fists raged with greater fury. The feather's limbs and chest were all broken, and its skull was deformed. But still, the feather did not die. It was very strong. SSST. Han Sen ripped off a bloodied white wing. The feather let out an animalistic shriek of pain. Han Sen saw the being reel in pain after that, and he realized that the feather hadn't reacted that way to any other injury. So Han Sen grabbed the other wing, too. Han Sen punched and punched until the bones broke and he could rip the wings off. The feather grabbed Han Sen, but Han Sen kicked him off. Then he went back to pummeling the thing like crazy. Alu alu. When he punched, Han Sen couldn't help but copy Xie Qing King. Felt as if he'd punch harder that way. Pang. The power was brought down on the feather's neck, and after hundreds of punches, the neck finally began to give. After that, Han Sen ripped the enemy's head off. But strangely, the body without a brain still wanted a piece of Han Senator, and the head itself tried to bite into Han Sen's throat. "Fuck you." Han Sen kicked the body away and rammed his fist into the brain. He mashed it continuously. Blood and juices went everywhere as the head broke. With the repeated punches, the head exploded. Juice went everywhere. The feather's headless body approached. With burning eyes, Han Sen moved to punch it. With a multitude of punches, Han Sen was able to break its body. The organs turned into pulp and it eventually stopped moving. Han Sen wiped the blood off his face and slumped down on the ground, gasping. He felt as if his limbs were numb. That was the first time Han Sen had beaten something for so long that he exhausted himself in the process. "Old Cat, what was this thing?" Han Sen looked at Old Cat. The cat went over to the corpse and tried to take something off it. Even though Han Sen was tired, he still jumped up and went in front of Old Cat. He licked his lips and said, "Old Cat, this is wrong. You didn't do anything and now you want to loot whatever is available." Old Cat smiled and said, "I am worried that you didn't realize it was a good item. I was just going to fetch it for you." "Why? What did you see?" Han Sen asked him. "I see these bones aren't too bad. They might make a good soup." Old Cat gave him a thumbs up. But Han Sen didn't believe this. He stepped over to the body and examined it more closely. Old Cat was digging right about here. So what was he after? Han Sen thought to himself. He only saw organs, blood, and bones. It was pretty gross to look at. It was fortunate Han Sen was not super hygienic. He rooted around in the organs and bones and searched amongst the blood for a bit. He eventually found something, and it sure didn't feel like bone. Han Sen put the item in his hand. It was around 10 centimeters long, and it looked like a bone. But it didn't feel like a bone. It actually felt heavier than metal. It was obscured in a lot of blood, so it was hard to discern its original appearance. He wiped it all away to reveal its true form. It was part of a small bone, but it was red and a little purplish. It was different from the feather's other bones. Han Sen kept looking around the dead body. Aside from that little bone, the rest were white and of the correct weight. They were a little heavier than a human's, but not like the way the purple one was. That was way heavier. "What is this?" Han Sen asked Old Cat, holding out the bone. The cat looked bored, like he could not even muster the energy to answer. "A bone? What else could it be?" Old Cat didn't answer him straight, so Han Sen didn't bother asking him again. If the cat wasn't going to tell him anything, it was pointless trying to get answers from him. Han Sen investigated the bone himself, but he found nothing truly special about it. Or at least he couldn't at the moment. So, he put the bone away and turned to ask the old cat, "Old cat, do you know how I can get back to the Alliance?" Han Sen did not want to be there for long. God's organization might have found his home. He would need to return as soon as he could. There was no time to waste. "Find a teleporter in a shelter. You can get back that way," Old Cat said casually. "If I teleport, where will I end up?" Han Sen asked. The teleporter of a shelter would send a person back to the point they entered from. But the 9-life cat tattoo had pulled him in from nowhere specific. He hadn't used a teleporter, and thus he didn't know what would happen to him if he used one now. Old Cat sighed and said, "It's hard to tell. You might end up somewhere random." Hearing Old Cat say this, Han Sen's face fell. Teleporting randomly was bad. If he ended up somewhere far from planet Roka, he couldn't make it home in any short jiffy. Han Sen asked how he could leave the ruins he was currently in, and if there were any shelters nearby the cat was aware of. Then he left. Old Cat didn't want to leave yet, though. He still wanted to unearth more items. But Han Sen had to go, and so he left the ruins via the directions given to him by Old Cat. He proceeded to the nearest shelter. Han Sen had been in the Fourth God's sanctuary for a long time, but he was in an area he had never ventured to before. He had only heard Old Cat tell him that there was a shelter around. Old Cat had never been there, though, and it had been taken over by creatures. To Han Sen, that sounded like a super shelter. Han Sen used his death armor swordsman on his way there. Han Sen's fitness was 10,000. Using the super shape-shifting beast soul would burden his body. Before, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to use it for very long. But his body had changed after the ascension, and shapeshift beast souls did not tax him like they used to. Black Sky Demon Shelter was around that mountain someplace. Xia King frowned and leaned forward. He saw a humanoid creature with black horns. "Black God, why are you blocking my way?" "Xia, I've heard you have been cocky." Black God looked at Xia King and spoke. "That is none of your business," Xia King said coldly. Black God laughed and said, "It isn't any of my business, but you have been cocky around my Black Sky Demon Shelter. I will give you a decision to make. The first is that you die. The second—" Before he finished speaking, Xia King's body flashed with a silver light. He threw a punch towards the foe. Black God was so mad, and the demonic aura he had blasted towards and against Xia King's fist. Boom! The silver light and the demonic force collided, creating an explosion. Xia King did not move, but Black God was knocked back 10 meters. "It is no wonder you have such a reputation. You are cocky," Black God said darkly. Then he went on to say, "Since I am here, you can still choose to obey me. The choice is yours." With Black God's booming voice, the entire mountain was shrouded with a menacing presence. It became tangible as many forces started to surround Xia King. "In my eyes, there is only one word, and that is fight." Xia King's eyes were on fire, and the silver light erupted like a volcano. His entire body became silver as he ran towards Black God. Black God grunted. The demonic aura summoned a black Geno Core sword into his hands. He immediately slashed towards Xia King with both hands. The demonic force came out like a rippling flash in the air. It looked as if it was going to sunder the skies. Xia King clenched his fists and went against the demonic force. Then, A silver glove appeared upon his fist. They collided in mid-air. The silver light, however, was indestructible. The demonic force was easily broken, and the silver glove came down on the sword. A catch noise sounded as the sword snapped easily. Black God was sent flying into a nearby mountain, breaking it. "Kill him!" Black God staggered back from the mountainside, shouting. His face was drenched with blood. 6 scary presences surrounded Xia King. They were all as strong as Black God, and they all started to attack at once. The silver light was so bright on Xia King's fist, and the super creatures did not dare face it directly. The color of the sky changed, and it looked like the end of the world. Black God looked ill. He had brought 6 super creatures to attack Xia King, and while they managed to hurt him, he had managed to hurt them back. The 7 of them were injured, with one being severely wounded. Pang! Xia King hit Black God and crushed his armor. Black God's chest caved in. Just as he was about to finish him off, a scary power appeared. Xia King heard a cold voice. "Hurt one of my blood and you are dead." A humanoid creature that looked like Black God approached, carrying a demonic presence. A black hand covered the sky, crashing down on the area like a mountain. Xia King had to dodge it. "Father!" Black God looked delighted. Big Black Sky Devil was one of the best berserk super creatures in the 4th God's Sanctuary. He was far stronger than Black God. With him there, Black God thought they could easily beat Xia King. Xia King, seeing the big hand approaching, acknowledged how wretchedly powerful it was. Still, that did not mean he was afraid. Xia King was not very good at running, and right now, running would only make him die faster. He stayed where he was, making his body surge with silver light before throwing a punch at the descending hand. The silver light erupted like a volcano against the hand. But even so, the hand was able to suppress it. It was like lava getting squashed. Boom! The hand came down to grip Xia King's head, which Xia King tried to resist by pushing it back. The ground around his feet began to break, forming cracks that webbed the land for a few dozen miles in each direction. Big Black Sky Devil's hand kept pressing down as Xia King held strong against it. His body began to make creaking sounds, suggesting it was going to snap any minute. "Xia, obey now and I may just spare your life." Big Black Sky Devil made the offering with a thundering voice that rolled across the land with echoes. "I only have 2 words to give you. Get lost." Xia King ground out. "Damn you!" Big Black Sky Devil was furious, and his hand pressed down with even greater strength. Xia King's body continued to make sounds of strain as he trembled beneath the pressure. The ground and rocks all started to fall and collapse around him. Xia King's body expanded, as veins coursed across him like toxic snakes. His skin began to tear, allowing silver blood to run free. "Killing me might be easy, but it's lonely in hell. Maybe you should come with me?" No matter how much Xia King's arms shook and almost buckled, his smile did not fade. After that, the silver light that was bleeding out of Xia King began to grow in intensity. He was like a silver sun, and with that luminosity, Big Black Sky Devil's hand was unable to crush him. The hand was actually getting pushed back. Black God was in utter shock. Big Black Sky Devil frowned. He could tell Xia King was willing to extinguish his own life if it meant bringing his enemy down with him. Big Black Sky Devil was shocked that Xia King was able to unleash such power. If things kept going the way they were, Xia King would die. He was happily self-destructing. The only question that remained was how far and how strong would the power unleashed be. There was no turning back now, though. Big Black Sky Devil thrust his powers down on him again, forcing it all into his hand in a bid to crush Xia King. Suddenly, though, the sky went all bright with rain. Coins fell down from the sky, covering the entire area. Everyone was shocked as the coins fell upon Xia King and the big hand. Their fire and power were suppressed. Someone walked out from the hail of coins. It was Han Sen, who was still on his way to Big Black Sky Shelter. He wanted to use the teleporter there, but he had stumbled across this fight on his way. He detected the presence of Xia King, and he knew he would have to lend him a hand. Big Black Sky Devil saw the coins, and when he did, his face changed. "Are you Mr. Dollar?" "Yes, I am Dollar." Han-san was legitimately surprised, not expecting himself to be so popular amongst creatures. His reputation even earned him the honorific Mr. After the fighters froze in place for a minute, Big Black Sky Devil retreated. With great politeness, he said, "Why is Mr. Dollar attacking? Big Black Sky Shelter hasn't offended you." Han-sen didn't want to kill him, just strike fear into him. When he achieved what he wanted, he said, "Xiaqing King is my friend. If you could let him go free, that would be great." When Big Black Sky Devil heard this, he was quick to respond without a moment of hesitation. "Oh, if I knew he was your friend, we wouldn't have bothered him. Thank you." Han-sen did not know Dollar's name carried such weight. "You are welcome. If you need Big Black Sky Shelter for anything, please don't refrain from asking." Big Black Sky Devil was unabashedly polite. "There is something I need to ask you, actually. Do you guys have another shelter around here that is owned? I may need to stay there for a while," Han-sen said. "You can come to Big Black Sky Shelter if you need to. I would like to hand over the shelter to you." Big Black Sky Devil actually looked sincere. "No, that's okay. I wouldn't like to be that big of a disturbance. Just find me another shelter nearby, if you can. The closest you are able to," Han-sen said. All he wanted to do right now was go back to the Alliance. He wasn't in the mood to get started with something big like that again right now. It was good that he wouldn't have to fight for it, though. "There is one, yes, but it is only gold class. It wouldn't be an appropriate fit for you," Black God said. "That is okay. I will only be here for a few days. Take us there and ask everybody to leave," Han-sen said. Big Black Sky Devil did not dare slow these proceedings, and he worked fast. Without delay, he took Han-sen and Xiaqing King to the shelter. Then he emptied the place so they could have the shelter all to themselves. When they were all gone, Han-sen canceled his death armor swordsman and returned to his normal self. "Old Han, it is you. I thought you went to the 5th sanctuary with Ancient Devil." Xiaqing King looked confused. Now he knew why Dollar helped him. Earlier, Xiaqing King hadn't been able to figure out why the elusive Dollar, whom he had never met, had wanted to help him. "I don't know where to begin. Something has happened with my family though, and I need to go back. Take care of this shelter while I'm gone." Han-sen was afraid of what might be happening to his family at that moment. He didn't explain any more than that, and he simply used the teleporter to return to the Alliance. "Please don't be too far from home," Han-sen prayed in his heart. If he was too far, it'd be difficult to get back. Before he went through the teleporter, though, Han-sen summoned his death armor swordsman appearance as he entered. Since the teleporter he'd come out of was entirely random, there were too many possibilities. He could come out of a public teleporter or even a private one. Han-sen donned his death armor swordsman appearance before stepping inside, in case someone saw him come through and questioned how he had been able to do that. This was something not even he could explain. The elites knew he had ascended and gone back to the Alliance, but there was no knowing if they knew Han-sen was able to travel to and from the sanctuaries. It wouldn't be just God's organization poking about these matters. If it became publicly known, the Alliance government would undoubtedly want answers, too. Han-sen was not afraid, but he just didn't think it'd be worth all the trouble. "Dear God, please let me spawn close to home. It would be best if I end up straight on planet Roka." As Han-sen prayed, the teleporter's lights started to blur, sending him to his destination. The dimensions around looked odd, and when Han-sen's vision returned, he was standing in a teleporter belonging to the Alliance. Han-sen opened the chamber and took a look around. He was not standing outside a public teleporter, and he soon realized he was standing inside the music hall of someone's home. The architecture was fairly old-fashioned, but with the decorations and space available, you could tell it was a music hall belonging to a very rich family. Romantic music was playing, and it made Han-sen calm down somewhat. If this place belonged to rich people, he wouldn't be on a planet that was too far away. At the very least, it meant he could get home. Just as he was about to use Dongxian Aura to learn more about his environment, someone entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman with curly, wet hair. She had a white towel wrapped tight around her body, revealing her gorgeous long legs. Her skin was snow white. Her eyes were closed as she came in, with a glass of wine in one hand. She danced to the music frivolously, believing no one to be watching. She sipped her wine, immersing herself in the rhythm of the music. She looked happy. The woman was in her private home, and she never thought someone else might be there. She felt entirely secure. Her mood was bright, as she kept her eyes closed while sipping wine and spinning to the rhythms of the music. It happened unexpectedly. After a few mesmerizing spins, the towel dropped from her body. And what's more, she was only half a meter away from Han-sen. Han-sun looked at her, and although he was delighted to allow his eyes to feast on such a wonderful body, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward about it all. To add to that, he knew who this woman was. He was quite close with her. It was Huangfu Pingqing from the Huangfu family. She was his senior, and he never expected their next encounter would play out like this. Because the towel had fallen, she opened her eyes in order to pick it back up. She opened her eyes and saw Han Senator. They looked at each and froze for 3 seconds. Huangfu Qingping screamed. The next second, she summoned a beast soul armor and tried to kick Han San in the balls. Han San was now very happy he had used his shape-shifting beast soul. She could not tell who he was in his current state. Things would have been very bad if she could recognize him, and so he swiftly dodged, broke the window, jumped out and ran off. When he flew into the sky, he soared through the atmosphere. "Asshole! I won't let you go!" Huangfu Qingping nibbled her lips as she started to pursue. Fortunately, Han Sen was too fast for her, and she couldn't keep up for very long. Defense system. Intruder detected. Attack confirmation. The owl standing next to her spoke. "Attack!" Huangfu Qingping said immediately. "Attack!" the computer repeated. Then, the weapon systems took aim at Han Sen, who was flying away. Boom! A net of lights all came screaming through the air toward Han Sen. That was the Huangfu family's planet, and its defensive systems were strong. They could easily protect the planet from attacks instigated by entire battleship fleets. It was very powerful. Han Sen didn't dare use Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Queen was from the Huangfu family, and although Huangfu Qingping never practiced it herself, she would be able to recognize it when she saw it. The light was too much, and Han Sen had great difficulty dodging. So, instead, Han Sen used the glove on his hand to block the strikes. There were loads of explosions in the air, and the radar systems were disrupted because of them. Seeing Han Sen get hit by all those explosions, Huangfu Qingping believed him to have been killed. Demigods would most certainly be shot down under the intensity of such blasts. When the radar system returned to normal, though, the satellites revealed images of Han Sen now up in space, entirely unharmed. He disappeared quickly from the satellite's viewing spectrum, though. Huangfu Qingping was shocked, and when she went to confirm via the space telescope, she confirmed that he really was gone. That was Qingping Sr. Her skin and body are still as good as ever. It's only her grumpy mood that needs work. After Han Sen escaped, he privately complimented her as he reviewed what had happened and what he had been able to see. Han Sun summoned the unicorn beetle, then brought up its map. He wouldn't say he was either close to planet Roca or too far from there, but with the unicorn beetle's speed, he'd arrive home in a day's travel. Han Sen flew the beetle towards planet Roca, where his family was. Huangfu Qingping was madly looking over the video that had been recorded, trying to learn who that person might have been. There were no cameras in the music hall, but the external cameras didn't pick up anything about him conning in. They only saw him escape and get to space. Huangfu Qingping swore to find who that asshole was. She searched tirelessly for the culprit, despite knowing that he had used a shape-shifting beast soul which hid everything about the person behind it. She did find something special, though. His right hand was strange. He may have had armor on, but his right hand was wearing a glove. It looked very weird. She didn't know if it was a beast soul or not, but she could definitely start an investigation from her knowledge of the shape-shifting beast soul and glove the intruder wore. He must be a powerful demigod to block those attacks. That certainly narrows down the list of possible candidates. Huangfu Qingping thought angrily. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise, you're done for. On planet Roka, 7 creatures dressed in black were hovering in the air above Han Sen's house. They were watching. Yake, you are being too careful. It is only the Han family, and we aren't even certain they are descended from Han Jinji. Even if they were, you wouldn't need me and Rudy here. And here we are alongside Buck, Wuxia said to Yake. Yake's gaze was directed at Han Manor. He saw Ji Yenran, Zero, Bauer and stay up late all eating food together in the garden. Be careful. Snake Witch, Black Tiger and Lu Jia all died. Maybe Han Jinji is still protecting them. Our opponent is not Han Sen after all. It is Han Jinji. After Yake said this, he talked to a man with white hair. New community leader. How are you doing? Han Yufei, who had become the new community leader, calmly said, the new community has cut off all connections between planet Roka and the galaxy outside. For the next 2 days, no one in the Alliance will be able to help this planet. I am not sure about the G family, but they won't receive word of any suspicious activity for at least 3 hours. We have cordoned off the area. As well, not allowing any other human to approach the airspace. Good. Thank you, Yake said coldly. Then he turned to Buck and another 3 creatures. Do it. Handle the Han family. Han Sen and his son must be taken alive, but do with the others as you deem necessary. Me, Rudy, and Wuxia will deal with Han Jinji or any other elites that show up. You will go in unopposed and undisturbed. Yes. Buck and the other creatures heard what was said, and then flew down into the garden. They were all members of God's organization, but there was a hierarchy and tiering between them. The Geno armors that God's organization possessed all had limitations. The members had to be approved and authorized to make use of an armor before donning one. Yake, Rudy, and Wuxia were of a higher tier. Buck and the others were still in training after becoming gods. They did not have self-Geno armor, and they could not be approved. So their tier was lower. But the creatures that could level up to reach the Alliance were very powerful, of course. And they were very proud of their accomplishments. If Han Jinji was there or any other Geno armor elites, they would be afraid. But in the garden, all they could see were a bunch of youngsters. They did not think they'd have much trouble dealing with them. After all, they had been in the top of the 4th god's sanctuary in their time there. Some referred to them as actual gods. Luolan was having food with the family at the table. Golden Growler, who looked like a lion dog, suddenly stood up and roared to the sky. Han San and Ji Yenran knew Golden Growler wouldn't just randomly bark or howl. So they looked up. A fiery dragon came swooping down. It was over 100 meters long, carried by swathes of red and blue flame. When it got in close, it brightened everything. To the left of the dragon was a monster with 4 wings. It had black scales. It was not as large as the dragon, but it was still 10 meters long. On the right of it was an icy eagle. The wings of the creature were 20 meters long, and it came down shrouded in a snowstorm of its own creation. The 3 creatures covered the entire city. The building where the Han family lived suffered the brunt of that frightening aura. Luolan and Ji Yenran's faces paled slightly. These attackers were stronger than demigods, so needless to say, they were scared quite a bit. Buck and the others hadn't been approved to wear Geno armor, and neither did they have their own self-Geno armor. But still, they had been in the Alliance for many years. Their fitness was far better than the top demigods. Humans did not have many top-ranking demigods. Aside from Luo Haitang, the others were just gemstone class. And that was still a ways from Buck's strength. Amidst Luolan's fear, she heard a loud noise. Golden Growler's body was expanding, and immediately, he went flying up towards Buck and the others. He was getting bigger in the air like a mountain, and on top of that he was wearing a gold set of armor. The fire dragon Buck looked like a lizard in front of the giant Golden Growler. The other 2 were tinier than that. Golden Growler brought his gaping maw towards Buck as the dragon swung its talons defensively. But Golden Growler's teeth came down on his neck and broke it. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Golden Growler was using a Geno armor to bully the would-be assaulters coming down from the sky. He ripped the 3 god-class creatures apart in no time. They were bleeding all over, shocking all who witnessed the act. Luolan and Ji Yenran were stunned by the sight, as they hadn't expected Golden Growler to be that strong. Stay Up Late observed Golden Growler's Geno armor and squinted in thought. Yake, Rudy and Wuxia were shocked too. They were waiting for other elites to back the family up, and they never suspected the dog-looking creature at the table was the one they feared. Golden Growler had managed to kill Buck and severely damage the other two creatures in no time at all. That's so wrong. An elite with Geno armor pretending to be a simple pet dog. Oh, I am going to kill it, Wuxia roared. He flew in front of Golden Growler and stopped him from finishing off the other two. Wuxia looked like a human, but he had a third eye in his forehead. He was wearing white Geno armor when he swooped down to go against Golden Growler. Boom! Golden Growler slapped Wuxia, and he was sent rolling a few thousand miles. His face looked glum, and he immediately acknowledged that he was no match for Golden Growler's strength. Golden Growler was like Han's senator, he hadn't matured after ascending, and his fitness was worse than Wuxia's and Buck's. But the power of his Geno armor closed the gap and fixed this issue. Golden Growler and his gold Geno armor were quite compatible, and the creature could make use of 60% of its power. That was higher than Wuxia's compatibility with his. It was through this large buff that he could beat Wuxia. Wuxia acknowledged this, and his face looked grim. The onlookers Rudy and Yake had the same expression, too. They had no way of expecting there'd be a Geno armor creature dining with Han Sen, let alone one with such incredible strength. Wuxia grunted. He jumped up like a silver shadow and avoided Golden Growler's attack. He went behind Golden Growler and attacked his head. Mere power is not the end-all be-all. Wuxia looked cold. His fist was right on the precipice of coming into contact with Golden Growler's head. But in the next second, Wuxia noticed Golden Growler was no longer in front of him. He'd disappeared. His target was missing. Golden Growler hadn't actually disappeared, though. He just became smaller, shrinking to a size that was a better match for fighting Wuxia. If his current size was compared to that of an elephant, he now reduced his size to something that was more like an ant. Because of this, Wuxia lost his target. When Wuxia reconfirmed his foe's location, Golden Growler was running like mad. He flashed by Wuxia like lightning, his claws leaving rips in Wuxia's armor that leaked blood. Golden Growler had gotten smaller, but his speed increased. He changed from a strength type to a speed type. When Wuxia fought Golden Growler, he was constantly suppressed by the lion. Golden Growler could switch between strength and speed on a whim, and it gave Wuxia a proper headache. Rudy, make it quick! Yake frowned at Rudy as Golden Growler appeared and disturbed their plan. Rudy nodded, and a sky-blue Geno armor appeared on him. His devilish body flew forward. Suddenly, he moved behind Golden Growler, sandwiching the lion between himself and Wuxia. As Rudy moved toward Golden Growler, a holy light shone from the garden. The next second, an Anjbu-like woman WRTH holy armor appeared. Her hands were like swords, slashing down toward his fists. Catcha! Rudy noticed his gauntlets were broken. His skin was cut and bleeding. Another powerful Geno armor creature. Rudy's face looked ill. The humble Han family had hidden two creatures with Geno armor in their midst that was beyond what anyone had expected. It was already difficult to become a god, let alone gain Geno armor. God's organization, from the time of its establishment, had only managed to collect 10. There were two right here and they sure looked mighty powerful. Yake frowned. Things were definitely not going as expected. Han Jinji hadn't appeared, and they had already lost 3 god-class creatures. Rudy and Wuxia were suppressed now as well. Han Yufei was in shock. He had thought that Han Sen had killed Snake Witch, but he did not expect Han Sen to have 2 creatures with Geno armor that might have done the task for him. And there they were now, suppressing Rudy and Wuxia. Jianran was so happy. Little Angel and Golden Growler were attacking, and the dangerous fight looked like something petty that would soon be over. Stay Up Late looked at Little Angel and Golden Growler strangely. He already thought the Han family was weird, but this was weirder than even he had expected. Stay Up Late could tell their Geno armors were not their own, though. Two beings that have been approved to use Geno armor. If they could generate their own, could they be qualified? Little Angel and Golden Growler suppressed Rudy and Wuxia. Yake's eyes changed then, and his body began to transform. It seemed as if he wanted to fight and sort out this situation out himself. Han Yufei knew Han Sen was not there, and he didn't suspect the Han family might actually have a third Geno armor to fight against Yake. Han Yufei knew Yake was stronger than Rudy and Wuxia, though. He was at an even higher tier in God's organization. Han Yufei looked like he cared little for the fight. He kept watching Yake. And just as Yake was about to attack, Han Yufei gathered up a massive amount of power and punched him from behind. The silent and powerful punch was driven right into Yake's back. Han Yufei hadn't generated Geno armor, and his fitness was similar to Buck's. He had to find an effective way to assassinate Yake. When Yake was about to strike, that was the time his guard would be lowered. He'd only have one chance of taking him out, and that chance would be gone for good if Yake thought about putting on his Geno armor. Han Yufei was not cocky enough to think he could defeat Yake when he was wearing his Geno armor. Geno armors were not all the same or on the same level. Boom! Han Yufei's fist went right into Yake's back. It was powerful enough to sunder a mountain, but his face swiftly changed. Such powerful strength landed on Yake, and yet, Yake had suddenly donned a steel-looking armor. His punch went against it, dealing 0 damage. And it was like his hand had gotten stuck inside the metal. He couldn't get it back out. You have a problem. Yake turned around to look at Han Yufei. His expression was murderous. Han Yufei did not talk, and he simply threw another fist at his enemy's body. Yake grabbed Han Yufei's hand, though, and proceeded to speak. You think I'm like one of them? You are very wrong. Your skills might work against the likes of Rudy, but to me it was a really dumb move. I have self-Geno armor, and that is a very different thing. After that, Yake used his hand to break Han Yufei's arm. Han Yufei's face turned white as his arm was twisted. He started to develop a cold sweat. His fist could not reach Yake, and neither could he run off. Go to hell. Yake's other fist was fast approaching Han Yufei's head with power. Han Yufei's expression looked dire. The gap between their strengths was too wide to cover. If Rudy and the others used Geno armor that originally belonged to others, Han Yufei reckoned he could make battle with them. He could possibly kill them, too. But someone who had generated their own self-Geno armor was in another league entirely. Han Yufei knew there was nothing he could do right now. So, the best he could come up with was buying more time by throwing his own fist to meet Yake's. Idiot! Yake snorted coldly, channeling even more strength into his fist. He was primed to deliver the blow straight to Han Yufei's head. Ji Yanran thought it was strange, seeing what was going on high above. It seemed as if they were fighting amongst themselves. Luo Lan looked at Han Yufei and suddenly felt a great worry come over her. Although Han Yufei had transformed and didn't look the same, when Luo Lan looked into his eyes, she could sense something. Just as Han Yufei was about to get punched by Yake, a hand suddenly blocked that immense fist and extinguished all that power. It was as if the punch had never been thrown. Stay up late. Luo Lan and the others were shocked. Somehow, Stay Up Late was up near Han Yufei, blocking Yake's punch. Stay Up Late had seen Han Yufei save Luo Lan once before. Seeing this same, familiar person try to attack Yake from behind, Stay Up Late recognized him. Stay Up Late blocked Yake's fist and immediately pulled Han Yufei away from Yake. Then he simply said, "Go back to the Han family." Thanks. Han Yufei was in shock, but he knew now was not the time for talk. So he held his arm and flew towards Ji Yanran's building. Yake looked at Stay Up Late. He didn't bother trying to pursue Han Yufei, and he simply stared at Stay Up Late. "You are a crystallizer?" Yake asked, looking up at Stay Up Late. "I did not expect there to be another crystallizer survivor, apart from myself." Stay Up Late looked at Yake. "As a crystallizer, you have chosen to work for a human?" Yake asked. "I observe the Han family," Stay Up Late answered. "Why are you killing those of another race? They could be qualified. You should not kill them." Yake laughed mockingly. "Observe? The crystallizers were destroyed long ago. That thing doesn't exist, so it is pointless to observe. I am still here, Stay Up Late said quietly. So what? Even if you are a crystallizer, you can't say that. Yake snorted and threw a punch at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late deployed his armor, but he didn't fight Yake. He evaded the attack so that Yake only hit air. You don't dare fight? Yake looked a little annoyed. He hated Stay Up Late's face the way it was currently. I am a soldier, and the oaths I am bound to forbid me from issuing harm to just anyone, Stay Up Late said coldly. His face did not change. Soldier? The crystallizers are gone. There are no more soldiers. There are no more oaths. I am the Oathmaker now. When Yake said that, he summoned greater strength and tried to strike Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late managed to dodge the raging attack, and after, he said, The oath is in my blood, regardless of whether or not the crystallizers exist. In that case, let me see your blood so I can check for the presence of these oaths. Yake's armor started to glow, shattering the dimension around him. But no matter how Yake attacked, nothing he did enabled him to land a strike on Stay Up Late. You can't fight back. Yake looked cruel as he punched a building. His fist was like a meteor, plummeting into a building with the intent of killing everyone inside. Stay Up Late frowned and immediately appeared in front of Yake. He punched towards that power and broke it. Good timing. Yake's Geno armor unleashed more power, directed at Stay Up Late in the form of another punch. Two powers collided against each other, generating a massive shockwave that broke the buildings all around. Yake deliberately placed the shockwave near their building. As a crystallizer, you know this is against the law. Stay Up Late moved and destroyed the power unleashed at the building. He did not allow any of it to touch them. So what? Yake punched again towards the building, continuing to say, Soldiers are nothing in this era. What is the point of war? Stay Up Late punched Yake's power once again. He stared at Yake and said, True, the crystallizers are gone, and there are no more crystallizer soldiers and crystallizer laws. It is good that you understand this. Join us. You will earn more than you did when you were a soldier. Yake continued to attack as he spoke. It does not matter who I belong to, but you are the sort of person that I hate. So, Stay Up Late looked at Yake coldly, and his armor began to shine. A light began to envelop his fist. Boom! The scary power of his fist, like an erupting volcano, came down on Yake. Yake used both fists to fight back against it, but Stay Up Late was too strong and quickly whittled away Yake's defenses. Arg! Yake screamed, as the volcanic power continued to mount. Eventually, his Geno armor broke. Pang! Yake's body collapsed on the ground, forming a crater that was filled with blood. He was struggling down in the earth, unable to get up. Yake looked at Stay Up Late and said, Enthusiastic Rush, you are not a normal soldier. Are you from the 3rd Division Special Forces? It does not matter. Leave this place and never come back. If the crystallizers weren't destroyed, you'd be in jail. Stay Up Late said coldly. Ha ha! Yake suddenly laughed. A member of the 3rd Division Special Forces, huh? That is interesting. When you see him, it will be fun. Stay Up Late frowned and looked at Yake, as Yake spoke to the sky. Officer, you aren't coming out? Are you simply going to watch us die? Or are you watching the power of the Special Force member killing me? Stay Up Late's body shook, and he looked up to the sky. There, a shadow was slowly approaching. When he saw it, he looked at it in disbelief. He screamed, Officer, you are not dead. Knight, it's been a long time. It is nice to see you. The officer smiled. And oh, he was handsome as a god. He slowly walked over to Stay Up Late. It is good to see you again. Stay Up Late felt touched. Stay Up Late's friends and family had died amidst the fighting in the past. Seeing someone he respected alive and in the flesh provided him a joy that went beyond the possibilities of description. Knight, come with me. The crystallizers are gone. But for as long as you and I are together, the 3rd Division Special Forces will never die. The officer looked right at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late opened his mouth and thought of something. He looked at Yake and then looked at the officer. His expression was complex. Officer, did you send him to deal with the Han family? The Han family elder stole from us. We have to take it back. You do not have to concern yourself with these matters, the officer said. Stay Up Late looked at him strangely, and he said, Officer, you taught me soldiers are meant to protect life, protect the law, protect the world. The officer quietly responded, I know what you were trying to say, but the world is not like that anymore. The world is changing, and we must change with it. The crystallizers are destroyed, but the humans and the Shura are still here. They have laws and order of their own. It is not our place to tamper with or subvert them. Stay Up Late still spoke with passion, and he went on to say, Officer, you taught us all this. Why are you doing what you are doing now? The officer looked at Stay Up Late. If the things I taught were so useful, the crystallizers wouldn't have been wiped out. We need more than law, we need repopulation. And so, we have to go out and try. Stay Up Late looked at the officer, his expression complicated. He wasn't sure what to say. His officer had changed, and he wasn't the same person that Stay Up Late used to know and respect. He was like a different man altogether. Officer, you claim their elder stole something of yours. Their elder. That implies it was none of their business. Please let them go. Stay Up Late pleaded, looking at the officer. The officer didn't say anything, but he seemed hesitant about something. Officer, he is our only lead. We need to catch them to draw out Han Jinji. You shouldn't just let them go because of this kid. We have sacrificed many people in this pursuit. We can't turn back now. Yake shouted. Shut up. I am talking with the officer now. Stay Up Late stared down at Yake, who was looking like ice. Yake seethed, but he did not speak a word. The officer sighed and said, Fine, since you say it is so. The officer walked in front of Stay Up Late and patted his shoulder. He said, Let us take a walk, Knight. I have many things to tell you, after all these years that have elapsed. Officer. Stay Up Late's eyes turned red and teary. His love and admiration for the officer of the 3rd Division were back. Pang. The next second, the officer's fist was driven right into Stay Up Late's belly. The scary palm broke through his armor and went right through his guts. Stay Up Late did not think this would happen, and he was already flying through the air and coughing up blood before he noticed it had occurred. He hit a building and broke it. Stay Up Late. Luolan was in shock. The officer was a truly callous man. Why? Stay Up Late stepped out from the ruin and asked the officer, looking up at the sky. The officer said coldly, To secure the future of the crystallizers, there is something I must do. You are the best soldier I ever trained, but even I cannot control you. And there is something you must do, and you must do it for me. You are no longer the officer I once knew. Stay Up Late's face was expressionless. The world is changing, and so are you. You just haven't noticed it yet. The officer was speaking with an icy tone of voice. He went on to say, Zagu Zak. Take Han Sen's son and the new community leader. Take them away. 2 metal bodies came forward, approaching the top of the building. I'll go help. Yake looked coldly at Stay Up Late as he followed Zak to the roof of the building. Stay Up Late clenched his way through the pain, attempting to stop Yake. But the officer went right in front of him. Excuse me, officer, but I cannot allow you to take anyone. Stay Up Late said to the officer, wiping the blood from his lips. You are the best crystallizer warrior there is. You do not have to help humans as you are. The officer did not move. Seeing Yake was almost at the rooftop, Stay Up Late did not say anything and instead planned to break through the man obstructing him. The officer moved and used his fist to stop him, though. I am sorry, officer. Stay Up Late built up power and tried to annihilate the defense before him. But Stay Up Late had only just moved when the officer repeatedly punched him backward. Stay Up Late kept trying to go from a different direction, but he couldn't get past. Pang. Stay Up Late's chest was delivered another punch by the officer. He stumbled back a few hundred meters and coughed up more blood. I taught you, remember? I know exactly what you have learned. And now that you are injured, "Come back with me and make the crystallizers great again," the officer said. Stay Up Late did not speak, and he just flew over to the officer. But it looked like he was too late. Yake, Zack, and Zagu were already on the top of the building. "Damn you guys! You killed so many of our creatures, you should all die." Yake looked at them with murderous eyes. He looked at everyone, ignoring Little Flower and Han Yufei. Instead of going for them as he was supposed to, he threw a punch towards Luolan. Luolan's face looked ill, but she knew she'd have to fight back. They wouldn't be able to do much against such forces, but they had little choice in the matter. Han Yufei was injured, but he wanted to brawl. But just as he was about to do something, a golden light appeared. It was Bauer, clad in golden leaves. She punched Yake. Boom! Two scary powers came against each other. Yake looked on in disbelief. His power had been broken, and he had been sent flying again. Bauer's face looked murderous as she hung in the air. Her fists were coming down on Yake again, this time on his face. Impossible! Yake looked at her with disbelief. He was a crystallizer with self-generated geno armor. He was also the only creature that could still stay in the sanctuary after doing so. He lost to Stay Up Late, who was a crystallizer from the 3rd Division Special Forces. That did not come as a surprise. But Bauer was just a pet beast soul that belonged to Han's senator. He could not believe a pet beast soul's power could be even remotely stronger than he was. And Bauer was also wearing a geno armor. Bauer jumped up and threw a punch towards Yake's face. She looked so angry, and she knew who was important to Han. Senator Yake had wanted to kill Luolan, which was something that swiftly infuriated the baby. Yake was in the air, and he'd be unable to dodge her next strike. All he could do was raise his arms and try to punch back her incoming fist. But Bauer's fist was like a hammer, and it tore Yake's arm open. The fist landed on his helmet, caving it in. The force propelled his body down into the ground with the force of a cannonball, cratering the zone. The angry Bauer wished to give chase, but Zack and Zagu were slipping behind her and going for Ji Yanran. They were planning to take Little Flower away from her. Bauer's little body flashed back to Ji Yanran. To stop Zack and Zagu, she gave them a punch each. Dong! Zack and Zagu were strong. They were stronger than Yake, definitely, and that was because they had also generated their own geno armor. Even so, their armor sets were visibly dented by the punches that Bauer delivered. Yake's face, which was smeared with mud and blood, emerged from the crater. He came rushing towards Bauer with manic fury. Bauer fought all three of them with absolute strength. Her fists and her arms were so hard, Bauer was able to keep delivering strikes that repeatedly dented their armor. Yake and the others were in shock. It was difficult to believe that anyone this powerful aside from the officer resided in the Alliance. The officer frowned, seeing all this, and he was visibly afraid of the power Bauer wielded. But Bauer's golden leaf armor suddenly started to shine. The luminosity made it look rather unstable. Bauer had put the armor on to defeat Snake, which before she really should have, and that had made her weak for some time. This time, however, she wasn't able to kill them immediately. It was taking her a while, and it didn't help that there were three of them to deal with. Things were turning dire once more. Ji Yanran saw Bauer's situation suddenly turn grim, and she gave Little Flower to Luolan. Then, she put on the crystal shoes that were in her bag. Crystal shoes, please help us. We will very much appreciate your assistance, Ji Yanran said to the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes heard what Ji Yanran said, and then leaped down onto the ground. They slipped themselves onto her feet, and a crystal light began to shine everywhere. The shoes were like magic, and they turned into a crystal armor that decked out Ji Yanran. Before Ji Yanran could move, the crystal armor pulled her into the air. She attacked Zack with spinning legs. Zack threw a punch at the incoming legs and they collided. But Zack's fist was broken against the solid crystal armor, resulting in a spray of blood. Arg! Zack fell back, as Ji Yanran was now in the thick of things. Ji Yanran joined the fight alongside Bauer. The attackers had a hard time withstanding Bauer's strikes alone. But now they could do nothing. They kept on getting hit without reprieve, and they were bleeding like mad. Everyone from God's organization was in shock. They thought it would be a fun event to draw Han Jinji out of hiding. The Han family wasn't even their target. Yet as soon as the fight began, they realized how scary the family was. That fear had only mounted in the time since, and they felt truly powerless and helpless before them. Yake, Zack, and Zagu were having a particularly terrible time. They had claimed to be the strongest, and they had even claimed to be crystallizers. But now they were getting cruelly beaten by Ji Yanran and Bauer. They were on a short fuse now. Ji Yanran was not fighting them herself, of course. She was being controlled by the crystal shoes. The shoes merely borrowed her body for fighting purposes. When the officer saw the crystal shoes, his eyes opened wide. He said, "Why would Eastern King's crystal shoes be here, owned by these humans?" The officer suddenly left Stay Up Late where he was. He headed straight for Ji Yanran and Bauer. "Officer, are you leaving?" Stay Up Late followed the officer and stopped him. "Knight, I said this is none of your business." The officer frowned, and then his body moved. He was unable to get rid of Stay Up Late that easily, however. Stay Up Late's mouth was bleeding, but he could still smile and mock his former superior. "You taught me everything, so you know me, but that also means I know you. You're not shaking me so easily. Step back. I do not want to soak myself in your blood," the officer said coldly. "I told you I have been watching over them, and I won't let anyone bring them lasting harm." Stay Up Late blocked the officer again. "You really think you can stop me from going over there?" The officer sighed. "I told you. We both understand each other too well," Stay Up Late said. The officer shook his head. "You know me, but you don't know time. It's been so long and things can change. Like..." After that, the officer blasted out a scary power. A flaming pair of wings appeared, setting him ablaze, assimilating with his armor. "Southern King wings? How is that possible? Your Geno armor is compatible with it." Stay Up Late screamed in shock. "There are many things of which you know nothing," the officer said, then pulled out a white sword. "Western King sword?" Stay Up Late could not contain his expression of surprise. He was truly shocked. "The Geno armors of the 4 crystallizer kings still exist, and I have obtained 2 of them, and they are blending into my Geno armor. No one in the sanctuary can ever hope to fight me. Before me and my power, your knowledge is useless." The officer held the white metal sword high as his body blazed with fire. He coldly told Stay Up Late, "Step aside. Don't make me spill the last of your blood." Stay Up Late looked at the officer sadly. Without moving an inch, he said, "Officer, it was you who taught me to never fall back. It was you who taught me to always do my job. I will never forget that." The officer moved his eyes and then stopped. He responded by saying, "If you must be like this, then excuse my cruel deeds." After that, the officer swung his white metal sword. But before Stay Up Late could see how it moved, he groaned in pain. He now had a wound on his chest that was deep enough to reveal his ribs. "That was a warning strike," the officer said to Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked at the white metal sword and said, "The Western King sword and the Southern King wings are so powerful. No wonder they are legendary." "I only used 10% of my power," the officer said. Stay Up Late looked down on the wound on his chest and calmly said, "Next time you strike, and I don't dodge, please just leave my body here. A special ops operative that doesn't complete their mission should not return home." "Why are you so stubborn?" The officer sounded a bit angry. "These are my principles. You taught them to me," Stay Up Late said. "Good. I will teach you another lesson, then. You need to think on the fly," the officer said and moved his Western King sword again. He did so faster than last time. But this time Stay Up Late moved. It was like he moved with the Western King sword, except he was a little ahead of it. Stay Up Late grunted, and another wound appeared on his body. This wound was lighter than the last, however, and the damage wasn't so grievous. "It looks like you can teach an old dog a new trick," the officer frowned. The sword had not performed as impressively as he had expected, especially after he put even more strength into the second swing. Stay Up Late laughed and said, I learned that from Han Senator. Humans are weaker, and their lifespans are shorter, but their creativity far exceeds ours. The skills they create are far more ingenious than what the crystallizers developed. You are falling, the officer grunted. He waved his fire wings and swung his Western King sword. Stay Up Late's movements were similar to Han Sen's, but not exactly on the mark. He was borrowing some techniques and skills, but he was adding them to his own. He was still using mostly his own talents. Stay Up Late dodged the deadly attack, but he was too weak to escape at all. His body was wounded again. He was beginning to look like a bloodman. The officer, with armor from 2 crystallizer kings, was faster and stronger than Stay Up Late. Seeing Wuxia get killed by Golden Growler, the officer had lost all his patience. He waved his Western King sword and prepared to unleash all his power. Stay Up Late had managed to avoid getting killed by the previous 3 strikes, but he had still been hit by each. With the wounds incurred, he wouldn't be able to evade the 4th. The sword was on its way, arcing down towards his chest. It's over, Stay Up Late sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he knew his body would be cut in half. Boom! Suddenly, a light came from the sky. It hit the Western King's sword with the power of a small sun. It shocked the officer and his sword, and the sword missed its target, buying Stay Up Late time. Stay Up Late's body moved fast, and he avoided the strike. He looked to the sky in shock. The officer's face changed and he looked up, too. There was a shadow up there, moving quick, and there was a light coming down on the officer. The officer kept swinging his Western King's sword to try and break the light, but he then saw a giant beetle land. Han Sen had finally come back to Roka, and he saw Stay Up Late was going to get killed. He used the unicorn beetle's weapon systems to save him. Seeing the person use a sword to break the beetle's light, Han Sen was shocked. The beetle's light was not as good as Geno armor because the mobility wasn't up to scratch. The officer saw someone appear, and he didn't want to waste any more time with the unexpected. So he had to finish his task before Saga was killed. He flapped his wings and teleported to the beetle. He slashed towards the beetle and cut a 3-meter-long crevice through it. Han Sen was shocked, so he quickly recalled the beetle. The unicorn beetle could not move fast to evade attacks. He was afraid it could very easily be destroyed if that continued. Han Sen. The officer was shocked when he saw Han Sen emerge from the machine. He used his Western King's sword against him, trying to slash him like he had never slashed before. Han Sen's face changed and he tried to dodge, but his fitness could not save him from those swipes. Before he could move, the glove on his right hand became an armor set that shielded his entire body. Then, the fist aligned itself with the arc of the Western King's sword. Boom! The fist hit the sword, and it created an explosion in the sky. It was far worse than the detonation of an atom bomb. The impact turned the ground into an ocean. The city became a ruin. Han Sen's body fell back a few thousand meters. He was rather shocked that he didn't fall over. He knew the immense power of the glove, but even so, he was still sent flying. His chest fell awful, but his opponent hadn't moved an inch. That was a testament to the sheer power he wielded. Han Sen did not know Western King Sword, Southern King Wings, and the glove were all on the same level. The officer was simply stronger than Han Sen, which made the glove appear weaker. Northern King Glove. I did not expect one of the 4 Crystallizer King's armors could be found here. Let me take the Northern King Glove and the Eastern King Crystal Shoes. Then I can get moving. The officer looked excited, staring down at Han Sen in the jade armor. He flapped his wings alongside his sword. The officer looked completely murderous, and he wanted to kill Han Sen for the glove. Han Sen used the story of genes and let his energy combine with the armor to assimilate with it. Pang! Han Sen used his Dongxian movements, thinking he could dodge the officer's strikes, but he was hit and he fell like a star. When he hit the earth, the impact created a big hole amidst the ruins and rubble. Why can't I dodge? Han Sen wondered. He had seen himself manage to evade the strike, so it was a puzzle. Don't look at his sword. Look at his eyes. Stay Up Late called to Han Sen. Look at his eyes? Why? Han Sen did not know what that meant, But he did know there wasn't time to dwell on the matter and think it over. The officer was on his way to strike again. Han Sen wanted to adhere to the advice and not look at the opponent's sword, but he found himself unable to do it. If someone was coming at you with a sword, how could you not look at which way the weapon was falling? You'd die if you didn't. This was instinct. Pang. Han Sen was sent flying again. Even though he was wearing the glove and its protective armor, he ended up coughing blood. The armor hadn't broken yet, but there were some concerning dents across it. His organs felt ready to give up the ghost. Don't look at his sword. Look into his eyes. Stay Up Late was badly injured, and all he could do was shout at Han Sen from afar. Explain it to me. How can I look at his eyes and not his sword? I can't do it. Han Sen shouted, as the officer came at him to strike once more. With his Dongxian movements and heavenly go, he did his best to try and dodge it. But the tragedy continued. Stay Up Late had only learned a bit about Han Sen's talents, but even through that, he had been able to dodge the officer. But Han Sen had the glove armor and was stronger. Yet despite that, his evasions were unsuccessful, and he was repeatedly hit. The glove armor was strong, but the Western King Sword and Southern King Wings were as well. Han Sen couldn't keep himself from being damaged. The hand is the heart eye. The eye is the beginning of the hand. You need to see through his eyes to see his sword. That is his trick. If you do not register his eyes, you won't evade a single one of his attacks. Stay Up Late called as he healed himself. What does that mean? I don't understand. Han Sen shouted. When the officer hit Han Sen, the felon coldly said, Knight, you are too naive. Even under my teaching, it took you 3 months to begin to grasp the concept. Do you think he will understand in 3 minutes? How will I know if I don't try? Stay Up Late gave a wry smile. He knew this would be a difficult concept for Han Sen to grasp, and it'd be a truly incredible thing if Han Sen was able to see into his enemy's eyes in such a brief amount of time. But there was no choice. Han Sen could understand that concept or die. There was no alternative. Han Sen realized he could not do anything to avoid the officer's attacks. At all. So, he decided to stare into his opponent's eye and take his mind off the brutal sword. His eyes were nice. He had thin eyebrows and eyes as bright as a rising phoenix. While they were a pretty sight, Han Sen didn't yet understand why he should be looking into them. At least Han Sen had known how the earlier strikes had hit him. Now, if he was hit, he wouldn't know exactly how it had happened. Pang! Han Sen fell into the ruins again. He stood up and exclaimed, Brother, are you playing with me? What is the point of looking into his eyes? You have to learn this and look deep into his eyes. Understand, or you will die here. Stay Up Late was confident about this, and spoke very surely. So Han Sen ran back out into the fray. His armor had a lot of marks and dents now. It was pretty earlier, but now it looked like rugged scrap. If this continued much longer, it'd likely break and leave him exposed. Han Sen's body was already badly damaged, too. He had coughed up a hefty amount of blood throughout the fight, and it was fair to say that his body was in a worse condition than the armor was. Save me, officer. That was Yake's voice. Yake was severely damaged, with his arm all mangled. He was running away. The officer hesitated for a moment, but did not shy from his chosen target. He was still going after Han Sen. The Northern King gloves were more important to him than Yake's life. Although Ji Yanran had the crystal shoes, they were only using her to fight. Han Sen was a formidable foe, and he actually made use of the glove. If the officer took Han Sen out of the picture, getting the other item from Ji Yanran would be an easy task. Arg! Yake screamed. Right as Bauer annihilated his brain. He was very dead. Bauer's armor broke then, too. Not because the enemy had shattered it, but just because she couldn't support it anymore. She had eaten a lot of fruit, but it wasn't enough to sustain continued use of the gear. Ji Yanran then held on to Bauer, who slumped weakly in her broken armor. As she did, Ji Yanran's legs still fought and held off Zack and Zagu. Unfortunately, she was still unable to kill them. Near Little Angel Golden Growler killed Rudy. Only Zack, Zagu, and the elusive officer were left out of the attacking forces. Golden Growler wanted to go over and help Han Sen, but Han Sen forbade this. He bid that they help Ji Yanran first. Their powers were good, but they had not grown enough yet. And furthermore, they hadn't generated self-geno armor. If they came over to help, the officer would likely kill them in a single strike. No, it's not working. Han Sen tried staring deep into the officer's eyes, but it was all to no avail. Nothing was working, and he didn't really know what he was supposed to see. The officer's eyes hadn't changed. He looked at Han Sen's body, but he attacked in a different location every time. It was difficult. Han Sen was good at judgment, but this was the one foe that his predictions did not work on. Pang! Han Sen's armor could not withstand the next strike, and it was broken by the Western King's sword. The strike almost obliterated the flesh beneath the armor. Han Sen was knocked to the ground, and he had trouble getting back up. If it wasn't for the glove armor, he'd have already been rendered unable to fight. The officer looked excited. He used his sword to try to stab Han Senator. He wanted nothing more than to kill the human so he could take the Northern King glove. Han Sen gritted his teeth, wishing to summon Destiny's Tower to block. But suddenly, a scary power began to emerge, and it landed right on Han Sen. The crystal armor on Ji Yanran became the crystal shoes again. They started running towards Han Senator without the crystal shoes. Though, Ji Yanran started to fall from the sky. She wasn't strong enough to participate in the fight in her ordinary condition. Zack, seeing the crystal shoes leave, raced over to Ji Yanran with the express desire of killing her. Golden Growler roared. He suddenly made himself as big as a battleship and absorbed the hit Zack was going to deliver. In doing so, he managed to save Ji Yanran and Bauer both. A gaping hole was left in Golden Growler's armor and body as a result, though. Fortunately, it didn't hurt as much when he was that size. As Golden Growler roared, Ji Yanran and Bauer were able to get to safety with Luolan. Since Ji Yanran had now lost her crystal shoes, Little Angel and Golden Growler were fighting Zack and Saga desperately. Fortunately, their opponents had already been damaged by Ji Yanran and Bauer. If this wasn't the case, things would have been far worse for Little Angel and Golden Growler. The crystal shoes landed right before Han Senator he put them on. At the same time, the glove armor returned to just being a glove again. Boom! The officer stabbed a number of holes into the ground. He was breaking the planet, but he wasn't managing to hit Han Senator. The crystal shoes and their power pulled Han Sen away, preventing him from being stabbed. How is that possible? The officer was in shock. He looked at Han Sen and the crystal shoes in much confusion now. The crystal armor was something special, and ordinary people could not make use of it. Once the shoes recognized someone as their master, they would never betray that master or be used by someone else unless the owner was killed. The reason the officer hadn't killed Ji Yanran was because the shoes would have selected Han Sen as their new master once she was dead. He had the Northern King glove after all. It was highly probable that the shoes, given a choice, would select Han Sen as well. But the officer did not expect the crystal shoes to willingly follow Han Sen and not strictly remain with Ji Yanran. Han Sen had been very worried about his family being put in danger during his absence, so he had left the shoes with Ji Yanran. The shoes really did help the family, too, while they were in danger with him gone. The crystal shoes never truly obeyed Ji Yanran. When they sensed that Han Sen was in danger, they went over to their master and slipped themselves onto his feet. Han Sen didn't like wearing them, but fashion principles weren't much of a concern at the moment. He had an enemy he needed to defeat. The crystal shoes didn't become crystal armor around Han Sen, though. They became shoes and the glove remained a glove. Neither item shielded him in the shape of an armor set. It's useless. Even if you have the crystal shoes and the glove, you are still so very weak, the officer said savagely, swinging his sword once more. The fiery wings of the officer sent him flying towards Han Sen with the sword. Han Sen felt the shoe's powers dragging him back a few thousand meters. It was too fast for Han Sen to decide how to react himself. The crystal shoes on his feet provided him speed. They were much stronger than when they were taking the shape of an entire armor. And the shoes were far faster now than they were when Ji Yanran was making use of them. But the officer was still able to catch up. The fiery wings on his back could go faster than the crystal shoes. Seeing the sword approach, Han Sen remained calm. He went towards it. Han Sen had the crystal shoes and the glove. He had nothing shielding his body. He had a Geno armor inside his Sea of Soul, but he could not use it while he was wearing those other two items. Even if he could put it on, it still wouldn't be very good against the Western King's sword. Now, all Han Sen hoped he could do was use his gloved fist to hit the sword. If he missed, he expected he'd be cut in half. Before this, Han Sen had failed many times. He couldn't block the sword no matter how many times he tried, and neither could he evade it. Now that he had no armor, this was his last chance. The officer looked cold, and he didn't think Han Sen could block it. Just like all the other times, he expected he'd be able to deliver a cruel blow to Han's senator, and furthermore, Han Sen's body had no protection because there was no armor on him. He could kill Han Sen and take the crystal shoes and glove all for himself. Stay up late, and the others all turned to look at Han Sen now. He and Han Yufei both knew that if he was unable to successfully block the next strike, he would die. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Stay up late shouted out, despite expecting such a call to be practically pointless. Heart Eye was a technique that was very difficult to teach. When Stay Up Late learned it from the officer, he had practiced the skill for a very long time. After many repeated failures, Stay Up Late managed to wrap his head around it and learn it successfully. Stay Up Late had learned it in the course of training, however. The officer had taught him by using the technique slowly. Months of training with it, Stay Up Late found success and managed to learn it. It resulted in others calling him a genius. Han Sen was in the midst of genuine combat, and there was hardly any respite. He couldn't dedicate much of his mind to learning new things right now. The sword and fist collided with each other, but the sword was like a shot that slipped by. It didn't touch Han Sen's fist and was instead going straight for his chest. He didn't block it. Stay Up Late's face changed. It's over. Han Yufei looked ill. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were unable to see the situation, and they had no clue Han Sen was in danger. It's over. The officer could feel his sword tearing through fabric and penetrating flesh. It made him feel very good. After this, he would receive all the Crystal King armors. If he could combine them all together, he'd have no issue surviving out there. Seeing the skin on Han Sen's chest start to break, he added more strength. He had to ensure that he killed Han Sen in a single hit, without giving him any chance of survival. The sound of breaking flesh felt good to listen to. Seeing the blood cascade from the torn skin, the officer became ravenously excited. Pang! Suddenly, a fist like cold water slammed across the officer's face. It broke the fire that enveloped the officer and sent him soaring away with a twisted body. He fell into the ruins. He stood up from the rubble and stared up at Han Sen, who was in the sky. He did so with a look of disbelief. He could not believe he had been hit by Han Sen, and his mask had been shattered. Stay Up Late and the others could not believe this either. They could not believe this had happened. I don't understand, Heart Eye, and I don't need to. Han Sen licked his lips and looked down at the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He simply drew his sword and started swinging it towards Han Sen. Pang! Just as the sword was going to land on Han Sen, he managed to punch the officer's face with his right fist again. The officer's face looked all mangled, and his body was sent barreling through the sky again. How is that possible? The officer held his face, and his pupils shrank in absolute disbelief. It's fine. It does not matter how strong you are. I will always be faster than you. Before you kill me, I will kill you. When Han Sen said this, his crystal shoes propelled him like a rocket, bringing him right before the officer. This is impossible. The officer could not believe what was happening, and so he just frantically swung his blade again. The results were still the same, though. Just as the sword came down on Han Sen's body, the officer was punched away. Han Sen could not understand or learn the officer's heart eye, but that wasn't a concern anymore. All he had to do was be faster than the officer. Before he put on the crystal shoes, he wasn't as fast as the officer. Now things were different. The crystal shoes provided him a speed boost that allowed him to rival the officer and become just as fast as him. And the glove, when it was in glove mode, imbued his right hand with a lot more speed and power. It was far stronger than it had been when it was protecting him via the armor set mode. But the most important thing was Han Sen's predictions and judgments. When he no longer had to care about countering the officer's strikes, he just had to be faster than him. Pang, 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 pang. The fist and armor kept hitting each other. Han Sen's hands railed against the officer's body, breaking it fiercely. The once pretty officer was covered in blood, as more and more oozed from his mouth. His face was swollen and blue, and all semblance of fairness had abandoned it. The officer kept on flailing his sword arm in vain, but he kept on getting hit by Han Sen every time he sought to land a blow. He could only damage Han Sen's skin, and he couldn't hurt him properly. The officer just needed to be faster than Han Sen to kill him, but he couldn't. He kept on getting hit by Han Sen each and every time. Stay Up Late was in a state of shock. He had never before seen anyone triumph over Heart Eye in this way. It seemed a very risky thing to do, but Han Sen managed to strike first and firmly every single time. It really was quite unbelievable. Boom! After all those attacks, the officer's Geno armor started to crack. Han Sen punched him again, and he fell to the ground like a meteor. There was a giant crater following his descent. No, cannot lose. I cannot lose to a human. The officer wanted to pull himself out of the earth and fight. Han Sen swooped down from the sky and punched him square in the head. Though, and then again and again he kept punching his skull into the ground. The officer's head was beaten into a pit, which filled with blood that bubbled and sprayed. Eventually, the officer's fingers weakened and dropped his sword. The Western King's sword fell to the ground and emitted some ding-dong noises. Han Sen wanted to keep on attacking, but the flames of the officer exploded like a sun. Han Sen, I will be back. After the explosion, the officer was gone. Only the voice remained, like an echo on the wind. Han Sen used Dongxian aura and attempted to search the vicinity for any trace of the officer. The officer had definitely become an enemy, so he'd feel better if he could kill the man now and spare himself some trouble down the road. The officer was already beyond the atmosphere of the planet, though. He was traveling fast. Han Sen wanted to give chase, but Little Angel and Golden Growler were both injured. He looked at the officer flying away and knew it would be hard to catch up. So he decided to fly in front of Zack. Boom! Han Sen punched Zack's head. His right gloved fist was driven into Zack's metal helmet and obliterated his head. His headless body crumpled to the ground. Zagu looked eager to flee, but he was far slower than Han Sen and his crystal shoes. So, Han Sen was easily able to catch up and send his fist right through the escapee's chest. Aside from the officer who ran off, God's organization was out of commission. But even so, Han Sen was still not happy. And that was because of his inability to kill the officer outright. Han Sen looked at the white metal sword the officer had left behind. He held out his hand toward the metal sword, and the sword flew right into his palm. The sword had already left a big impression on him. It was as good as the glove, there was no doubt about that, so it was quite the treasure to have. Han Sen did not know much about these items. He did not know the sword, glove, and crystal shoes were the armors of crystallizer kings. He did not know where the sword was from, but he sure knew how important it had been for the officer. Therefore, he spared no debate in taking it for himself. The crystal shoes slipped off Han Sen's feet, and then the glove left his hand. That was a surprise. The glove and the shoes could move by themselves. He already knew the shoes could, but seeing the glove just flap around on its own was almost spooky. He did not need to clean up after all that fighting, as the city had been completely leveled. There were no undamaged buildings anymore. Ji Yanran called for someone to bring over a big airship they could stay in for the time being. Fortunately, while there were many injuries, no one had been killed. Han Yufei met Luolan with his true self. When Luolan saw him, she didn't say anything. She merely grabbed Han Yufei by the ear and dragged him into a room. After that, many horrible sounds were heard. Han-sen got goosebumps just hearing them. But when he next saw Zero, he was shocked. He realized something. Zero was able to follow him into the sanctuary, and it never mattered which one. That meant she could always be near him. Up until now, Han-sen hadn't been able to understand why that was possible. Now he understood. When Han-sen first saw the 9-life cat symbol on Zero, he thought it was just a sign associating her with Blood Legion in some way. Now that Han-sen was thinking about it, he realized the symbol was just like the tattoo on his back. Zero could enter the sanctuaries without issue, unlike others who were subject to limitations and restrictions. She never had to go through a formal ascension process, either. Now Han-sen was thinking that if Zero had a 9-life cat symbol like his, the mystery was practically resolved. Old Cat had said that having 9-life cat blood meant you could come and go in any sanctuary as you pleased. It was a fine explanation for why Zero was able to enter any of the sanctuaries, without ascending the proper way. And Zero teleported to Han-sen whenever or wherever he ended up. That was something else that went against the pre-established system of the sanctuaries. That was similar to what had happened to Han-sen when he ended up next to Old Cat. If Zero's tattoo was the same as his, that meant they shared a weird connection of some kind. They might have been one and the same, and that was why Zero would always spawn next to him. Han-sen thought this was very possible. He'd only ever had one brief look at her 9-life cat tattoo, though, so he couldn't quite remember the details. He didn't know if it was exactly the same one that was on his back. Seeing Zero, who was currently treating his wounds, he thought to himself, "She's a grown woman. I can't ask her to take her clothes off so I can inspect her." Han-sen thought about this conundrum for a while, but he couldn't come up with an excuse that would permit him to get a look at her tattoos. "Zero, you haven't bought any new clothes in a long time. How about we go and get you some later?" Han-sen looked at Zero's clothes. He only had to make her wear something that revealed her back, and he would see the tattoo. "No, I have enough," Zero said calmly. "But I need to. You are a beautiful girl and you need to dress up pretty. If you don't, people will find out I've been cheap on you. I will handle this for you. Okay?" Han-sen said that all at once, not giving her another chance to respond. Zero did not say anything either. Once she had dealt with Han-sen's wounds, she left. Han-sen was on the sofa browsing Skynet. He bought a few different garments for Zero. He bought a number of different clothes to hide the ones he truly wanted her to wear, the ones that would display her back. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to buy a lot of different clothing that all showed her back. That would be too obvious, and it'd be like he was making a statement. By buying a bunch of different styles, she'd be none the wiser. 2 days later, the clothes were delivered by a drone. Han-sen called Zero over and convinced her to try them on, one by one. And when Zero wore the clothes that revealed her back, Han-sen was delivered quite the surprise. Zero's appearance hadn't changed much, but she had grown up a lot. She was a woman now. She looked very beautiful in the dress he got her, and Han-sen couldn't stop admiring her looks. Zero walked around, with Han-sen staring keenly at her back. He also took a photo for future investigation. But when he saw her back, he really could see that the 9-life cat tattoo was the same as the one he had. It wasn't just the shape that was a carbon copy either. He could sense it was the same via its color and feel. I was right. If Zero's back tattoo is the same as the 9-life cat pendant, it explains everything. But why would Zero have it and the pendant? Blood Legion had 2 of those relics? Where did Zero come from? Is she a human or a Shura? Or is she something else entirely? After Han-sen discovered this, his mind found more questions than answers. Han-sen believed Zero might be a human that had used a genofluid at the Shura grave. It was certainly a possibility, but the tattoo posed other problems. When Han-sen became a god, he had absorbed the 9-life cat. When had Zero combined with the necklace? And how had she done it so soon when she wasn't strong? "Dear, what do you want for dinner tonight? Because you are injured, I will cook." Ji Yanran pushed the door open and walked right in. She was shocked by the scene she was witnessing. Han-sen was lounging on the sofa, staring at a loosely clothed Zero. The dress she wore left her whole back on display. Han-sen wished to give her an answer, but he immediately noticed a dangerous look take over her face. He quickly told her. Zero bought a number of different pieces of clothing, and she wished to ask me which looked the best. Zero, you bought these clothes? Ji Yanran nibbled her lips and asked Zero directly. Han Sen bought them, told me to wear them. Zero wasn't a liar and her EQ was low. She wasn't really sure what was going on, so she simply answered with honesty. Ji Yanran squinted her eyes and looked down at Han Sen with a look that was more frightening than hell's most rotten demon. She slowly approached him. Let me explain. It isn't what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. Han Sen wished to explain. Ji Yanran walked in front of Han Sen, and then smiled a smile that was creepier than the officers. You love to watch girls change their clothes? I will show you how it's done right when we go home. The smile remained fixed on Ji Yanran's face, and it gave Han Sen a horrible chill. Let's go to the mall and buy the most expensive garment. Then, you can dress yourself up in it and show me. Han Sen quickly said. Shut up and get in here. Ji Yanran grabbed Han Sen by the ear and pulled him into the next room. Many screams were heard after that. A while later, Han Sen managed to explain everything clearly. He desperately wanted to escape the wrath of her finger. After dinner was done, Han Sen saw Stay Up laid up in the observation tower. He walked over and started to chat with him. This matter concerns our lives. Is there something you need to tell me? Stay Up Late was more injured than Han Sen was. He was reclining on a sofa with a hot cup of tea. He stared up at the sky as he replied. That was the 3rd Division Special Forces officer. He trained all its members, myself included. Stay Up Late sounded okay, just a little cold. Still, it was a soothing voice to listen to. But what he said next shocked Han Sen. Stay Up Late was just a soldier, not a high-ranking officer or important individual in the crystallizer civilization. He only knew the history of the crystallizers from what he learned in the history books. The history he knew about the crystallizers placed their origins in the sanctuaries. The crystallizers wished to avoid a war, and so they sought refuge in the sanctuaries. Heaven knew how long it took after that before their civilization developed into what it became. Many elites wished to leave the sanctuaries and return to the outside. They did succeed in doing this, but they were also destroyed. Something bad happened inside the sanctuaries that resulted in the destruction of their entire civilization. That was what became their recorded history. Stay Up Late didn't exactly know what had happened. Amidst the downfall and disaster, it affected him anyway and put him to sleep inside the genofluid. He remained there in stasis until Han Sen woke him up. Stay Up Late only remembered the powers passing over him that made things feel as if the world was ending. He couldn't resist it and passed out. Nowadays, all that remained of the crystallizers were fragments and remnants. Only ruins had been left behind, following what transpired. Stay Up Late said the crystallizers were far more advanced than humans at their peak. They had evolved more than humans as well. Even elites like him were just soldiers back then. He was in the special forces, but that still put him a long way from being the best of the best. There were 4 crystallizer elites. The Northern King, Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King. Aside from Eastern King, the others wished to escape the sanctuaries. They wanted to leave and reclaim the lands they had lost. But the crystallizers had been gone from that world for too long, and they had no clue how scary it had become. Their developments made them too confident, and Han Sen knew the end. Humans were a tribe of crystallizers, or to put it in a slightly starker way, they were test tube results of beings that had been spliced with crystallizer genes. Many test subjects were regarded as the lowest of the low in the sanctuaries, so they were given the opportunity to grow. The crystallizers were hoping to produce a greater race that would one day help them reclaim the lands they had lost. There were many races based on the crystallizers. Some were immediately sent out of the sanctuaries, but none were able to survive longer than a month. Stay Up Late recalled there was a place they used as a graveyard, where they could also store their geno-armors. But after the disaster, most of their civilization was destroyed, and the location of that place was unknown to him now. Han Sen could guess he was talking about the Hero Spirit Hall. What humans died there? Amidst the fighting? Han Sen asked. Stay Up Late went silent for a bit before responding. When he did, he said, The creatures were given crystallizer genes, but the splicing also included the genes of other beings too. As a result, they were different. To the best of my knowledge, the humans were incapable of reaching the Alliance before the disaster. Humans did eventually get there, but it was only after our downfall. Once there, you started to breed. But you only created one creature. How was it able to reproduce? Hansen asked. So, your race is called human, but you have other genes within you. Still, your body kept the same height as the crystallizers. The other genes may have come from more crystallizers belonging to a different tribe. Stay Up Late said. Han-san asked Stay Up Late a number of other questions. Han-san was worried. As the last time the crystallizers opened the sanctuary, it remained open. If someone generated a geno armor, they'd be sent out of the sanctuary. It was impossible to close the sanctuaries now, and in regards to how that might be done, only the four kings had known. But even if Han-san and Stay Up Late did know how to close the sanctuaries, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves. What is the outside world like? Hansen was curious to learn about this. Stay Up Late gave a wry smile and said, I don't know. Like I said, I was merely a soldier. Even the high-class crystallizers didn't know much about the outside world, though. If they had, they wouldn't have made the mistakes they did, which resulted in the near obliteration of our race. They hid in the sanctuaries for too long, not learning about the outside world. Hansen thought this might be the case. After they were done talking, he decided to go and see Han Yufei. He explained the situation to him and told him not to generate his self-geno armor. Too many elites were known to have died out there, so it was too risky for him to do it as well. Still, Hansen needed to practice, and he didn't dare slow down. He went as fast as he could. Even though the sanctuaries were open now, Stay Up Late said the creatures from the outside could not get in. But if that was true, that made Hansen wonder how the crystallizers ended up getting destroyed. So, Hansen did not feel too safe being inside the sanctuary. He kept on practicing. If something happened, having a great deal of power amassed would be the best thing. And Hansen did not believe that the creatures from the outside could not get in. If they couldn't, then how had the nine-life cat entered and gained so much authority? The officer did not show up again. Aside from constant practice by himself, Hansen also spent some time practicing with Stay Up Late and crystallizer technology. He also spent time learning about heart-eye. He spent a whole month on that subject alone. If he had to go up against the officer again, there wouldn't be much of a risk. He'd be able to use heart-eye. But the officer did not show up. Hansen wasn't sure whether that was because the officer knew he was too weak to go up against him, or whether he had gone back to concocting a new scheme that would take some time. As Hansen rested, he took time to investigate the Western King Sword. It was a crystallizer's geno armor like the glove and crystal shoes. Hansen asked Stay Up Late what the difference between this geno armor and the others were. Stay Up Late did not know, though. He said every crystallizer could generate geno armor, but only the four kings could generate these special geno armors. The crystallizer glove and crystallizer shoes had wills of their own, but the Western King Sword seemed entirely inanimate. Hansen could not sense that it had a will, and neither could he sense any special power it may have possessed. After Hansen and Stay Up Late examined it, they thought the officer must have used a special method to combine the sword with himself. The sword had probably become lifeless because it was away from the officer. Hansen had nothing to do right now, so he used the Bloodpool Sutra and dropped a smidgen of blood on the Western King Sword. The real blood genocore had become a part of who he was. It was in his blood, and Hansen's blood could therefore be called real blood. It was no weaker than the actual real blood genocore. And as Hansen grew and became stronger, it would develop too. Hansen put a drop of his blood on the Western King Sword. The blood didn't spread and blend into the metal, however, and it just remained a droplet upon the surface. I can't believe this isn't working. Hansen cut his wrist and bled some more of his real blood over the sword, and went at it until it was entirely painted red. Even after rubbing it in, it didn't work. Hansen put the Western King Sword aside, hoping the real blood would do something in time. If there was a will, there was a way, and Hansen wasn't keen on giving up just yet. That was one of the four Crystal King armors, and he didn't think there'd be a fifth in existence. According to Stay Up Late, whether someone was qualified was determined by the geno armor they generated. But the difference between the average geno armor and the special geno armors was something Stay Up Late couldn't accurately define. Fitness was not an accurate measurement, and it wasn't that you simply reached a certain fitness and were then able to generate a special armor. Eastern King of the Four Kings had a fitness that was not all that excellent during his earlier years. He was like an average crystallizer, and yet, he went on to generate one of those special geno armors. So, the crystallizer observer's task was to watch their creatures grow and learn how they might go on to generate the special geno armors. But before they could find another special one like those, the race was destroyed and brought to ruin. Even the crystallizers did not know if a qualified one currently existed. Han Sen went to practice the story of genes. He progressed quickly, and it was like he was learning new skills every single day. And through that, his fitness was rising. Even so, it would still take a long time for him to recover the demigod strength he had lost. Entering the sanctuary again, Han Sen appeared right where he should have been. Xiaqing King was still there, too. Although the Nine-Life Cat had told him his blood would not restrict him from entering any sanctuary, he didn't really know how to get to any of the others, as of yet. For the time being, he was stuck in the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen was worried about the officer appearing, though, so he wouldn't stay there for long. He had a chat with Xiaqing King, and the spirit asked Han Sen to take his latest issue of the comic. He wanted it uploaded. Han Sen's life had been quiet for a while now. After the last fight, the officer and God's organization seemed to have been dealt with. He didn't hear anything about their movements anymore, and there was no news regarding potential operations. Han Sen was a legend in the Alliance, but it was fortunate he was not one to revel in the limelight and fame of such stature. And truth be told, he could control the entire Alliance by force if he so wanted to. Even though he didn't do this just yet, Han Sen's power was still sending ripples across the Alliance. The Ji family grew more quickly and steadily. They were no longer given any trouble. Some said it was because of their strong ties with others, but those associations paled in comparison to the influence of Han Sen. In the next election, Ji Ruozhen was planning on running for the presidency again. Some of the other families that had ties with Han Sen also benefited. Even if Han Sen didn't want to play any role or part in the politics of the government, his mere existence was influencing things. It didn't mean much to him, though. Controlling the whole alliance through bureaucracy wasn't even remotely interesting to him. Civilizations like the crystallizers were destroyed easily. Humans would fall even swifter if similar forces came against them. The officer was an enemy, yes, but what he said was true. Time passed, and Little Flower was 3 years old. Han's son wished to send him to a kindergarten, but he was afraid that God's organization might come and bring Little Flower harm if he was out there without Han Sen's supervision. After a lengthy discussion with the family, they decided on having Little Flower study at a kindergarten on Roka. Han Sen could protect him there, and Little Flower would be able to socialize with ordinary folk of society. Han Sen decided to buy half of the planet, too. Little Flower's kindergarten was located on the side that he did not own, though. Traveling would take some time. Stay Up Late volunteered to take Little Flower to school every day and bring him home. He worked harder than Ji Yanran and Han Sen, that was for sure. He frequently said Little Flower was special, and there was a chance he could be qualified. His potential was even greater than Han Sen's. So, he spent a lot of his time observing Little Flower. That made Han Sen feel safer. If the officer was planning on taking Little Flower, and Han Sen was late to the rescue, Stay Up Late could definitely keep the child protected for a time. After soaking the Western King's sword in blood for a whole year, a reaction was finally achieved. It wasn't falling under real blood's control, but the sword's own will was finally returning. But even with the will coming back, it wasn't quite like the glove and the shoes. It was easy to trigger the Western King sword's power, at least. Han Sen decided to give it to Stay Up Late. Han Sen would need someone to fight if the officer showed up again, and Han Sen himself wasn't around. Little Flower was a popular kid in school. There, though, aside from the principal, no one knew he was Han Sen's son. And even so, the kids and teachers all grew fond of him. He was the cutest kid in the kindergarten. Kids loved playing with him, and teachers liked treating him better than the others. But even so, Little Flower was still very quiet. No one knew he was Han Sen's son, and so other than being well-liked, he didn't draw much attention. Han Sen entered the sanctuary again, and there he found the 9-life cat. "Why are you here?" Han Sen frowned. He didn't believe that their unexpected meeting was coincidental. Old Cat laughed and said, "I found something interesting in the ruin, but I can't get it out by myself. Let's partner up again, if you're interested. I might help you, but only if you answer a few of my questions." "No answer, no thank you," Han Sen said sternly. "You have 9-life cat's blood. Come on, we're like family. You can ask me anything, and I'll give you a proper answer." Old Cat spoke as if they were brothers. "What is this thing on my back?" Han Sen asked Old Cat. "It's nothing too exciting. That is the remains of a 9-life cat. It is their leftover genes," Old Cat said with a slight tone of awkwardness. "Does that mean there is more than one?" Han Sen asked. Old Cat hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There aren't many. What's going on?" Han Sen frowned. Old Cat wasn't answering fully and forwardly, and it was clear he was hiding something. Old Cat retreated into thought before speaking next. He said, "It's not a big secret, only rare 9-life cats can leave behind something like that. And to the best of my knowledge, there are only 10. Hearing him say this, Han Sen's mind drifted back to Zero, who had the exact same thing. He still went on to ask, "How many are there in the sanctuaries?" "Just one. It was from Human Emperor." Old Cat suddenly stopped short. Han Sen heard half of what he said, and immediately his face changed. He looked at Old Cat and asked, "Human Emperor visited the 9-life cat?" 9-life cat comes from the outside, so the Human Emperor got out." Old Cat smiled and said, "I guess, but he didn't go out with his powers intact." "What does that mean?" Han Sen asked. "If I told you I helped him out, you wouldn't believe me. So, it would be best if you stopped asking. And if you ever do make it out, you'll hear it from him. But if you can't make it out, such knowledge is useless to know," Old Cat said. Han Sen was shocked. He had no idea that an alpha human had made it out of the sanctuaries. "Is he still alive, then? Can you at least tell me that?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. When I came here, he wasn't dead. But predicting if someone is dead or alive out there is now something anyone can do. Even me." Old Cat shook his head. Han Sen thought about this for a while and said, "How did you even get into the sanctuary?" "As far as I know, aside from the crystallizers, no others were able to get inside." That was what concerned Han Sen the most. If the creatures from the outside could enter, just like Old Cat seemed to have, then that could spell out something pretty bad. Old Cat seemed to see through Han Sen's thoughts and answered, "If nothing could get in, then how could feathers be here?" Han Sen's face changed. Old Cat, with a cocky expression on his face, went on to say, "But don't worry. If the crystallizers hadn't killed themselves, it would have been difficult for other races to enter. I came in when the crystallizers opened the sanctuaries. And yes, the crystallizers are practically all dead. They can't kill themselves anymore to open doorways." "Did you destroy the crystallizers?" Han Sen asked, looking at Old Cat. "Do I look like I'm capable of such an act?" Old Cat revealed his claws. Han Sen ignored the mocking and asked him, "Well, could other creatures have made it through?" Old Cat nodded. "There were others, but I don't know them. Now come on. I've told you everything you wish to know. Will you follow me now?" "Why don't you tell me what for? Maybe I'll consider coming." Han Sen smiled. Breaking a promise made to the 9-life cat isn't a very wise move to make. Think about it. Old Cat squinted his eyes. "I said I'd consider coming along. I didn't say I'd come or not come." Han Sen smiled again. Old Cat was a professional liar, and Han Sen wasn't willing to put absolute stock into everything he was being told. And right now, there was every chance he might be getting sold out. Old Cat saw that Han Sen really wasn't moving, so he went on to explain the ruins. Old Cat had discovered another lab with another race there. It hadn't woken up like the feather had, but just in case, he wanted to bring Han Sen for help. Old Cat explained that if nothing happened, he would take the item. If something bad happened, then any treasures they found would be shared. Han Sen asked him what he expected to find, but the cat's explanation made no sense to him. It was like some sort of bone that was similar to the one Han Sen retrieved before. What is the point in getting such a bone? Han Sen couldn't figure out what that other bone was for, so now was as good a time to ask as any. They're useless in the sanctuaries, but out there, they're highly sought after by all. If you can get out, you'll find out for certain. Old Cat didn't really explain anything. Han Sen mulled the idea over some more, but ultimately decided to follow. He was quite curious about discovering another race. Anyway, so, do the sanctuaries only have one of these items, brought here by Human Emperor? Han Sen asked. It should be just one, assuming Human Emperor did not lie, Old Cat said. Han Sen asked Old Cat how Human Emperor had managed to get the bone, but he didn't receive an answer. Old Cat was afraid of telling him. Han Sen was planning on going alone, but Xie King overheard them and wanted to go along. Han Sen wouldn't mind some extra help, and Xie King was nearing emperor status, too. He'd be very good to have along. But before setting out, Han Sen returned to the alliance. He took the glove, but left the crystal shoes for Ji Yanran in case something happened during his absence. The three of them entered the relics Han Sen had been to before. Han Sen thought the lab was the one he had previously visited with the feather inside. But even though Nine Life Cat was taking them to the same ruins, that was not the lab they were headed for. Where did you find this thing? Han Sen frowned. There are 3 other labs and I found what I seek in one of the others. I know my way around, and if it doesn't wake up like the feather did, we should be safe. Old Cat spoke as he led them forward. They walked around the ruins for a while before reaching their destination. When they entered, it looked just like the one Han Sen had previously visited. There were many tools and crystal tanks. The laboratory was damaged, though. The room was in bad shape, and much of the equipment was broken. Many crystal tanks had broken, too, leaking their fluids everywhere. There were a number of rotten bodies and bones scattered all about. What is this? Asked Xie King, holding his nose and looking at the bodies and the liquids around them. They are creatures held for testing and experimentation. Some are prototypes of something else, like him. Old Cat jumped toward one of the crystal tanks, and he spoke with eyes fixed on it. Han Sen and Xie King looked at Old Cat, and then observed the strange creatures contained within the tank. Han Sen could not describe what it was. It looked like a human but a bug at the same time. It had human limbs, but the head had the eyes of a fly, with the multitude of lenses. And while the limbs were like a human's, the joints were those of bugs. It looked very weird. It's just a disgusting bug. After Old Cat said that, he leaped onto the tank and began slapping it with a paw. He obviously intended to break it open. Are you ready? Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Behead the thing as soon as you are able to, Old Cat said to Han Sen. Yes. Han Sen was in agreement. Pang. The crystal tank broke and the liquid and the bug man came spilling out. Han Sen did not say a word. He simply summoned the white Geno armor, and with his hand like a blade, struck the neck of the creature. The hand, now clad in the gauntlets of the armor, made a metallic striking noise when it hit. Han Sen's power and Geno armor had only been able to make a slight scuff on its neck. Fortunately, the bugman showed no reaction. It looked to be already dead. But just to be safe, Han Sen gave it another 100 cuts until he was able to break its shell. The meat inside was like jam, and there was no blood. It looked like it had been dead for quite some time. God knew how many times Han Sen had to hit it after that, but eventually the head was lopped off. As he worked on it, he thought to himself, "This thing is so tough. Thankfully it is dead. If it wasn't, this would be quite a lot of trouble. Han Sen, according to the terms of our deal, if it was dead when we found it, the item we came for belongs to me. You'll hold up your end of our bargain, correct?" Old Cat saw the bugman's head fall off and quickly jumped on it to speak. "Fine. Suit yourself." Han Sen did not plan on stealing from him, so he just walked back a few steps and watched the Old Cat. He was keen to see what he was going to obtain. Old Cat used his claws to scratch away at the bugman's armor. A deep crack was instantly formed, and that gave Han Sen quite the shock. Han Sen knew Old Cat was not weak, but the action it had just performed was rather shocking. Even if Han Sen used the glove, he knew he'd have much trouble trying to break the shell. It wouldn't have been easy. Old Cat was certainly much stronger than he was letting on, and much stronger than Han Sen's own estimation. Old Cat's claws were sharper than a surgeon's scalpel, that was for sure. In no time at all, he was peeling the creature open, and before long, pulled back a paw that was holding something green. What is that? A stone. Han Sen looked right at the item in Old Cat's hands. Those are its guts. Old Cat looked so happy to have obtained the jade-looking guts. Han Sen didn't see where the cat put it, but he still asked, "They look like rocks, not organs. What are they truly for?" Han Sen asked. "This is good stuff. You'll know all about it once you get out. With how you are now, you won't understand." After Old Cat dug up the guts, he ended his search. He jumped and said, "Let's go. There is nothing left." Xiaqing King, meanwhile, wasn't feeling too good about this. He said, "While we're here, shouldn't we explore more of this strange place? Do you think we have come here to sightsee? You'll die if you explore anymore." Old Cat rolled his eyes and started walking out. Han Sen and Xiaqing King looked at each other, and then followed after Old Cat, so they could be led back to where they had initially come from. The three of them walked past the greenhouse, and as they passed it, Old Cat hunkered a little and asked, "Did you touch the stuff in there?" "We were with you. You know that we didn't take anything," Xiaqing King said. "Old Cat, what's going on?" Han Sen asked, looking across the greenhouse. "Someone has been digging in the soil." Old Cat stared at the disturbed earth. Han saw it too. It was like a freshly dug grave, with soil churned up everywhere. "You didn't dig this, did you?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "If I did, why would I ask?" Old Cat madly rebutted. "If it wasn't you or us two, might there be other creatures around? And if that isn't possible, maybe the thing buried dug its own way out," Xiaqing King said. Han Sen and Old Cat looked glum. No matter what the case was, this was bad news. "Let's get out of here." After Old Cat said that, he started to run. Han Sen and Xiaqing King ran as well. They ran for a while, but eventually their faces fell. They had run dozens of miles, but they hadn't escaped the vicinity. They found that they had walked in a loop, ending up back at the greenhouse and the fresh hole. It gave them a very bad feeling. They looked around, but it was all quiet. There didn't seem to be anything else there that was alive. Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not feel the presence of other creatures, but they fell silent and went to examine the deep hole. "Keep going." Old Cat told them to keep going, and so they did. This time, however, they walked faster. It wasn't long before the three of them ended up back at the greenhouse. How can this be happening? Xiaqing King wasn't afraid, and he was actually quite happy to see the greenhouse again. Han Sen and Old Cat looked at each other and prepared to run, but suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Pang, 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 pang. The soil around the grave started to explode. Many more black holes were created, and the entire graveyard looked like one giant beehive. In the dark holes, there was something red like lanterns shining. When the red lights rose to the surface, they were revealed to be the triangularly shaped heads of snakes. The red lights were their gleaming eyes. Now, black things were pouring out of the dark holes. They came straight for Han Sen, making a sharp noise. Han Sen was startled as he looked at them. Old Cat had already escaped with incredible speed. "Xiaqing, run!" Han Sen shouted and started to run. They did not know what those black-scaled snakes were, but if Old Cat had run away upon seeing them, they thought it was a good idea to follow after him. Xiaqing King did not want to run, but he obliged Han Sen's request and went along with him. The toxic snakes were coming at them like a breaking tide. They were very fast, but thankfully, they were slower than Han Sen. The trio kept on running as fast as they could. But a while later, the snakes appeared in front of them. The greenhouse also ended up in front of them, too. Somehow, through means unknown, they had been forced to make another loop. Now that they had snakes in front and behind, they were firmly sandwiched. Seeing the groups of snakes gathering together, Xia King unleashed a silver light. His fists were like a volcano, spewing silver fire as he threw them forward to punch the black snakes. Alu alu alu. The raging fists of silver light killed a vast number of the black-scaled snakes upon contact. The toxic blood was thrown everywhere. I thought these things were something scary. They're this weak. When Xia King stopped punching, the place had undergone a makeover to look like a slaughterhouse. The bodies of the snakes were everywhere, and not a single one had survived his rampage. Old Cat looked at him as if he were an idiot, and he said, "Are you stupid? If this was that easy to deal with, why would we have run? You killed so many of those snakes. She is going to go mental." "Old Cat, what do you mean?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Old Cat did not answer. An explosion came from the greenhouse, one that sounded like the earth tearing apart. Something emerged from the ground. It was a person with long hair and a beautiful body. Or at least the upper part was, for the lower body was a slithering snake. She'd have been a beautiful woman if she was a complete one. She opened her eyes, but there were no pupils. She even had the eyes of a snake. She stared at the three of them intensely. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Her vision is bad, so there is a chance she'll be unable to see us right here," Old Cat told them, retreating to the side. "She can't see, but she's not deaf. You're so loud. She'll certainly hear you," Xia King said, not moving. "She can't hear either. She can see moving objects, so if we don't move, she won't be able to see us," Old Cat said. Han San and Xia King did not believe him, but when Lady Snake came out, she made a noise with her tongue but did nothing else. She didn't pay them any attention. Lady Snake moved around a bit, but it appeared as if she couldn't see the three of them. It was as if she was moving around in search of something. "She really can't hear or see us. If that's the case, why are we afraid of something so dumb?" Xia King was shocked. "Dumb? You better hope she doesn't find us. She can kill you as easily as she might a chicken." Old Cat looked at him with disdain. "Stop it, you two. She's coming," Hansen said, looking at Lady Snake. Lady Snake could neither see nor hear, but she was sure Han San was around there, kept searching and searching, leaving him unable to move. "What should we do? She will bump into us sooner or later. And when that happens, we'll have no choice but to move," Hansen said. "She can't hear and she can't see. Why don't we just get rid of her when she comes too close?" Xia King said. Old Cat laughed and said, "No one is stopping you from trying. If you want to die, be my guest. I will be running." "How do we escape?" Hansen asked. Old Cat laughed and said, "I don't know, but judging from the way she's searching, she'll be bumping into you first. And when she's busy with you too, I can have a chance to run." "You're fucking shameless." Hansen shot him a glare. "That sounds like a good idea, but even so, you cannot leave here completely. She will hunt you down one way or another. If we are all going to die, why don't we work together, find her weakness, and kill her through cooperation?" Old Cat said, "No, we cannot fight her. I am old, and I still want to live a while longer. I will run first anyway. There's nothing you can do about that. Look around you, man. Don't you think this place looks a little different? Maybe her rising made the restrictions disappear. Perhaps we can waltz out now. Okay, if you want to run off, why don't you tell us what it is?" Hansen said. Old Cat looked at Lady Snake, and then said, "If I'm correct, this thing is a new creature. One combined with a Naga. She has the power of a Naga, and she's got the creature's genes. That makes her even scarier." "What are their weaknesses?" Hansen asked. "I told you, her vision and hearing are awful," Old Cat said. "And? How do we kill her?" Hansen pressed. "Haha, Nagas are a noble race, and any of them can easily destroy the tribes and families of others. Where the crystallizers found Nagas, I have no idea. But I really don't think you can kill her. It would be best if you decide which of the two of you would rather die first. Who knows? Maybe one of you can make it out while the other is mauled." Old Cat sounded quite spiteful. After that, Lady Snake came right before them. If she slithered in another circle, she'd undoubtedly bump into them. She'd hit Xia King first, too, judging from her position. When Lady Snake was only 30 meters away from Xia King, the spirit said, "If she's as strong as the cat says, I will try and fend her off while you make a break for it. Just remember to upload my comic." Han-san wished to say something, but the monster suddenly changed direction. It was supposed to hit Xia King, but now it was going for Old Cat instead. Oh, shit! Old Cat's eyes widened. Seeing the beautiful Lady Snake coming toward him, Old Cat thought through many different options very quickly. He couldn't think of a way to get out of the predicament, though. "Brother Han, didn't you say we should find a way to get rid of her? I have an idea," Old Cat said to Han-sen. Han-sen and Xia King laughed and said, "Sorry, we've changed our minds now. You are right, living is more important. We'll run while you deal with her." Lady Snake came close and ran into Old Cat a number of times. Then Old Cat raised his paws and started to scratch the creature. He was so quick, though Han-sen couldn't even see him do it. At that close distance, Lady Snake saw the movements. Her hands that were covered by scales came into contact with the cat's paws. Boom! A scary power blew a big hole in the earth. The dust and soil scattered everywhere, prompting Han-san and Xia King to take off running. The scary power kept on appearing behind them, driving Han-san on in fear. And this time they were really running forward. They were no longer looping. Before long, they were at the outskirts of the ruins. They made it outside. I didn't expect the fourth god's sanctuary to be a habitat for such extraordinarily strong beings. Not even emperors could fight them, Xia King said, as he felt the earth rock and shake. Emperors are nothing to them. Han-sen stood outside the ruins. It was so dark in there, but you could still see the powers wreaking havoc. There were only two creatures fighting down there, but you could immediately tell it was a bad battle. "Are we really going to just leave the cat?" Xia King asked. "With the power we have, we can't help." After Han-san said that, he heard a cat start to squeal. Then a scary power swiftly began heading out of the hollow. "Oh no! Old Cat couldn't fight her. They are coming this way. Run!" Han-san shouted, and the two ran away at an even faster pace. Before Old Cat could get to them, though, Lady Snake caught up to him and he was re-engaged in combat. As Old Cat fought, he squealed, "Idiot! You think I can't fight you? If it wasn't for the rules, you'd be dead already. You better run while you still have the chance. If you make the cat angry, I'll cook you alive." Old Cat's still spouting that egotistical crap? Han-sen thought to himself, but he didn't allow his legs to slow or stop. Suddenly, though, he felt something hot on his back. The heat increased until it burned. Han-sen wasn't very happy about that. If something was now happening to his tattoo, then it wasn't a good sign. Han-sen turned his head and looked. The shadow of a red cat started to cover the ground, and it looked very oppressive and scary. It covered the entire area around them. Han-sen was frozen, and the cat's shadow gave him a fright and a half. It made Han-sen feel as if he was as small as an ant. The burning feeling of the 9-life cat on his back was because of that. Old Cat's transformation had triggered the reaction of his tattoo. Old Cat did not have time to be tricky, and he looked like a beast as he tore off the arms of Lady Snake. Lady Snake immediately experienced immense pain, and she quickly wished to run away. But Old Cat was swift to break open her chest and pull out her beating heart. "Damn thing! You ruined the cat's business. Now you die!" Old Cat screamed aloud as he raised his claws to the sky. Lady Snake was then ripped to pieces, and not a complete bone remained. Her blood was spilled everywhere, and Han-san and Xia King were put into a state of shock. "The cat is that strong?" Xia King's eyes opened wide. Han-sen did not say anything. Old Cat was strong, but his back was still burning and that worried him. Old Cat killed Lady Snake, and before anything else could happen, the sky started to change. A black sun appeared above them, expanding in size. It was like a whirling black hole, getting bigger in the sky. And as it grew bigger, a force of suction started to manifest. The scary old cat could not withstand the might of that suction power, and he was pulled towards the black hole. He used his claws to dig into the ground and fight it, but his attempts proved useless. The claws created drag marks that were a few miles long, but his body was still being pulled without reprieve. The suction did not seem to affect anything else. Not even the trees near Old Cat were swayed more than average, and it seemed only Old Cat was affected. But it wasn't as if nothing else could feel the suction, and by now, Han Sen's 9-life cat tattoo was shining red. He felt the suction then, and he started flying towards it like a magnet. Han Sen hugged the nearest tree to him, but the tree was pulled out by the force, unable to stop him from flying into the vortex. Xiaqing King wished to help Han Sen, but Han Sen waved him off. If it could suck up Old Cat, then Xiaqing King would definitely have been pulled in. Tell everyone I will find a way back. Tell them to be careful. Before Han Sen could finish his speech, he was sucked into the black hole. Old Cat was squealing all the way, but he could not resist the force. He was eventually sucked in as well. They were gone. The black hole, as if it had finished its mission following the acquisition of Old Cat, disappeared. And then the lands returned to normal. Han Sen felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. He kept getting rolled around, and he had no idea how long it took before the motion stopped. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he had just been rudely thrown off his bed out of deep slumber. He felt great pain, enough to make it feel as if his bones were going to snap. In the plaza there was music playing. There was a fountain, and there was a statue depicting a cat. It stood at a height of 40 meters, and it was situated in the direct center of the plaza. It looked to have been made of gold. Han Sen was sitting on the foot of the statue, and he looked at everything in disbelief. He had only just gotten his vision back, and now it seemed everyone present was looking at him. Not with hostility, luckily, but with surprise and curiosity. It was akin to animals meeting one of a different species in a zoo. What was most unbelievable about the crowd was that they looked mostly human, but their heads possessed cat ears, and their rears possessed tails. The pupils were cat-like, too. They were round and cute. The rest of their bodies were practically human. The cat people were all dressed in individual ways. There were some in elegant clothing, some in simple clothing, some in sexy clothing, and some in very manly clothing. Some beautiful women wore skirts and tank tops, showcasing their snow-white arms and legs. They looked gorgeous. There were cars and motorcycles traveling along the streets. Aircraft were visible in the sky, and all the cat people were carrying swords. It was a weird sight. Han Sen did not feel happy about this, though, especially when a few of the cat people brought swords to his neck. Han Sen wanted to gather up power and fight, but he felt his body start to sink. It was incredibly difficult to just stand, so making an expert combat move was out of the question. One of the cat people then said something to Han Senator, but strangely, he could not understand. He used his Dongxian Sutra to try to understand what the cat meant. But the Dongxian aura was strangely suppressed. It wouldn't leave his body, and he immediately wanted to cough up some blood. Old Cat, where are you? Han Sen looked around but could not see him. It didn't seem as if he had come here. Without being able to find Old Cat, Han Sen tried talking to the people before him. But they did not seem to speak his language. The soldier-looking cat people brought Han Sen to a jail-looking construct and threw him in a cell. Han Sen was unsure what was going on, and his body was suppressed. He couldn't fight, so all he could do was helplessly sit and watch. The cat people seemed very civilized. They didn't look savage or murderous at all, so he wasn't worried, at least. What is going on? Han Sen wondered as he sat in the jail cell. The place was quite different than he had imagined. Han Sen had expected to arrive in a horrible place when he left the sanctuaries. He thought there'd be horrible monsters around, looking to tear him limb from limb, requiring constant combat to survive. He expected he'd be running for his life, each and every single day. But this was very different from what he imagined, and it went against everything Han Sen had believed about the outside. Is this really the outside world? Why can the elites of the sanctuary not return? Han Sen did not understand. Han Sen tried to cast the story of genes and the Dongxian Sutra. They now ran perfectly. They hadn't been suppressed or stolen, so he could still use them. But the thing was, the powers in the outside world were massive. They made Han Sen feel dwarfed and extremely weak. He realized he could no longer even fly. There was a strong suction restricting his powers. The cat people seemed civilized. And while he might have been locked up, at least he was not being tortured. No one had taken his things either. And cats that looked like wardens even brought him food. Han Sen could not get out, though. And neither could he speak to them. So he just remained in the jail where he was practicing what he could. He hoped to finally be able to generate a Geno armor. Where did old cat go? We went through the same vortex. So where could he have gone? Han Sen was now hoping old cat could help him out. If he didn't receive help from the only person he knew out here, he was screwed. Over the next few days, a few cat people came over to try and talk with him. Unfortunately, they couldn't establish any communication. And all the while, Han Sen was locked in the same cell. Han Sen saw many different cat people. But the most shocking thing was that they all had Geno armors. And they were all on a 1-to-1 power ratio with the armor. His incarceration did not last too long, though. A week later, Han Sen was taken out of his cell and brought to an interrogation room. After entering the room, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. In the room, a beautiful woman sat on the other side of the table. She wore a white uniform. Her hair and ears were snow white. Even her tail was, too. She looked very pretty, and she filled out the uniform very well. Her legs were displayed and they looked nice and long. Outsider. Where are you from? Why are you on planet Kate? What do you want? The beautiful kitty policewoman asked Han Sen in a special language. It wasn't a language Han Sen knew, but for some reason he was able to understand. It seemed as if the woman had a special power of some sort. I am from planet Roca. I entered a black hole and somehow just ended up here, Han Sen said. The beautiful cat lady understood, but she did not seem to know where planet Roca was. She stared at Han Sen, and after a while of silence, she said, Okay, according to the laws of planet Kate, we will have to conduct a test and have you monitored for a while longer, particularly when you work. When we have confirmed you are able to behave, we can consider getting you residency. Come, let's perform a test. We can see what you are able to do. After that, the cat lady opened a door. Han Sen followed her through it. Things were turning out far better than his direst predictions. If this was the outside world, it wasn't so scary. And the cat people seemed rather nice. Han Sen followed her to the station's exit. She slid into a car that looked like a ladybug and told him to get in. My name is Lan Se, and here, I will be in charge of your work duties. You can ask me anything you would like to. Do you mind telling me what level your Geno armor is, though? The pretty cat lady had started to drive when she asked this. I don't have Geno armor yet, Han Sen answered. Lan Se was very shocked, and she opened her eyes wide when looking back at Han Sr. You are quite old. And you don't even have Geno armor yet? What race do you belong to? Why are you so weak? Weak? Han Sen gave a wry smile. Han San wished to rebut, but Lan Se's communicator rang, cutting him off. She picked it up and said, This is Lan Se. Go ahead. Officer Lan, please go to the steel mill in the west. Something has happened there, said a rushed voice on the other end of the line. I will be there in 5 minutes, Lan Se replied, her expression growing tense. Lan Sen looked at Han Sen, then thought of something. But the next second, she turned the car around and drove in another direction. It was rare to see cars in the Alliance, and Han Sen had never before had the opportunity to sit in one. It was quite cool, witnessing her smooth driving skills. The car was very fast on the streets as well, and because she turned on the siren, the cars around would move to let her pass by. With the siren and her crazy driving skills, Lan Se did indeed make it to the mill in 5 minutes. There were many more cat policemen there, all cordoning off the area. They were all clad in Geno armor, and it was difficult to distinguish one from another. Sit here and do not move. If you run off, Planet Kate's laws bid we punish you severely. Lan Se got out of the car and shut the door. Then she went to the middle of the hubbub. I should follow you. I don't know this place and I'm an outsider. I'd hate for there to be a misunderstanding, Hansen said, getting out of the car after her. Lansei nodded and said, Okay, but you must do as I say and don't make any sudden movements. Yes, Hansen agreed. He could smell something very bloody coming from the mill, and he wished to see what had happened. Hansen followed her. The cops seemed to know who she was, and none moved to stop her. With haste she entered the mill. Once they entered, though, Hansen frowned. It wasn't a very large mill, but there were many bodies scattered across its floors. The bodies weren't whole either. Many of them had been cut open, and limbs and legs were spread everywhere. It was a terrible sight. The bodies were those of cat people, too. They looked as if they had been ripped apart, and there was no clean-cut, weapon-dealt damage to the corpses. What surprised Hansen the most was that the dead cat people were also wearing Geno armor. But even so, with such strength, it looked as if they had all been brutally killed with no chance of fighting back. It seems that this place isn't as safe as I thought it was, Hansen thought to himself. What is this? Lansei moved over to another cop. She looked down at the bodies, her face gloomy. The cop said, They were the night shift workers here. When the morning crew came in, they found them like this. There doesn't appear to have been any sign of a struggle, break-in, or combat. And yet, their bodies and Geno armor seem to have been torn off of them by claws. They did this. Lansei looked sicker by the second. They could have. We contacted the supervisor, and the leader is sending a noble over. They should be here soon, the cop said. Lansei, looking across the mound of bodies, nibbled her lips and did not say any more. Don't be sad, Sei. If it was them, we can still stop them. The leader will resolve everything. The cop tried to comfort her. Hansen watched while Lansei examined the crime scene. Things didn't seem to be going well. Not long after, an aircraft landed just outside the mill. A cold-looking man was sitting inside, and when the cops saw him, they all parted to provide him a path that led to the scene. And furthermore, all the cops bowed when the man walked past them. Hansen looked at the man and noticed that he was another catman. He had black hair, and the cops referred to him as Mr. Haesun. This Mr. Haesun gave Hansen a different feeling than the others did. But Hansen couldn't be certain what the difference was. Even Lansei bowed before Haesun, referring to him as Sir. Hansen could at least determine he was the superior amongst them. But Haesun just walked around, telling them he'd handle things from there on. After that, all the cops departed. Hansen followed Lansei to leave, too. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, Who is Haesun? He seems powerful. Haesun is a noble who has a Geno weapon. You can't compare someone like that to normal people. When Lansei spoke about Haesun, admiration permeated her voice. Can I become a noble if I obtain a Geno weapon? Hansen asked, curious about this prospect. Of course. Those who can gain Geno weapons are called chosen ones. They are regarded as nobles, Lansei answered. If I had a Geno weapon already, would that mean I would receive special treatment here? Hansen asked. Lansei looked at him and said, If you can generate a Geno weapon, and you were willing to join us, you can most certainly be treated as well as Mr. Haesun. You'd be shown much respect. Speaking of that, Lansei went on to say, But you are an adult and you don't even have Geno armor yet. Your race is weak, so I don't think you'll be able to generate a Geno weapon. Just go to work, and when you've got enough money, get lost and go back to where you came from. What are the requirements for obtaining a Geno weapon? Hansen was not angered by her insults, and he just continued asking his questions. You need a good race for a start. That heightens the chance of earning one. Don't you know this? Has your race never generated a Geno weapon before? Lansei asked. No, Hansen gave a wry smile, but he went on to ask, Are there any other eligibilities? Not really. They wouldn't be referred to as the chosen if there were. On planet Kate, nobles are very rare. The younger you are, the easier it is to generate one, too. There are no eligibilities, though. Some were quite weak compared to others. When they earned theirs, Lansei said. Hansen frowned and thought to himself, Can I generate a Geno weapon? Lan Se brought Han San to a testing room. She wanted to test his fitness and see what sort of job he'd be eligible for. Han San thought Planet Kate resembled a modern society, so the testing methods should also resemble those of the Alliance, where all tests were conducted through various apparatus. When Han San went in, though, he quickly realized his assumption was wrong. The test room only had one lobby, and there was no proper room full of equipment. There was a semicircular table with a vase on it. A small tree was planted in it, and the bark of the tree was dark. It had no leaves and looked rather dead. Dozens of people were queuing, and Lan Se told Han San to go and join them in line. Han San watched a man up front step onto the table and extend his hand. With a dagger, he cut his finger to raise a drop of blood. He let the drop fall onto the planted tree, and when the liquid landed on the bark, it was as if the plant was a sponge. It was quickly absorbed. And then, an even stranger thing occurred. The dead tree that absorbed the man's blood came to life. It did not grow leaves, though. Across the tree, red flowers began to bloom. They grew rapidly like red bells, all across the boughs. It was rather beautiful. Han San took a look and counted how many red flowers there were. There were 23 of them, and they were all red. A flower power of 23. That's not bad for a commoner. Fire elemental sorts take up most jobs, Lan Se said. Officer Lan, how much is a decent flower power? Han Sen didn't know much about the metric. One flower is one flower. What do you need to compare it to? Lan Se looked at Han Sen. Han Sen did not say anything. It looked like the Alliance, but it was different in certain ways. Quickly, the bells started to die. Eventually, nothing was left behind, and the tree returned to its dead state. After that, the other people in line tested it out one by one. Just like the man, they would drop a smidgen of their own blood onto the bark of the tree. The tree would shortly bloom with a different color and a different number of flowers each time. Only adults came to the clinic, and they each had around 20 flowers. The colors Han Sen saw included red, yellow, blue, green, purple, white, light green, and black. They were their elements. It was Han Sen's turn for the test next. He went onto the table and cut his finger just like the others had. He let a drop of blood fall onto the tree. Han Sen was curious to see how many flowers he could make bloom. In the Alliance, his fitness had reached 100,000 points. But those numbers were different from the flower metric, so that figure wasn't very useful in comparison to this. The Planet Kate people had only managed to get around 20 flowers, so he didn't think he'd be able to bloom much. Not many people had come to the test, though. Han Sen and Lan Se had gone to the crime scene, so they had arrived late. There were 2 more Planet Kate people behind Han Sen, so there were only 4 in the clinic now. Lan Se looked at the tree. There weren't many people of a different race there, so she was curious to see what the little Han San would show. When Han San dropped his blood onto the tree, there was no immediate difference between him and the others. The tree started to bloom. The flowers were white, so the element was undetermined. But the number of flowers was quite depressing. He only bloomed 11 flowers, and that meant his fitness equated to 11 flowers. That was far worse than the average adult of Planet Kate. Lan Se looked at Han Sen's fitness and merely shook her head. Letting him work with a fitness like that was like putting a kid in a sweatshop. It'd be very difficult to find him a job. The 11 white flowers then started to open. They were really beautiful. The colors represented the element, while the number of flowers represented strength. Weak, Han Sen thought. He wasn't really upset, though. He was prepared for a low score, and it was much better than he expected. He thought he would die in there. When Han Sen came off the table, he heard the sound of bells ringing. He looked underneath him, and the 11 flowers were shaking and chiming. Han Sen did not know what was going on. When the people from Planet Kate had been tested, all their flowers had died when they stepped off the table. Han Sen thought he might have made a mistake, so he quickly turned to Lan Se. Lan Sen's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ringing flowers. She looked to be frozen in shock. When the 2 people behind them heard Han Sen's flowers ringing, they seemed to be in absolute shock. Earlier, when they only saw the lifeless 11, they looked at him with disdain. The tree for the test was called a geno tree. It used genes to survive. The flowers that bloomed upon it showed the strength and element of whoever put blood on it. The colors were the elements and the numbers were strength. Usually that was all that happened. Very rarely, however, something else could happen. If the tree enjoyed the genes it was given very much, it might request more. That ringing was a pleading for more of Han Sen's genes and a proclamation that they were truly excellent. Ordinary people could not make it ring. People said a noble with a geno weapon could make it ring, but the nobles never tested in front of commoners, and the validity of the claims could not be verified. If a young man without a geno armor could make the flowers ring, there was a high chance he'd one day earn a geno weapon and become a noble himself. It wasn't a 100% guarantee, but it was definitely a 50-50 chance. There was a higher chance than there was for commoners, at least. I can't tell. Your genes are good if you manage to make the flowers ring. Lan Se told Han Sen as they drove away. If I have good genes, does that mean I am eligible for a good job? Han Sen smiled. Although I would like to give you a good job, you are too weak. 11 flowers will prohibit you from doing anything half decent. Lan Se then asked, "What is your race, might I ask?" "Human," Han Sen said. Lan Sen had never heard of the race before, so it must have been something small and insignificant. Therefore, she did not ask any more questions. She brought Han Sen to the job center and helped him browse through possible options. She let him pick out what he liked first. Normal people weren't given this sort of treatment, but Han Sen's genes had made the bells ring. It made Lan Se look up to him, and so she was willing to let him pick and choose. It wasn't certain that he'd be able to generate a geno weapon, but people admired creatures who were superior, and this was within Lan Se's authority to grant. Han Sen looked at what was available for him, but all he could see was something that was the equivalent of washing dishes. A job like that required neither skill nor strength. There weren't any options here that Han Sen really liked, and there was nothing that would be challenging. But it was getting late, and there were people waiting for him to decide. He had to pick something. It was a shame there weren't many options. That one. Han Sen pointed at the job of his choosing. A grave watcher? Not a bad choice. This is a public place, so you can live there as well. There is no need to look for additional housing. Lan Se began sorting out the necessary paperwork for him. And then Han Sen became a grave watcher. He guarded the cemetery gates and kept the place tidy. This was different than what Han Sen expected he'd be doing. The graveyard was not scary, and all the headstones were surprisingly clean. Lan Se said it was a public graveyard, and there were over 10,000 graves there. If people lacked money, or if bodies were recovered and were unable to be identified, they'd be buried here. Other creatures would also be placed to rest here, too. It was different from how the Alliance dealt with matters of death. The graves here were simple. There was merely a name and date of passing written on the headstones there. Some had small samples of text, too. Aside from Han Sen, there was another grave watcher, too. But this man was very old. They only had to guard the place, and so they would probably get bored easily. When they were bored, he supposed they could take the time to scrub the tablets and keep them all neat. Planet Kate was a nice place, all things considered. The tree leaves didn't even fall. Han Sen was rather satisfied with the job he had selected. Lan Se and the old grave watcher explained to Han Sen his living situation and responsibilities, and when she was done, she left. She told Han Sen that his coworker was called Old Ku. He was a decent chap, and Old Ku brought Han Sen over to where he was going to live. He didn't have to jump into work immediately, though. He was given the opportunity to get used to the place first. There was one thing that Han Sen noticed immediately. The other grave watcher lacked Lan Se's powers of communication. Han Sen didn't understand what the old man was telling him, but he could at least feel that the grave watcher wasn't being hostile. There was nothing to do after clocking in. All the plots in the graveyard were filled, and no more dead people would be sent there for burial. So, aside from opening the gates for visitors, there was nothing to be done. Han Sen walked around the graveyard, observing the place. If something happened, he wanted to ensure he had an escape route pre-planned. Han Sen kept walking to get familiar with the place. He also examined the headstones of the graves themselves to see what was written on them. The text on most of them was of the language of Planet Kate. Han Sen couldn't understand the writing, but the formatting suggested only the names and dates were written on them. But suddenly, Han Sen's body was delivered a huge shock. He saw one headstone with the name Han Jinji written on it. Han Sen quickly walked over to get a closer look, and it really did say Han Jinji. And the text was the one used by ancient humans. No way! Han Jinji got out and died here. Han Sen examined the grave closely. The only thing written there was the name. There wasn't a date listed. There was an additional line of words, but it wasn't of the ancient human language. It looked like the Kate language. Have you grown accustomed to living here? A familiar voice came from his side. Han Sen saw Old Cat on a gravestone, smiling at him. Where did you go? If you followed me, why didn't you help me explain my situation to them? Han Sen sounded angry. Old Cat laughed. I told you. 9-life cats don't have a very good reputation out here. If I was with you, you wouldn't be having the comfy living you are now. Isn't this 9-life cats territory? I thought the Planet Kate people, with all their cat ears, would be related to you. Han Sen looked surprised. Related? And maybe a little. But it's not a good association. Don't let them see your 9-life cat tattoo. Okay? If that thing gets you killed, just don't take it out on me, Old Cat said. Han Sen was too lazy to talk to Old Cat much more, but he did ask, what happened here, anyway? Can I go home? Old Cat went silent, then said, since you are out, you'll learn soon anyway. Planet Kate is at the edge of the Big Silence System. And the Big Silence System is a restricted area of the galaxy. It's dangerous out here. Even nobles can be killed. You would be far worse. Are you trying to tell me the entrance of the sanctuary is here in the Big Silence System? Han Sen said, looking at Old Cat. Yes, but it is not too difficult to go back. I am powerful and I can take you to the entrance. But this is a big risk, so you'll have to pay me something that'll make the venture worth it. Old Cat smiled. What do you want? Han Sen frowned. Didn't you get one of those bones from the feather? Give me 100 of those and I'll send you. Old Cat seemed to have prepared this demand in advance. This is Planet Kate. So, where can I find feathers to collect these bones and then give them to you? Han Sen frowned. Old Cat lifted his lips and said, even if there are feathers about, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. If you're looking to harvest their bones, you think too highly of yourself. The one you killed in that lab was some underdeveloped retard. That doesn't even count as a feather. That was rubbish. Do you actually think they are all like that? If you knew they are that powerful, why would you ask me to kill them? Han Sen knew his power wasn't that high, compared to the breadth of the Geno universe. Old Cat looked at Han Sen and said, I didn't ask you to kill them, but you are the one who wants to go back. Yes? I can't throw my life away in the pursuit of helping you, you know? Han Sen didn't reply, but the Old Cat went on to say, you don't have to go back, either. Even if I did help you return, what if you were simply pulled back here? Anyway, do you really think generating a Geno armor will allow you to escape Big Silence System? Many nobles have died there. Yes, even if you have a Geno weapon, you can still die. You are doing good right now as you are, and following me is the best course of action and the best card you have to play. Aside from the bones of feathers, is there anything else you'll take? Han Sen didn't respond to what Old Cat had just said. Yeah, I want a xenogeneic gene, Old Cat swiftly answered. What is that? Han Sen asked. Old Cat brought out the jade organ he had pulled from the weird bug creature. He held it up with a flourish, as if he had pulled it out of thin air. Look, this is a xenogeneic gene. Your bone is 1, 2. You will only find these on a mutated creature. Of course, the body parts can be different as it all depends on how they were mutated. But the bottom line is the same. Kill them and then find these inside the bodies. Where can I find them? Han Sen frowned. Xenogeneic genes can be found inside every race. Old Cat looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. So, at this point, you've learned that Geno armors and Geno weapons are different. Han Sen nodded. Old Cat went on to say, In this Geno universe, creatures can generate Geno armor. Some are lucky enough to be chosen, and when they generate their Geno armor, they can evolve into two different things. They can create Geno weapons or mutate their bodies. Han-san quietly said, "That means the mutated are the same level as Geno weapons, right?" "Yes. Whether a creature is xenogenic or has a Geno weapon, it will have super gene powers. If you don't have either of those, you can't hurt them. You should just focus on generating a Geno armor, and see if further down the line you can generate a Geno weapon. Without a Geno weapon, there is little you can do. And of course, there is always the possibility you end up xenogenic. But the biggest problem is that as a xenogenic develops, they lose sense and become hostile and murderous." Old Cat laughed. Han-san didn't ask a question about that, thinking it was pointless. Without Geno armor, he wouldn't be able to kill a xenogenic anyway. His biggest help right now was the Northern King glove. That was a Geno weapon, but it didn't quite belong to him. He couldn't use it as well as the nobles could use their naturally developed ones. "What do those words mean?" Han-sen pointed to the grave of Han Jinji. Old Cat looked and said, "The biggest liar in the universe, Han Jinji." After reading it, Old Cat found it interesting, laughed and said, "What an ostentatious epitaph. Do you think it is a human buried here?" Han-sen asked Old Cat. Old Cat shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Not many people can leave the sanctuaries. I would say this is most likely a crystallizer." Han-san did not believe that both the name and the epitaph sounded like Han Jinji. Han-san could not dig up a grave, though. He wasn't afraid of doing some excavation, but this was not the alliance. If the people of Planet Kate found out, he'd probably be sent to jail. And when creatures died here, they were cremated. There were only ashes, so there wouldn't be anything to see. Old Cat encouraged him to generate a Geno armor with some haste. If he had a Geno weapon, he could kill a xenogenic. Before Old Cat left, Han-sen asked how he might contact the cat in the future. The cat responded he'd come back himself sometime, but he left no details on how he could be found. Han-san kept on practicing, and he kept trying to understand more about Planet Kate and the Geno universe. Fortunately, there was an internet system. It wasn't as good as the Alliance's network, but it could send messages. Han-sen was able to learn some of their language, and he was soon learning quite a bit about the place. Because the xenogenic always wanted to kill, the universe was in some danger. And you could never tell when someone was going to become one of them. But once someone became xenogenic, they grew much stronger. Unless nobles came to help, people with Geno armors would be shredded. He learned that the society there had really come to admire nobles, too. To the commoners, they were true royalty. They were protectors, in a way. There were different classes of nobles, too. There were dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. The xenogenic had ranks as well. Han-sen only found these titles on the internet, and he was so far unable to learn the differences between them. But there was one thing Han-sen knew for sure. If he encountered a xenogenic before he generated a Geno armor, he'd be killed. "It looks like I need to generate a Geno armor quickly." Han-sen worked as a grave watcher, but practiced his The Story of Genes, Dongxian Sutra, and Blood Puise Sutra whenever he could. Most of his energy was exhausted on The Story of Genes, though. It was the fastest to practice with, so it would be the easiest way for him to generate a Geno armor. That outsider really made the Geno tree chime? In a manager's office of Black Gold Group, Hardman asked his subordinates in shock. Those subordinates of Black Gold Group had been the two behind him in the test. "I promise it's the truth. I heard it," a subordinate quickly answered. "Do you know who he is and where he lives?" Hardman asked. Beings that could make the flowers ring had a 50% chance of evolving. If Han-san became a noble, he'd become quite the hot character. Black Gold Group needed someone like that. If they were able to recruit him, it'd be very good for Hardman. "I am not sure, but I do know that he was in the company of Lansei. And when they left, he even traveled in Lansei's car. For obvious reasons I could not follow," the subordinate said. "Someone Officer Lan knows? That should be easy." Hardman let his subordinate finish and then dialed a number. He was calling the security department. Not long after, Hardman had acquired Han Sen's information. An outsider accidentally entered here? One from a nameless race. He made the flowers ring? This is a great opportunity. After Hardman read the profile, he stood up and continued, "Prepare a car for me. I am going to the graveyard." Han Sen was currently in the security room, learning the language. With his level of intelligence, he was able to start speaking the language in a mere few days. He might not have been fluent, but Old Ku could at least understand all that he was trying to say. Han Sen thought he would just have to make simple conversation, but he wished to learn more information off the internet. This required him to learn more of the language. Han Sen's communicator rang with Old Ku's voice. "Han Sen," someone called. "He says he is the manager of Black Gold Group and he is looking for you." Han Sen looked at the CCTV images and saw that there was a black cat-eared man standing outside the graveyard. He had dressed up rather nicely. Han Sen was confused. He didn't know anyone here, so why would some manager come looking for him? He knew he couldn't escape this sort of rendezvous, and if something was going to happen, he would prepare to face it rather than shy away. So he got up to go and meet with Hardman. "You are Mr. Han Sen? It is nice to make your acquaintance. I am the manager for Black Gold Group. My name is Hardman. This is my card." Hardman seemed to be quite the humble sort, as he gave his card out with both hands. Han Sen accepted it. He could read the simple stuff of the Kate language, and he was indeed the manager of Black Gold Group. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Sen asked Hardman, looking right at him. Hardman quickly responded by saying, "I want to invite you to join Black Gold Group. I want you to become a member of our hunting team. Black Gold Group is a powerful entity on planet Kate, and will give you a lot of money." Han Sen understood what the man was saying, but he had not had the time to investigate the factions of the planet yet. He wasn't familiar with who or what the Black Gold Group stood for. But Han Sen knew that in this universe, many companies had their own hunting groups. Many were tasked solely with the hunting of xenogeneic. Those groups didn't always include nobles, and many were composed entirely of common warriors. They were often referred to as pawns. Hardman wanted to use a lot of money to buy Han Sen's cooperation and have him as a core member. But Han Sen did not have a Geno armor or a Geno weapon yet. Hardman already wanted to sign a contract with him and provide him money and resources to help his ascension. That way, when Han Sen did generate a Geno armor or Geno weapon, they'd sign another contract that would make him a proper member of the hunting team. It looked like the team was looking to pre-order Han Sen before he hit the market. They wanted to buy into the prospect of his future. They were planning ahead. If Han Sen managed to generate a Geno weapon, Hardman would pay him even more money. If Han Sen could not generate a Geno weapon, the contract would be pointless to sign. He'd still be bound, and he wouldn't be paid as much. Han Sen was not interested in opportunistic contracts like that, but there was one condition that made Han Sen change his mind and end up signing it. Hardman promised Han Sen he would not be observed in his work, and he would earn his citizenship. For an outsider, having those would make life much easier. And when he became a member, at least he'd still get a lot of money and resources. It sorted out all of Han Sen's problems, and it was especially great that he did not have to work. If Han Sen generated a Geno weapon and joined a hunting group, things wouldn't be all that bad. It would actually be a good thing to follow those with greater experience and see what battling the xenogeneic was actually like. Han Sen had only been a grave watcher for 10 days, and 2 years later, Hardman had completed all the paperwork and necessary procedures. He gave Han Sen the best possible living quarters in the base. He also gave Han Sen a Geno fluid that would help him generate a Geno weapon. Han Sen lived in the Black Gold hunting base for the next 4 months, and every day, he'd spend some time soaking himself in Geno fluid. The story of genes was showing a promise of leveling up. The Kate laws and contracts required Han Sen to undergo observation when leveling up. People like Han Sen, who made the flowers ring, had every chance of becoming xenogeneic. So they had to be watched until the process was over. Planet Kate sent people over to conduct the study on Han. Senator Haesun and Lansei were amongst them. "Hardman, your business is great. You have spent such a small amount of money on someone who has the possibility of becoming a noble. Hae-sun sat down next to a monitor and started a discussion with Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, "It is difficult to tell if he will be able to generate a geno weapon. Even with the flowers chinning, the possibility still stands on a 50-50. Everyone could hear the false humility in Hardman's voice. 50% was actually quite high, especially considering how few people could make the flowers ring. Lansei observed Han Sen through the monitor and looked curious. She knew he had made the flowers chime, but she hadn't learned much more since then. She had looked for Han San in the graveyard, but Hardman had already come to him first and whisked him away. Lansei was curious to see if Han Sen could become a noble. If he was truly able to, he'd have a near-infinite amount of wealth and fame. Han Sen started casting his skills. Nobody said anything now, and everyone focused closely on him. Han Sen used the story of genes and felt that his flesh, skin, bones, chest, and even genes were releasing some mystic substance. The substance was like a sprout coming out of the soil. His skin was that soil, and the black substance began to grow across it. It enveloped Han Sen, shredding all the clothes he had been wearing. The black substance kept on expanding, forming into a set of armor all around him. The more of that black substance arose, the more the armor took shape. Hardman looked at Han Sen and his geno armor, watching it as it changed. His palms were sweating in anticipation. He had spent quite a lot on Han Sen, and if this evolution failed, Hardman would be losing quite a bit on the gambit he had taken. But if he succeeded, he'd be far richer. The mere prospect of having a noble join Black Gold Group made him supremely excited. He could very well become a chairman. Everyone looked at Han Sen's armor in keen interest. Lansei was curious, whereas Hae-sun remained emotionless. It was almost as if all this did not matter to him one small bit. 10 minutes later, the shape around Han Sen was completed. The black armor he was wearing was very detailed, and there wasn't a single seam around Han Sen's entire body. Just as everyone thought the process was finished, the armor began to twist. A black pattern emerged across its surface. If you looked closer, however, you'd realize it wasn't a pattern. They were symbols and words none of them could understand. They sank into the armor's surface like engravings. When they were revealed, Han Sen's armor looked very mysterious. No wonder he made the flowers chime. I have never before seen a set of armor look anything remotely like this, Hardman said. Generating a geno armor was always a weird spectacle, but he had thought Han Sen could also generate a geno weapon. Hae-sun still did not say a word. He kept on looking at Han Sen and his geno armor. The patterns that had appeared on Han Sen's armor looked mystic and beautiful. They made Han Sen's armor a rather mesmerizing sight. Although there were no powerful energy readings, the geno armor had a strange energy of its own. Of course, the armor was brand new, so the energy wasn't very strong. 10 minutes later, the geno armor stopped developing. The process looked to have been completed. To Han Sen, it didn't really feel like armor. It actually felt like a part of his own body, generating this massive power flow. Han Sen's brain felt as if it was rattling, and then all of a sudden, a voice started to ring in his head. Evolution process complete. Han Sen was shocked hearing this. It was the same voice he had heard all the time in the sanctuaries, and he thought it was something that only played within the sanctuaries. He was shocked it still existed, even out here. Han Sen looked at the information available on the internet, but he could not find any others who were associated with the sanctuaries. It seemed no one else on Kate was. Han Sen wanted to know if things worked like they did in the sanctuaries. Where did genes come from? Were there beast souls to get? Stuff like that. When Han Sen exited the training room, everyone was gone. Hardman had already left, and everyone else had followed him out. They were not happy that Han Sen had failed, and they were not willing to sign any more contracts with him. But the contract was still not over, and despite knowing Hardman no longer wanted him, he knew he'd still have to stay until the terms of the contract were over and it expired. When Han Sen walked out, however, Lansei was there. She had been waiting outside for him. When Han Sen approached her, she said, "You know my phone number. If you require more work, call me. The graveyard still has a free slot for you." Lansei knew Hardman would not want to keep Han Sen on any longer than he had to because he had not become a noble. And she was afraid Han Sen might resort to desperate measures to survive that could bring harm to Planet Kate. She sympathized with him, and that was why she made the offer. "Thank you, Officer Lan." Han Sen actually felt quite touched. Returning to his room, he noticed the door was open. Someone was already moving stuff into the room. Hardman's secretary, who was wearing high heels on and stood with her arms crossed, appeared to be overseeing the move. "Secretary Lena, what's going on?" Han Sen asked with a frown. The secretary swung her black and white tail, and with her arms still folded, she said, "I am sorry, but there is not enough space in the base. It is a waste to let you live alone in this room. So, the manager will give you another place where you can live with a roommate." Han Sen knew that he had failed and Hardman no longer wished to invest in him. He couldn't stay in the best room any longer, and his benefits would be severely reduced. Han Sen had nothing, so he just picked up a few of his extra clothes and walked back out of the room. "Secretary Lena, where's my new room?" he asked. "I am too busy to take you there. It's room 702. Go there yourself." Lena did not look at Han Senator. She was acting completely different than she had before. Han Sen did not mind, though. He just took his stuff and left the room, headed for the 7th floor. The 7th floor was living quarters for the hunting group, but it was just an ordinary dorm room where four people bunked together. When Han Sen reached 702, no one was there. He set up the room and got his own key for the place. Then he took a shower and changed clothes. His old clothes had been destroyed, so he was walking around in his Geno armor. Wearing it did not cost him energy as it had in the sanctuaries, but he didn't really need to have it on right then. After the shower, Han Sen found an empty spot to put down his few possessions. To Han Sen's surprise, when he touched the bone he had found with Old Cat, he heard an announcement play. Xenogeneic gene discovered. Old Cat had told him that the bones were useful outside the sanctuary, but he hadn't expected to have Old Cat's words confirmed so soon. "How do I use this?" Han Sen checked out the bone, not entirely sure how he'd earn the Geno points it contained. Han Sen ran his skills, but the bone remained quiet. He gave it a drop of real blood, but it also stayed quiet. The voice from the sanctuary had only spoken once, and it was now silent. Whatever it was, it couldn't help Han Sen anymore. "Do I have to eat this to make it work?" Han Sen tried to bite the bone, but it was so fucking hard, his teeth almost crumbled to pieces. That definitely wasn't going to work. "It looks like I'll have to cook it," Han Sen thought to himself. The bone was not very big. It was red and purplish, and it had a metallic hue. If Han Sen had not have found it himself, he would not have believed that it had come from some creature's body. He planned to make a soup out of it, despite not knowing if that would work. There was no other way, though. Han Sen wanted to at least try it, so he bought a small cooker from a shop and brought it back with him to the living quarters. Back in the living quarters, Han Sen filled up a pot with water and tossed the bone in. He then put a lid on it and plugged the cooker in. He turned it on and allowed it to cook. As he was doing this, the doorbell rang. 3 Kate people, covered in sweat, came waltzing in. Everyone in the base knew Han Sen had made the flowers chime, and that Hardman had bought him in the hopes of gaining a noble. Even if they didn't know, the word that Han Sen had failed to generate a Geno weapon spread like wildfire. "Bud, don't take it too hard. It's okay if you didn't evolve twice. 99.9% of people don't, and you know what? We're still living." The Kate man patted Han Sen on the shoulder. He didn't mean to mock Han Sen, though. It was a genuine attempt at comfort. "Thanks, but I'm okay." Han Sen did not think failing was a big deal. When others failed, that was that. Han Sen still had the Dongshan Sutra and the Bloodpool Sutra to work with, so he still had another 2 chances. It would be no big deal even if Han Sen failed completely. Han Sen thought that he could always absorb xenogeneic genes to evolve as well. There was more than one way to progress. "You are welcome, but don't thank me. If one day you are in danger, and people come to your aid, it'll cost you more than a thanks," another Kate told him. "Ding Hen, what should I say?" Han Sen laughed. "Say nothing. Now, do you have cigarettes?" a Kate asked, lying on the bed. No, I don't smoke. Han-san used to smoke, but he had been in the sanctuaries for too long. Since there were no cigarettes there, he was forced to stop. Is that yours? What are you cooking? The last Kate saw Han-sen's cooker and just had to ask. There was a problem generating my Geno armor. This is a medicine that should help, and so I am heating it up, Han-sen said. The Kate men nodded and no longer seemed interested. The three of them settled in and then went for a shower, and Han-sen watched them. It wasn't hard to get along with people from Planet Kate, and with Han-sen's observational skills, he was able to tell that their fitness was greater than that of humans. But that seemed to be their only major advantage, their fitness. They were not as intelligent, and when it came to research and development, they were quite lacking compared to humans. Han-sen hadn't seen the nobles fight yet, so perhaps they were much stronger than ordinary citizens. Han-sen stayed in the living quarters. The names of his three roommates were rather strange, so he just called them Long, Suatu, and Kuan. They weren't hostile, but neither were they overly friendly. They were just average roommates, really. Han-sen wasn't in a rush to open the cooker, so he waited until the next day, when the other three were out, to stop the cooker and lift the lid. It released a puff of fragrance and steam. When he gave it a sniff, Han-sen noticed it smelled like blood. He knew that the cooker might not have any effect on such a hard bone. But now that he was taking a look, he was genuinely surprised. All the water had become purplish and red. It smelled like blood, and it was frothing. Han-sen knew that should have been impossible, as when blood was boiled, it usually became solid. After poking around in the weird liquid with a spoon, he noticed that the bone was gone. There wasn't even a tiny bit left. He was even more surprised. That was just a normal cooker with a pot full of water. And yet, it had been able to cook the item successfully and melt the bone completely. Smelling that blood, though, Han-sen wondered whether or not he could eat it. But since he had heard the unexpected voice of the sanctuary, Han-sen wanted to give it a try. He spooned up some of the soup and sipped it. Han-sen frowned. Tasted very bad. It was like drinking hot blood. Fortunately, he was used to eating bad things. He had grown accustomed to eating raw flesh, after all. A bit of blood wasn't going to put him off. Consumed a barren xenogeneic gene. Barren gene plus 0 foot. When Han-sen heard the announcement, he was delighted. It was working, but he had sipped such a small amount it had added 0 points. Han-sen lifted the entire cooker and pot, and then he gulped it all down like a vat of soup. The heat was in his belly then, spreading out through his whole body. Han-sen's blood warmed and began to flow more swiftly. As his blood continued to surge, his entire body started to feel hot. He felt as if he was in a sauna, and his skin was red, burning with a constant sizzle. Han-sen had almost finished drinking it all, but he had yet to hear an announcement. It appeared that he hadn't gained a single point. Was it because the bone was too small? Was it not enough to give me even 1 point? Han-sen felt depressed about this, but he finished the last few swigs of the broth. Consumed a barren xenogeneic gene. Barren gene plus 1 inch. When Han-sen finished it all, he heard what he had wanted to hear. His gene tally had increased, and although it was only a barren tier, which was the lowest, it was a good start nonetheless. The heat inside his body lasted a whole hour, and after that, his body temperature returned to normal. Now, though, Han-sen was feeling much stronger. His spell armor, as he had begun calling it, didn't seem to improve. That surprised him. Xenogeneic genes only increased the strength of Han-sen's actual body. They didn't improve his spell armor. As Han-sen was happily thinking about these changes, Kuan came back. He told Han-sen to pack a few things because they had been given a mission to hunt a xenogeneic. Han-sen and Kuan packed up, as he, Kuan, and Long were a team. There would be 10 people going on this mission, all led by one leader. In the plaza, they found 19 other teams. A captain oversaw them all, and he directed them to board a ship to fly elsewhere. Han-sen knew Hardman used his people as pawns and little more. Han-sen was prepared for this, though, and he had been expecting it. Hardman only saw them as cannon fodder. Han-sen's contract put him in a slightly different role. Soldiers could only earn money, but if Han-sen killed a xenogeneic, he could earn rewards in addition to the monetary sum. Hansen didn't see any nobles amongst them. They didn't mingle with ordinary soldiers. "Where are we going?" Hansen asked Suatu. Suatu merely shrugged and said, "We are just soldiers. We don't know where we're being deployed. We'll end up fighting no matter where we drop. Anyway, if this is so dangerous, why are you joining the hunting group?" Hansen wondered. "Because there is a lot of money involved," Suatu said. He then got out his wallet and showed it to Han's senator. It held a picture of a beautiful Kate woman and a little girl. They smiled joyfully. But the little girl had no hair or fur, and she looked bald. "My daughter has a genetic problem. A lot of money is required to heal her. She needs expensive genofluid to stay alive, and that is why I am here," Suatu said calmly. Hansen didn't say anything. He wasn't good at comforting, so he wasn't sure what he might say that would make the man feel better. "I tell you this not for sympathy. I just want you to know that you should be careful. If you are in danger, don't expect someone to play the hero and attempt to save you," Suatu said, pocketing his wallet. "You're not bad," Hansen told him. He knew the man meant it as a genuine warning, not a threat.